You're on.
Huh?
You're on.
Oh, there it is, live.
Webinar is now streaming live on YouTube.
There it is.
You're on.
Thank you. Huh?
You're on.
Oh, there it is, live.
Webinar is now streaming live on YouTube.
Can you guys mute yourself?
There it is.
You're on.
Thank you. Huh?
You're on.
Oh, there it is, live.
Webinar is now streaming live on YouTube.
Can you guys mute yourself?
You're on. Thank you. You're on.
Oh, there it is, live.
Webinar is now streaming live on YouTube.
Can you guys mute yourself? Now that we've rid us of our high-tech sounds, we can get started. Welcome to the first Global Innovation Field Trip of 2021. Are you with us, Sherilyn? Yay! Hello. Hi, Jake.
Hello, hello. I'm here. I'm excited. I'm here.
High-tech sounds, we can get started. Somebody has their YouTube channel on.
Not me.
Global Innovation Field. Are you with us, Sherilyn? Yay! Hello. Hold on just a second. Hi, Jake.
Hello, hello. I'm here. I'm excited. I'm here.
High-tech sounds, we can get
Maybe it's Sherilyn.
YouTube channel on.
Not me.
It stopped. So maybe it was Sherilyn. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started, Jake. Thanks for everybody watching who's put up with our little technical snafu. We have snafus every Global Innovation Field Trip just because we want you to know we are also human. It stopped. So maybe it was Sherilyn. All right. Oh no, it's still going. Let's go ahead and get started, Jake. Thanks for All right. I'm afraid to talk, Jake. How about you?
Okay.
All right. So for the first Global Innovation Field Trip of 2021, we've got some exciting new things that we're doing. And I think every gift program, we try to add some new element to it. The second gift program we had last July, we added student co-hosts, which was fabulous. We had students who applied to be co-hosts. They sent us a short little snippet video of themselves, and we selected from those speakers or from those students to co-host to come on and help us actually put on the show. And we had, I think that first time out, we had 3 student co-hosts, Jake, if that's correct.
Yes.
And they spent about an hour each within the 24-hour period being us, basically. I mean, we were there for them, but they sure didn't need us at all. And they spent the time introducing guests, asking thought-provoking questions, and really doing a superb job. We've continued the student co-host responsibility through October, and we'll continue to do that each Global Innovation Field Trip. And if anyone has an interest in being a student co-host, all they have to do is go out to the Innovation World site, and right on the homepage, click on the link for student co-host, and we'll talk to you about a good gift program to join us to do that. And then in October's gift, we had the fantastic Teach Myro K-12 gift program, where we had a very generous offer from Consequential Robotics. Sebastian was our representative from Consequential, and he offered us a Myro robot to give away at the October gift. And we had students from 9 different countries participate. They learned how to code through the Myro platform, and they taught Myro how to do new things. And then the finale was during the October Global Innovation Field Trip. We announced the winner, had an opportunity to have all the kids, all 5 of the top finalists on screen. And I think we might have even shown some of their videos too. And then this January, we have something really exceptional. We have implemented teen panels or teen discussion panels, and there'll be 2 of them. One of them will occur tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, And we have students on the panel from Canada, Chile, China, India, and the United States. And those students are going to be talking about life with COVID or life at school, excuse me, or learning, whether they're in a school or outside of a school, whether they're distance learning, pre and post COVID. And then that same group of students is coming back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I believe. And they will talk about ideas on how to improve education in this new environment we're all living in. So I hope I've captured what the topic really is, Jake, and not making that up along the way. So we're really excited about these team panels. And I think that while we have a couple individuals on the gift team, Aaron and Sherilyn, who have been helping the students, it's really the students program. So it's really cool. And we hope to work ourselves out of jobs at the Global Innovation Field Trip at some point when it's taken over completely by young innovators. And then for April, another notable event for this Global Innovation Field Trip is tomorrow on January 17th, the world celebrates Kid Inventor Day. So we'll be in between our presentations, we'll be doing little short pieces on some notable students who information was provided to us by the National Museum of Education on students that have been inducted into their Hall of Fame. So we'll talk about a few of those students along the way tomorrow. And we're real excited about celebrating Kid Inventor Day. And then next gift, which will be April 17th and 18th. Jake, do you want to jump in and tell them the special group that we'll be celebrating with, I guess, in April?
Well, one of the things that's happening is the gift is occurring, not accidentally, by the way, during World Creativity and Innovation Week. And so we're going to have a special presentation during the gift of innovators and creators from that program. We are also at this time, inventfuture.global is running, starting real soon, the Water Challenge, which is a wonderful program. And it is supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And this particular one we're focusing on is drinking water. It's an issue all around the world, but different in different parts of the world. And so we've got students, 100 students from 16 different countries are getting together, and they are going to be talking about drinking water issues in their country. And then they are going to be trying to address those issues and coming up with some solutions. And they're going to be doing that in January, February, and March. And then in April, during the April gift, we're going to give them a chance to present some of their solutions. So it's going to be a really exciting gift that's going on. Julie, can I just mention one more thing?
Oh, of course, before you get off the water challenge, can we just say that we have a couple more spots left for USA students? There's a very limited number of students can come from each country because we wanted to keep it to the top 100. And so we have just a few spots left open. If anybody is interested, I mean, you literally only have 24 hours to submit your Part 1 registration, but you can go to the www.innovationworld.org on the homepage, click on Water Challenge to find out more. And go ahead, Jake.
No, I just wanted to say that the good news is that this gift is a 24-hour event. It's going on for 24 hours, and it's very exciting. The bad news is, because it's a 24-hour event, there's going to be some really good stuff happening at 3 o'clock in the morning. No matter where you are in the world, at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're going to be missing something. And so I just wanted to mention that you want to do two things. First of all, you want to go onto the Innovation World website and go to gift, and then go to the schedule and download the schedule for this gift. So you can see a listing of all the things. You may not want to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but at least you'll be sure to catch the really good stuff that's happening at 7 o'clock at night and at 9 o'clock at night. There'll be also some really good stuff happening, early in the morning where you can watch. But after that, if you didn't want to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, we are recording this. Hopefully, we are recording this, and we will have all of the gift presentations up online, not the day after gift is over, but sometime shortly thereafter. Julie will have gone through the process of editing each one individually and putting them all online so you can see them. I personally will be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, though.
Thank you for being up at 3 o'clock in the morning, Jake. That meant I don't have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
By the way, not to change the subject again, but today is your birthday, isn't it? Happy
It is. I'm
birthday.
29 years old
29.
today.
You're the same age as my mother. That's unbelievable.
Thank you very much. I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday than listening to young innovators from across the world. Just who gets that opportunity on their birthday? I mean, really, I've got to be the luckiest person ever. What other announcements did we talk about World Creativity?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
I'm sorry.
It's going to be that's going to be during the gift. The April gift is during that entire week, and there's going to be activities all over the entire week. And if you want to find out more, if you go to World Creativity and Innovation Week, if you Google that, their website will come up, and you can see about what's happening. It's really a great program and very interesting.
Well, I know that we have a couple more minutes. I would just want to bring up one more thing. Let me find it really quick here, if I can.
And I see we have a presenter ready.
I know, she's waiting very patiently. I think I've, give me just a sec.
Arusha, you have to forgive us. We're old. We have trouble with this technology.
I just wanted to do a shout out to the Innovation World Alliance members. There's so many of them have students participating over the next 24 hours. And I know I'm going to forget some because I can't find my email off the top of my head, but we have Jazz from the Young Inventors program with People of Play, and she has maybe 14 students total that will be presenting. Yeah. We have Pratik from Makers Deny that has 14 or 15 kids that'll be presenting late this evening and through our early morning. We have Kristen Lehman, who will be on talking about the Independent Innovator Program for students across the United States who don't have a state competition to participate in. Let's see, who else do we? We have
Claire
drones in schools, and that is, let's see, who is doing drones in school for us? That is Tad Dounce. He'll be on. And we have our World Creativity and Innovation man, Jim Friedman. He'll be on, and I hope I didn't miss anybody, but they'll be on in the next 24 hours too. So thank you to all of the Alliance members who signed up, and we can't see the rest of you. Can't wait to see the rest of you at the April program then. And I think we're just about ready. Do you want to introduce Jake?
Okay, Arusha, are you ready? I think I don't hear you though.
I think Arusha is ready way before we're ready, probably.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, we can hear you now. Excellent. Okay, so Arusha is, she claims that she's a grade 6, but I'm not sure that's true because it probably took me 30 or 40 years so I was able to build my first robot, and you're already doing that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so she loves building robots, rockets, and rovers. She claims that her brother helps her, but I think she's probably helping her brother, right? Yes, okay. And she was invited by NASA to witness a spacecraft launch when travel is deemed safe. So I know as soon as COVID is overcome, I know the first person who's going to be going down to watch the launches, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Arushi, I don't want to take away any of your time, so why don't you tell us what you'd like to talk to us about?
Sure. I think you can see my screen now.
Yes, we see your screen.
Rishi, before you start, Jay, can you hear her well, or should she turn up just a little bit?
She's a little quiet.
Could you repeat that?
Could you turn your volume up just a little bit, Rishi?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Arushi. So, I'm from Toronto, Canada, and today I'm going to be talking to you about my project, The Mass Scales. So, this project, I participated in the NASA Space Apps COVID-19 Challenge in 2020. So, this project, the inspiration came about during the first lockdown. Basically, everything became online. Most schools were online, and I was no different. My school was also online. So that meant that I didn't need to keep on waking up early to catch the school bus. So I kept on sleeping later and later. And when I woke up in the mornings, it was not of the usual traffic sounds or the streetcars, but it was of that birds chirping. And this surprised me a lot because this has never happened before. So I thought, what other changes could be happening during this COVID-19 lockdown? So I decided to measure these changes. So I made an instrument with 3 sensors. The first sensor was a pollution sensor because I thought there would be less cars on the road, which would mean there was less pollution. So this is the pollution sensor right here. The next one was the sound sensor. That is because as there's less people on the road, there's less cars on the road, less motorcycles, which would mean they would be creating less noise. So this is the sound sensor. And finally, an important sensor that I put was the light sensor. This was because during the lockdown, there wouldn't be any change in light, but it would be able to show me when is the daytime and when is the nighttime, because there would be higher light in the morning and higher light in the night. So I put this instrument outside my house to gather data for 3 weeks. So in whole, I collected 5 data sets. 3 of them was from my homemade instrument, and I took 2 external data sets. Well, because, as I said, everything was closed, like malls, schools, shops. So that would mean the lights inside those buildings would also be closed. So I thought, if I look at a map, then I would be able to see the change in light during the lockdown and after the lockdown. So, as a like space, I decided to take an image from a satellite, the NASA satellite, the Swami. The second external database is the Toronto daily COVID-19 cases from the City of Toronto Health website. So now I had all my databases, so it was time to start coding. So in whole, I used 2 programming languages. Arduino was useful for hardware, so I could take the data from each of these sensors. But it's not that good in software. And as my sensors take readings every 20 seconds, so 3 readings every 20 seconds, it would be difficult to use Arduino to analyze this data. So I decided to use Python for that. So Python took the data from Arduino and analyzed it. But this wasn't an easy process because I'd got 500,000 data points. Sorry, that was just a Skype call. So I got 500,000 data points. But the thing is, my sensors work on different intervals. For example, the pollution sensor needs time to get good readings, so it takes readings every 20 seconds. While my other 2 sensors, the light sensor and the sound sensor, can take data every 3 seconds. So it was hard to merge these 2 databases together. So after I analyzed this data, I got some interesting results. For the pollution, I saw that when the lockdown started, the pollution data decreased, and when the lockdown finished, the average pollution rate increased by almost 40%. So it was a lot. For the street sounds, I noticed that while the data is not same, it keeps on moving. It was during the lockdown, the data was lower than it was ever after the lockdown. So that meant it had decreased during the lockdown. For the light, there was no change during and after the lockdown as I'd anticipated. But it would let me know for the other databases when was the morning and when was the night. And finally, at the same time, my brother was was counting the number of cars on the road using a camera. So he too found a decrease during the lockdown and it increased by 90% after the lockdown had finished. Now for the external data sets. So for the nightlight, as you can see in the first figure, there was not as much light as in the second figure, which meaning that the lockdown was effective because all of my databases had shown a decrease during the lockdown. But this was not enough for me. And I thought, as I played a piano, why not mix my interests with this project? So I decided to convert my data or my results into a musical so that people don't just see graphs, but they can actually hear the changes happening during the lockdown. So I decided to have a separate instrument for each dataset. For example, the light data, as it was, so it was the passage of days and nights basically, and as it was steady, I decided to put a marimba instrument for it. Similarly, for the vehicle emissions, I put a vibraphone. And for the daily COVID-19 cases, as it did not change too drastically at a time, I decided to put a flute. For the tempo of the musical, I decided to put the nightlight data coming from the NASA satellite Suami. So now I'm gonna play the music, but before that, I'm just gonna tell you that in the beginning of the musical, the tempo will be higher because the lockdown was effective. But as the lockdown becomes weaker, the tempo will decrease. So I'm just gonna share my audio. So I hope you were able to hear this musical. This was the musical of 3 weeks. So, as I said before, I put this project for the NASA Space App Challenge, COVID-19 Space App Challenge in 2020. So, this wasn't my first time participating. It was actually my 7th time. But this time, I was one of the global winners. And my project was marked as the most inspirational project out of out of almost 1,500 projects. As a prize, I'm invited to see a rocket launch when travel is safe. So after this, lots of people were asking me, how did you become the global winner? What was your strategies? So I did 2 workshops telling people telling kids in general, how to put ideas into practice. Because I found out that lots of people just think about ideas, but they don't actually try to do something about it. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Merci.
Well, I have to be honest, Arushi, I didn't enjoy it because it made me feel really inadequate. I'm sorry. Wow, that is incredibly impressive. That is really interesting. Have you shared this information with the people in Toronto?
Well, I've shared this information for like people that attended my workshops, and I made a couple presentations.
I know this sounds silly. I think you should write a letter to the mayor of Toronto, to the provincial, governor, and tell them what you have created. I think they would find it very interesting.
Thanks.
You might also want to think about doing this for other cities. Is that something that you had thought about?
I thought about it, but the thing is, it would be difficult to. Sorry, it would be difficult to put an instrument like this in each city. But I'm planning I might do it in a future step.
Very good. Very impressive. Very impressive. Julie?
And what grade did you tell me she was in?
I'm in grade 6.
Grade 6. Beautiful, beautiful music coming from you. Not even considering all the intelligent work you've done. It is just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
I think that you visit us every gift with something totally new, don't you?
Yeah, this is my third time.
Life must not be boring at your home at all. You do some pretty cool stuff.
Arushi, did you ever get a package from me?
The package, yeah, I got it. With
Yes.
the yes.
And what was the deal that we made?
I will make some projects with it.
And then what else were you going to do?
Share it with you.
Yes. Okay. So we have a group that meets every month here in the United States. Okay. And I know you're sharing this with Gift, but I would love you to give the same presentation you just gave in February, and I will send you the dates. Okay.
Sure.
And if you think I am depressed by what you have done, these are people who are going to even be sadder because they are very high-tech engineers and they will be very impressed by what you have done. So I just want to let you know. You made that promise. We've recorded this, right?
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. Is she going to go to the Invent Future Global?
Well, if she wants to submit something, she certainly can. We'll talk to Erin about that.
That would be fantastic.
Well, Arushi, thank you very much. I'm writing down a note that I'm going to send you the date, okay? And you're going to be giving the same presentation you just gave, but they would love to see that.
Yeah, thanks.
Very, very, very impressive.
I was impressed. I'm going home now, Jake.
Okay, go home. Arushi, thank you very much. This was very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can move.
Greetings, Tim and Megan. I saw somebody else's name too. There was an Aaron. Is Aaron joining us?
It'll be just the two of us today.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this is actually a little embarrassing for me because I'm supposed to be very unprejudiced and unbiased. And I know that there are some places that consider themselves really at the forefront of technology and at the forefront of education. Silly places like, I don't know, Silicon Valley, and silly places like MIT, okay? But these two people are from Connecticut, where I am from, and we know that the real high tech and the real cutting edge of education is occurring in Connecticut, okay? And so Megan and Tim, this is your opportunity now to teach the people in Silicon Valley and the people up in the Boston, Cambridge area how to do things. So.
Thank you, Jake. No pressure though, huh? Tim, I think I'm going to leave most of the impressiveness for the next half hour in your hands, so you can make sure to try to live up to Miss Arushi, who is fabulous. What a wonderful way to integrate the arts into STEM pursuits. That was so impressive. What a phenomenal young lady. A tough act to follow.
Yes.
That's why I said I'm going home.
Introduce yourselves because nobody but me knows who you are.
I'm Megan Jacobs. I'm a STEM teacher working in Connecticut, and I am the person who founded the Connecticut Makerspace Teacher Consortium. And Tim?
I'm Tim Hotchkiss. I teach 5th and 6th grade science in Pomfret, Connecticut. And I've had an incredible journey working with Megan over the last year.
We've done some really good stuff, and our goal today is to kind of share with you a little bit about what the consortium has been able to accomplish, and to hopefully inspire some other educators who might be looking to start up some kind of a group like this. We'll explain a little bit about how we got started. I'm going to flip to our schedule here. We'll explain a little bit about how our group began and give you some good details about what we've been able to accomplish so far. We're each going to take some time to describe what our classrooms look like now in COVID times, to hopefully give some tips about how you can still make major STEM accomplishments in the classroom, even in our less than ideal COVID settings. And then we'll take just a moment to kind of look ahead and invite you to join us on our next collaborative project. Before we dive too deeply, I wanted to take a moment to invite you to be sure you've got a QR code reader at the ready. We've got some really terrific links to share. We're going to make good use of QR codes in our presentation. If you happen to have an Apple product, you have a QR code reader already. Just turn your camera on and point it at codes that you see that look like this throughout the presentation, and that'll get you right onto it. If it's not an Apple product, then there's many QR code readers that you can download for free, and that'll help you to be able to access and kind of make the most of what we're sharing today. I want to start by describing how we began. It arose out of a need when I took on a makerspace position here in Connecticut. I was for many years a very, very happy third grade teacher, and then I was blessed with the arrival of a very good boy named Caleb Jacobs. And after he came along, I wanted to be able to kind of split my time in a more balanced way as a professional. And I took on a makerspace position that kind of fit my time schedule a little bit better as a parent. And I loved the position. It was fantastic to be able to work in such a hands-on way with some really great kids, to integrate so much STEM into a really deserving K-3 school. I ran the makerspace. I'm sure many of our audience members today are really familiar with the idea. For those who might not be, I describe it as kind of an art room that's stocked with science materials. So it's a wonderful space for kids to be able to create. It's very maker-centered. We introduce so many 21st century skills that are lacking in the traditional classroom setting. So it was just a terrific way for us to address a need in my community. But I did notice a little bit of a lack. It was the first time for me professionally that I was working in a vacuum. I was solo and the only person in my district who held my title. I've been so lucky in the great majority of my kind of professional pursuits to be surrounded by really strong partnerships, and I know exactly how helpful and inspiring it is to get to have terrific colleagues at your side to bounce ideas off of, and to benefit from different perspectives and gain wisdom that you might not have with your own path. The diversity of lived experiences can bring so much to a classroom if professionals are able to share with each other. So I decided to go on the hunt for others who shared my makerspace title, who hold STEM roles in our area regionally in Connecticut, and I started to hunt up some email addresses and reach out to others who might be willing to join. We started meeting monthly online in the summer of 2019, and in the fall of that year, we held our first collaborative PD together. We hosted it at my school, and everyone brought some wonderful activities to share, and we benefited from each other's ideas and experiences. We did a Harvard Graduate School of Education course together over the last winter to help us strengthen our maker-centered curriculum and do a better job reaching kids and empowering them with that kind of autonomy. And then as COVID kind of transformed our learning centers and our learning settings, we began to meet weekly so that we could kind of better address our changing needs and be able to be more supportive to each other. And that was really helpful. I want to turn it over to Tim, who is going to explain something really great that we did to support each other and our students during COVID times.
When I started, I was fairly new to it last year, and around March, we were all one day thrown basically out on the street to teach. But by that point, I've already been with the collaborative for a month or two. So I'm a latecomer. And we came up with the idea of to have kids feel like they can do something. And I've spoken about this on the past when I've, on the gift program, about the Community Heart Project. And we had kids from all over eastern part of Connecticut, mostly the northeastern part of Connecticut. And they did projects and they created hearts and they put them out so that people could see them, for the firemen, to teachers, or just to the public in general. And it was very creative. And some of them turned into being whole family projects. I believe we have a couple of pictures here. I mean, some of them were very simple, using Legos. The others were out marking up the lawn with stones, but we left it up to the kids, and they were very creative with the way they did it. And we put their pictures together and tried to keep a uniform. If anybody's interested in seeing the total slides, I think it was over 70 some kids we had, which we thought was very good for all of a sudden everything changing. And many of the children seemed to really enjoy it.
I think it was terrific for them to have a chance to collaborate and work together. That working together piece is so central to a strong classroom environment, and it's been so missing while we're remote or even while we're hybrid and together physically in class, but we can't get close. It was so nice for them to want to have a chance to work together and to share some love for their community too. I think there was almost like a therapeutic piece to it that was really helpful. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tim. I wanted to share a quotation that's really strong for me to explain why I find the professional collaboration so valuable. The most valuable resource that all teachers have is each other. Without collaboration, our growth is limited to our own perspectives. I feel like that's such a strong way to kind of share how important it is to be able to have strong colleagues to collaborate with, and a diverse set of learning and lived experiences, so that you can really benefit from the ideas and perspectives that are outside of your own. So I would like to move forward and explain a little bit more about one of our next adventures. We loved getting to do a collaborative professional development day, as I mentioned last year, and we can't do one that looks entirely the same. So we're going to be bringing it onto Zoom. I have kind of our schedule here. We're planning to have a collaborative PD day coming up on February 10th, and we will be able to share invitations to any of our viewers today who might be interested. The way that we are planning to run it, we have a kind of a list of categories for different activities that teachers are willing to share, strong items that have worked really well for them. And any teacher who would like to want to participate is invited to share on the Google document and type their name under the kind of category that they're their activity fits very well under, and if leave a link or a description if it's applicable. And when we get together on February 10th at I think 1 o'clock in Eastern time, we'll be able to kind of go through the list on a group Zoom together, and take a moment to kind of do a show and tell and explain a little bit about what makes each of the activities valuable. That way we're still getting to benefit from the phenomenal ideas and enthusiasm from our colleagues, and be able to bring really good stuff to our kids. So that's what's coming up next for us. I'm going to give Tim a moment in the spotlight. He's got a great idea coming up to about a project that he would like to have his kiddos focus on.
Push that by me. Okay. I'm always looking for other projects, because I do things with the kids, and we really can't do it this year. I do Sea Perch, which is building underwater ROVs, and we compete with them. Parallax, building robots, circuits with 5th graders, robots with 6th graders, and some other after-school activities that we have not been able to do. What I'd like to do, the Dalai Lama and Greta Thunberg had a wonderful online last weekend, and with some of the top climate scientists around the world. And it just so happened that that's what I'm teaching my 6th graders right now. It's about climate change. And the feedback loops is what we're going to concentrate on. And the project that I'm trying to develop, and I think it might even be good to bring into the Community Heart Project when we're back in the classroom, is for the kids to design a model of a feedback loop. And a feedback loop is basically, if you have the way I explain it to the kids, and it's not the way that they explain it on the video and other readings. There's many readings out there about it. Is things impact each other, and it's like driving down the highway, and all of my kids have been on the highway driving through Hartford or something, and all of a sudden it's slowed down traffic. And you get to the end of that, bumper to bumper, and there's nothing there. And what caused that? And it was basically one person putting on their brakes, and this can go down for 20 minutes, a half an hour, an hour. And this is how one thing influences everything else down the line. And that's basically what a feedback loop is. And so if you start warming up the atmosphere, and they're seeing the tundra starting to melt up in the Arctic, it releases more greenhouse gases, and that warms things up. So then you're going to get more melting and hotter, things just keep feeding on each other. And the basic end result I want the kids to come back to is ending up with a green earth, planting trees, maybe not paving so much, taking control. Because I keep pushing with my kids that this is their planet. Yes, it's much better, the environment's cleaner than it was 20 some years ago or 30 years ago, or when I was a kid. I have bald eagles right out my back door now, which I've never seen in Connecticut. But there's much more to be done, and I want them to take, whether it's something small or something large, and then I want them to teach about it. And so that's what I'm looking, is for them to come up with a project or building a model of what a feedback loop is, and then teaching, going out and whether it's teaching family or setting up we can do an after school type of thing or an evening thing, which I've done with kids in their projects, where we invite the public in and the kids can talk about it, and basically build a traveling show. And so I'm introducing them to this stuff. It's hard science, and it's complicated, and it's confusing. One of the ways I tell the kids, when we're talking about the global warming, and everybody gets confused about it, is to use simple terms. And that's why I love what Alan Alda's done with his what he's done with his he's got a thing that he's set up with scientists and doctors and how to teach to the public and putting it in simple. So what I learned from Sea Grant when I've taken workshops from them is just to describe global warming like putting a blanket on, and it just keeps the heat in, and how that works. And once you do that, it's makes much more sense. You've taken the complicated part out of it. And also to teach that global warming is only part of the climate change. Hopefully I made sense with that. Because as I
Definitely.
said, I'm still working on it.
I think your comments about making it relatable and making it easy, like you said with the blanket, I think
Yep.
whenever we can bring things into kind of like a metaphorical understanding that's on students' levels, especially the littler ones, it's wonderful to make it accessible that way. You're so good at that.
No, thank you. But I think it would also work well with younger kids. I mean, it's how the teachers have a real hard time presenting this. It's like teaching evolution. You know, they just want to stay away from it. It's much easier than that way. But if you teach it right and you show,
it's important to have
good
tools to kind of bring it down and make it more accessible.
Right.
Thank you. I'm going to take the spotlight right back. I want to be able to share some kind of tips and pointers for teachers about what's worked well in my experience over the last year as we try to translate STEM and maker-centered learning into our remote or hybrid settings that we've kind of been transformed into. I think one of the biggest sticking points for me is how hard it is to create opportunities for iterative learning, for kids to work in iteration. I feel like there's no more crucial practice for kids, especially elementary age students, to have as they're kind of cultivating their practices as young scientists, than to be able to do the trial and error, to have the autonomy to design and make something and try it out, the humility to try to check it and see how they could make it better, and the tenacity and persistence to keep working on it as they search for improvements and try to make new iterations and new versions better and better and better. And I feel like this particular facet of maker-centered learning, it has been almost impossible to try to do in a remote setting. For so many reasons, we can't share common materials when we have kids do projects together. They can't go into a common room, so we can't store their works in progress in a central spot. There are large numbers of students who have long absences at a time as they quarantine, and we might just be getting into a really good project when the school needs to switch back to a remote setting. So there's so many challenges in the way of getting to do this really important part of maker-centered education. I want to share some tips and tricks that have worked for me for how I've been able to still implement it in my classroom. So here we go. I've got some tips to kind of take us through, and my overarching theme here is that we're trying to shift our focus from the product, from like the end result that we have them create, instead to the process. So if we can kind of celebrate the process of being a scientist, of trying things out and testing them and noticing what's good and fixing what's not. One strategy that I've used is to do a scavenger hunt when we're finished with something and the kids are so excited to come to the Zoom meeting and bring their finished product. Instead of only using it as a time to praise their end product, we use a scavenger hunt, and I have everybody point to something about it that they changed, and then point to something about it that used to be broken, and point to an idea that was inspired by the outside world or someone else or another scientist or a family member. And that kind of shifts the focus, instead of celebrating what's done, to kind of recognizing that there was a good kind of trial and error process that got us to this point. The next strategy I have listed is a tally of changes. I started to get into the habit with older kids who were able to juggle kind of more than one thing while they were working. We started keeping just a little piece of paper with tally notes next to us when we began a project that they would do at home, and they'd be in charge of making a tally mark every time they made adjustments. And we gave prizes not for the most terrific end product, but for the most tally marks. And we had certain thresholds, like if you had 10 changes, then you got a certain amount of kind of award at the end, and so on and so forth. If you got to 20, or if you had one big major redesign, by kind of systematically rewarding the overcoming hurdles and the tenacity to kind of keep trying and think about different solutions, we were able to shift that focus away from just the end product. I also used that, you might recognize the layout icon there. It's an Instagram product. It's a handy tool that you can use to group together and kind of make a collage. So instead of where I might usually have students who are remote to be in charge of posting a picture of their end product, once we're done with it, I would instead have them choose several different ones of their job in progress, and use the layout app to kind of construct a pretty collage that would show us how it came to be, almost kind of a step-by-step, so that we could see what their process looked like. And the last idea was a really fun way that we kind of ran our end of unit or end of project Zoom meeting. Instead of just going through one by one and having every kid share out loud what they did and kind of what hurdles they overcame, we did a bingo card of improvements. And as a whole class, we shared a bingo card. And when we landed on something like I needed to change, or I needed to start over, or I used a material that didn't work, whenever we landed on one of those bingo items, kids were invited to raise their hand and explain what it was that they had to change, or kind of talk us through that hurdle. So it really helped these young scientists to embrace the changes that they went through, and to recognize the value of being able to push through hurdles and kind of shift our focus to the process over the product. It was a really good way to kind of celebrate that in a way that we don't usually get to. I want to share one more screen, and
I just want to jump in real quick. That is great that you're doing that. Failure is the first attempt in learning. I got that from Jake.
I love it.
And
it's so valuable. I think it's rare that we teach in a way that celebrates making mistakes and what you do after you've made the mistake. And I think that's such an important habit, certainly for scientists and for anybody who's planning to grow up and contribute to real life. We need to create the kind of resilience in our young scientists that we would like to see in our grown-ups. Mm-hmm.
If you're an engineer, you got to break it.
We're professional mistake makers.
Yes, I like it. What a good perspective. I know we're nearly to the close of our time. I want to share some experiments that I was able to have my kids do at home. I think experiential, kind of hands-on and tactile learning is another piece that's central to a makerspace, but really, really hard to do in a remote or hybrid setting. So my advice for teachers who are looking to integrate some more of this is to just put it on the kind of homebound assignment, and not try to have it be something that they do in class, because of the hardships that I spoke about earlier, about inconsistent attendance and everybody needing to switch to remote at a moment's notice. So for when my kids are learning at home, we've been able to come up with so many really good activities for them to do with materials and items that they're likely to have at home already. The last thing I want to do is ask parents to incur more of a financial hardship, or to have to do another shopping trip when everyone is trying to be responsible about staying at home. So these two examples to the left, my Smarties around Thanksgiving time designed a shelter for pilgrims. We talked about how when the Mayflower landed, they didn't have anywhere to, they didn't have a shelter to stay. So they constructed out of recycled materials a pilgrim shelter. And then you can see that hairdryer in the background. They were able to kind of go through some trials with their pilgrim shelter to see how it would stand up under heavy wind with the hairdryer and heavy snow. You can see the puff balls there. And then we had a similar everyday items at home activity with second graders with surface tension. They played a game with a family member and used a spoon or a dropper or their fingertip or a pencil to move drops of water onto a coin's surface. They would roll a die and try to fit however many drops the dice called for on top of their coin, and it was a really fun way for them to kind of study that elasticity and surface tension that we had been working on. It was a really good way for them to use things that were at home and to kind of appreciate family togetherness. Speaking of family togetherness, A+ segue. I want to end by inviting anybody who might be interested to join us in our next community project. Tim did a great job explaining about our community heart project that we had done last spring to celebrate essential workers in our neighborhoods. We're going to be embarking on a community bridge project shortly. We're going to start on January 29th of this year. We're going to invite students to use found or recycled or materials from nature in order to create a bridge. And what we're going to ask them to do, you can follow that QR code to get to our directions page and where students will be posting their pictures. We're going to ask them to build a bridge and kind of get the STEM connection with what's being physically built, but we're also going to have them include almost like a therapeutic and artistic point of view. They're going to build the bridge to kind of move them from coronavirus time into a time in the future when there's not a pandemic to contend with, or even to connect their homes to somebody that they might be missing, like build a bridge from their living room to that of a friend or family member. So I think that's pretty much going to end us for today. Are there questions that you'd like us to field? Jake?
Yes, you talked about all these wonderful things, and even though Connecticut is the educational innovation center of the universe, can people from other states and maybe even other countries join you?
We would love for that to happen. Everyone is so welcome. Absolutely.
That's part of the reason we wanted to do this here, to invite people.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for those people like myself who don't have QR code capabilities on their phone. What's the best way to connect with you, Megan and Tim?
Let me move to the last slide that has our emails on it again. You'd be so welcome to send us an email and express an interest in the Community Bridge Project or in anything else that we've shared with you today. Mine is at MPM Jacobs, M as in Megan, P as in puppy, M again, and then my last name, JACOBS @gmail.com. Mm-hmm.
And anyone can contact me because I'm the one sending all those annoying emails out. And you can contact me and I will put you in touch with them. According to my calendar, or my clock, we still have another minute. So Tim, I would like to make a statement and then I'd like to have you react.
I want to say one thing real fast. See how she kept me in line today? I think it was great. That's why I love working with her.
We also have a YouTube question for Megan.
Go ahead.
It says, does Megan do the Connecticut Venture Program in her school?
I would love to. This is not a mountain I have climbed yet. I was actually just introduced to it in 2019. I think my head might have been in the sand. I got to be a judge in spring of 2019 and was looking forward to reprising my role in 2020. So I'll be happy to do it when it gets rolling again. But I fully support the program wholeheartedly.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I've been involved with it that's where I met Jake. For years, and been a judge for them.
Well, that was very exciting. We have to go now because we've got some more really exciting things going. And Tim, Megan, you were great. You upheld Connecticut, and I can leave the house now with my head high.
I'm so glad. Happy to contribute. Thank you for having me.
And we'll talk soon.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Stay healthy. Do something great today. Bye.
Okay, now this is going to be exciting to me. Okay, the next presenter is Dr. Myro, and he is going to be talking to us about somebody you may have heard of who has done some somewhat interesting things. Dr.
Much
Myro?
more so recently, I think. Yeah, because he's become much more famous in the last few months, I think.
So,
Right. So my name is Firas Miro. I'm a doctor working in Sheffield in the UK. First of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be part of this. And my wife told me that she basically works with teaching children coding and robotics. And she wanted me to try and do something on my inspiration, Elon Musk, and how his life journey may be an inspiration to the children of today in terms of trying to follow in his footsteps, even though I think it will be very difficult to achieve what he's achieved almost single-handedly to begin with. I just want to talk a little bit about how he started and how his life story could be a lesson to the children of today. So Elon Musk is actually South African. He was born in Pretoria in 1971. As with most intelligent children, he was a bit of a nerd in his younger years. He, for example, read the whole of Encyclopedia Britannica by age about 9. And because of that, he was bullied quite severely at times when he was at school, to the extent that he needed to take martial arts to try and defend himself. But a relatively early growth spurt helped with his problems. By the way, I want this to be as interactive as possible. I'm quite happy to be interrupted with any important points, but I just wanted maybe to get the first 5 minutes out of the way to let you know how things got to where they are now. As with many children as well, he had problems inside his family, and his parents divorced when he was about 9 years old. He decided to go and live with his father, him and his brother. He ended up regretting that because he didn't think that his father was a very good person, but his father was primarily an engineer, and that's probably where he got his engineering talents from. Subsequently, he started to learn coding at age 10. And by age 12, he became so good at it that he actually coded a game that he then sold onto a magazine, a technology magazine, and by which he started his entrepreneurial journey at age 12 for $500. And then thinking that America is the spirit of human exploration distilled, that's how he decided to go to the States. But initially he went through to Canada through his mother, who is of Canadian origin. And he started his course in Pennsylvania University in a double major in physics and economics in 1992. By 1997, he had finished that course and he graduated and then moved on to California, where he started his first company, Zip2. And that's basically a precursor of Google Maps currently, with his brother and one of their friends. They then sold this company to Compaq, and from which he got his first $22 million. And that was around about 1999. And from then on, he went into X.com, which is an online bank company, essentially, which joined with Conformity in 2001 to make PayPal. And that was sold onto eBay for more than $1 billion. And that's where he got his money to start Tesla. And obviously, we all know Tesla is an electric car company, and recently SolarCity, which is a solar energy company, joined Tesla, and they've basically become a power company, so electricity company and electric car company, and they are basically changing the world together. And that's how he then came on to be the richest person in the world because of his Tesla shares. So he joined Tesla in 2004. He was also very interested in space exploration and colonizing Mars. And out of that, he established SpaceX. And because he couldn't get anybody other than him to begin with to work on rockets, he also became the chief technical officer as well, and the chief designer. And essentially, he was the main person in terms of working on designs. And it's important to note that in 2008, both Tesla and SpaceX came very nearly to bankruptcy because they've tried 3 for initial launches, which were a failure, and his 4th launch succeeded. And Tesla was given a loan by the Barack Obama administration at the time. On the last day of the year, it could be given. It was given just on the 24th of December, just before Christmas Day. And both companies were saved from bankruptcy, essentially by a miracle, pretty much. And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have heard about those 2 companies and the success that they've had in the last few years. And then he moved on to do other things. And I just wanted to show you, basically, these are the areas where Elon Musk is involved now. He's got, since starting with SpaceX, he's got involved in the Boring Company, which works on tunnels. OpenAI, he believes that artificial intelligence has the potential to be very dangerous and even cause the end of the human race as we know it. And that's why he started this not-for-profit organization to try and produce or make friendly artificial intelligence. And when he understood that that may not be possible, he established Neuralink, which aims to join artificial and human intelligence in a way that would prevent artificial intelligence running away with uncontrollably. And he basically, along the road to that, he hopes to invent devices which would help, for example, people who have had strokes and people with disability, so that they can walk again and talk again through interacting directly with the brain and the use of neurorehabilitation and exoskeletons, things like that. So from this, we see that having a strong interest in science as a child and working on things like physics and mathematics and economics at university are very good groundings for people who want to become inventors in the future. And I think one essential skill is also computer coding and robotics. And that's why I'm very proud of the work of my wife at the moment, because I think she's setting up a lot of children to become future inventors. She works with people between the ages of 9 and 12. And that is the time, I think, to start looking into these fields. That's really my presentation of him. And I just wanted to check if anybody had any questions or any other comments.
People like Elon Musk always fascinate me. He's rich, he's famous, okay? But as a teacher, I have met lots of students like him who did not become rich and famous. Mm-hmm. So the question is, why? Is it just luck? Or
yeah, that's a very important point. I think Elon Musk is rich and famous without intending to be. And that's very important, because I think if you work in something that you are passionate about and you go about it the right way, you achieve your aim of doing what you want, but you also can potentially achieve a lot of other aims. Like, for example, like we said, for about a week in January, Elon Musk was the richest person in the world. And now anything that he's interested in, he just needs to go on Twitter and type 3 words about it. And then the momentum of the world will just push that thing up. Like, for example, there's been a lot of talk about WhatsApp not being very secure now because Facebook has changed its privacy policy recently. And that Signal, for example, which is another app, is more secure. And it just took Elon tweeting about Signal that people should probably move to it to break the application. It stopped working because of the number of people wanting to sign up to it. And apparently its share price also went, I don't know how many times, 100% above because of that. So he got to the stage where anything that he's interested in or anything that he wanted to promote, he just needs to, his fan base is so huge that he can do a lot by just asking people to help something, or because I think a big part of the reason why Elon Musk is so famous and has such a following is because he represents what a lot of people would want to be in the future. Like, for example, I used to walk around the park in front of my house when I was a child, thinking about I want to work in NASA and I want to go to space and that kind of thing. And I think so Elon Musk in a way is what I would have wanted to become given the chance. And I think not just that, but I think he will actually give us the chance, and I think give a lot of humanity the chance to go to space, possibly even visit the moon, and eventually have a colony on Mars. And I will maybe take another question before I point out something very important, in my opinion.
No, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah.
I have plenty of
Yeah,
questions.
no problem. So if you look at this, you find that that Elon Musk is actually building the Martian economy on Earth before we actually even get there. So, for example, SpaceX is obviously the means by which we will be planning to have more bases on the moon to begin with, because it's much easier to get things from the moon in terms of gravity is a lot less there, so you can have a lot more cargo into rockets from the moon to Mars rather than directly from Earth to Mars. And then the other thing is that SpaceX, as part of it, has a new company called Starlink, which is basically eventually some 40,000 satellites will be orbiting the planet Earth, providing high-speed Wi-Fi to everywhere on the planet, including the middle of the Atlantic Sea, the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And I think I understand that it's recently started operating in the UK, where rural areas have very little internet coverage, like 0.5 Bpbs, where people just can't use the internet for anything. And then this household got the device from Starlink, and within about half an hour, the grandfather was having Zoom games with his children, things that he would never have been able to do if it wasn't for Starlink starting to operate in the UK. Tesla will obviously be making electric cars, and obviously there are no fossil fuels on Mars. So if you wanted to move around, you have to use electric cars. And the other thing is that for you to be able to generate any energy on Mars, you need to begin with have solar panels. And through its subsidiary Solar City, which is now part of Tesla, they'll be able to do that. And then it is expected that on the surface of Mars, solar radiation will be very damaging and may even be fatal to people. So you can't really be on the surface for a long time. And that's why the Boring Company will be used to produce tunnels under the ground and also habitats there. And then Hyperloop is meant to be a transport system which is very fast, using basically tunnels that have no air resistance. And it will mainly have electric cars or electric pods in them. So again, that will be the mode of transport on Mars when we get there. And then OpenAI, like we say, is basically producing intelligent systems, and it may be asked as to how best to colonize in terms of size of colony, number of people, kind of resources required. And Neuralink is probably the most important out of them. So because it can be dangerous for people to be on the surface for long periods, you can have people somewhere down, below ground in habitats, but connected to a robot on the surface, building houses, making projects, or doing whatever is required for the colony. So if you can see the combination of all of those companies, you find that he's basically building what is required for Mars on planet Earth. And when SpaceX is ready to start hauling cargo to Mars, that will be, the combination of all of those companies will be working together to try and give humans the best chance of going to Mars, and making a sustainable colony there, because that's his basically life's aim.
You've given us a great overview of all his many successes, and there are a lot of them. Can you talk about his failures, the things that didn't work?
Well, somebody mentioned earlier in the last talk about how you learn from failures more than you learn from successes. And the great thing about him was that I don't think he's had any failure that kind of was disastrous or that he didn't get over. But there are two things in his philosophy that are very important, I think. The first thing is that he is prepared for failure from the word go. So he was saying, for Tesla and for SpaceX, was the saying that at the start, the chance of success of either companies was about 10%. He really did not think when he started SpaceX or Tesla or contributed to Tesla, because he's not really a founder, but he's joined very soon after the founding of Tesla, that those ventures may not work. And he was prepared for that. But he always says that if something is important enough, you have to try, even if you weren't sure of success. And he invested pretty much all of his wealth that he generated from the sale of PayPal in those three companies. But he obviously was a very dedicated person. And one thing that he learned from the Zip2 days was that when he started off, he was very poor. They had only one computer, and they had only their office. So the website would be up all day, and he would be coding all night. And that would go on for all the time, basically. And he used to sleep on the ground in his office, on the floor. And this is something that he continues to do now in his various factories all around the world. He sleeps on the floor. He spends a lot of time in the factory. He follows his businesses very closely. And that's how he ensures success, or maximizes the chances of success, despite potentially having or at times having very hard circumstances, as he did, for example, during the ramp up of Model 3 in Tesla, where he was saying, he called it production hell, but he managed to get out of the other end and go on to become the richest person in the world, the second richest.
I think one of the things, and I obviously don't know him personally, but one of the things that I have been struck by his personality is he doesn't recognize a failure. He doesn't understand the word failure. And let me just explain, give you some examples. In the beginning, SpaceX had a number of launches, and they were explosions and landings crashed. And I remember him giving press conferences saying, yes, the rocket blew up, but we know why it blew up. And so that was a success. We learned from that. He had a demonstration of a truck, and he had shatterproof glass on the truck, and he threw something at the truck, and the glass broke.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, this is great. We can learn from this. We
Exactly.
know why the shatterproof glass broke. And any normal person would have taken this as an incredible embarrassment. Here he was in front of all the media, and the glass broke. And just about a week ago, one of his rockets was landing, and it fell over and blew up or something. And once again, he said it was a success because we know why it blew up. And
yes, so I can say something about that. So the Cybertruck incident, some people say that it was actually engineered that way because it generated so much more interest than if the glass was not broken. And he had a huge number of orders for it afterwards. In terms of it's called serial number 8 that blew up on landing. So basically, he was saying that so SpaceX has a policy of fail fast and fail frequently. So meaning that, you fail a lot to begin with so that you learn quickly and then you succeed soon afterwards. So specifically about the last rocket they tried, and and this is basically the Starship, which is the prototype rocket for going to Mars and potentially Earth-to-Earth transport in the future as well. What happened was that he basically gave it about a 30% chance of success that the rocket will get to maximum height and then be able to land in one piece. So from that, they basically took or learned all the data they required, and they did try their best to land the rocket in one piece, but it basically fell a bit too forcefully and ended up blowing up. But it was essentially more than 99% of success because they've got all the data they required from all of the journey until the rocket blew up. And they've already got SN9, which is serial number 9, on the launch pad now to be launched anytime the next week. And they're planning to have serial number 10 as well, standing next to it. And there may potentially be a synchronized launch of both of them, which would be quite something to watch if it happens.
What kind of a manager is he? Okay, so he's brilliant and wonderful. Does he tolerate normal people?
Yeah, so he's, I think there are obviously multiple angles to this question. It depends on his state of mind. So for example, Tesla employees say that if there was a successful SpaceX launch, then that's the time when they get to ask him for like big ticket prices, items to buy, because they know he's in a good mood and he'll say yes to almost anything. So yeah, I think his real skill is involved in knowing who to choose to delegate things to. He's very skilled at choosing the right people to give work to, because he's obviously, the chief executive is of two very cutting edge companies, and he's also has got his fingers in a few other businesses, so he can't do everything by himself. But what he said is if somebody has a problem, he'd rather know about it sooner rather than later. And if somebody fails at anything, obviously through through maybe being not as good as they could be or being lazy or anything, he had especially in the bad days when it was difficult to find other people and the money was tight, he had the habit of firing them, doing their job, and then going back to being his CEO again. So he can be a very difficult boss, but I think it's only through being like that that you can achieve the kind of success that he has achieved.
I was told a story, don't know if it's true, but I was told that SpaceX and Tesla employees don't want to accidentally be in an elevator with him. So if you're in an elevator and all of a sudden he shows up, because when he has you in the elevator, he'll ask you a really complicated question. And if you don't answer it, he fires you.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. It's more that you don't want to pass in front of his office when he's angry, because he might just ask you a question and you may not know it, and then he would fire you, potentially. I don't know if I've kind of gone over my time a little bit. I just want to say at the end that, obviously, as you probably know by now, Syria is quite a bit of a tragedy now at the moment, and there are a lot of Syrian children who have, for one reason or another, missed on the chance for an education in quite a few places. But my specific interest is really in kind of northern Syria, southern Turkey, where under the right circumstances, they may have very good life chances if looked after well. And if I ever had the chance to speak to Elon Musk or to, do something with him, that would probably be the first thing that I'd be interested in him doing. Things like tablets or things to help them, to help their education. And Tesla, by virtue of it being a technology company, is very good at applications. Like, for example, the whole of the car is run through an application on the mobile. And I would think that things like, educational applications, especially about physics, can be something that can be very good at, especially they're called Tesla. And Tesla is obviously a very intelligent person. His name is the unit used for electromagnetism. If they could do something along that line, that would be amazing. And it may, in the right way, it could be a very good educational tool for a lot of children who have been deprived of an education so far.
Good, very good, very good, very good, very good. So I have a question, and I don't mean to be rude, but are you going to encourage your children to follow his path?
So my son has watched all the, well, I say all the, most of the launches that I've watched myself. And he already wants to become an astronaut, even though he's not quite 4 years old yet. And obviously when he's old enough, his mom is going to teach him coding as well. So that's coding and rockets, which are the two things that Elon Musk started with. So hopefully, yes.
Well, I'm sure your son will have a better home life than Elon had. I hope,
Yeah.
hopefully that won't be the key to success, to have a bad home life.
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully. Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This was very, very interesting. Once again, it's always good to see somebody who is doing things and being a little bit different and an entrepreneur and going off and doing things. I was reading an article, and it was talking about the fact that we often talk about people who are experts, and we say, oh, they're an expert, they know all this stuff. And the response was, an expert is somebody who knows about the past. Somebody who knows about the future is an entrepreneur. And that's really what Elon Musk is. He's somebody who envisions the future, and he's an entrepreneur and makes it happen. So it's very, very interesting. Excellent. Thank you very, very much. This was very interesting. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
And if you ever get to meet him, tell him I said hello.
Same here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Julie, we
Yes,
have some people ready, but if you want, we can.
I think you should show one of our video clips, and I'll start promoting people in.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, let me just talk about these. We know an incredible person named Daisha Jones, right? And she has all kinds of incredible activities and things that students can do. And she's put together these little short videos talking about some of her activities. She's Dr. Drizzle, yes. And so I just want to show one or two of her videos because let's see if I can get this to work. This is going to be embarrassing because all these other people got their things to work and now I have to try it. Okay. Let's see what we get here. Maybe I'll have one of the students come and help me. Okay, let's see if I can do it. Don't laugh.
This challenge is called the Broadcasting Journalism STEM Challenge. You know, in schools all around the country, kids were responsible for producing the news. They would interview people, they would have recordings of games and different events, and then they put on a news show. We want you to try that now. Around the house, put on your own news show. You know, we all need to hear some good news every once in a while. Create your own television spot, share what you're passionate about, write your own script, create your background, maybe a green screen would work, and then set up your camera, edit, and share with us. Broadcasting and Journalism STEM Challenge. Get it rolling.
She just makes, I want to show one more because I love her stuff. I don't know how she comes up with this. Okay, let's try one more.
Hey everyone, this is Dr. Drizzle, and welcome to the Global Innovation Field Trip. Today, we want you to try to create a chain reaction. Now, you can watch Mythbusters Jr. and watch the episode entitled Demolition Dominoes. Find some materials around your home where you can create this chain reaction and see if you can get the end event to turn on a light or cause some sound to happen. We can't wait to see what you create.
Okay. Oh, you turned it off already. Wonderful. Oh, it turns off itself. I love technology. Well, speaking of technology, we have another presenters coming up, and this is going to be even exciting. This is Artash. Is that correct, Artash? Artak Nash, and ninth grade student, passionate about space exploration, robotics, and artificial intelligence. My sister, oh, do you have a sister? Yes, we saw your sister a little bit earlier in the day. This is going to be exciting.
Tash, you need to check your sound for us, okay? We can't hear you.
Oh, yes.
It doesn't look like you're muted, but we hear nothing.
Nope. Talk.
Make sure your sister didn't turn it down all the way to play a trick on you.
Sisters do that.
I have 7 sisters, Jake. It was terrifying growing up with 7 sisters.
I have no idea how happy I am that he's having a tech problem, because Julie, you and I know we have tech problems all the time.
Yep.
And I'm just glad to see somebody younger suffering the same thing.
Hi.
Oh, I
there
hear
it
you
is.
now. Yes.
Excellent.
Very good.
Excellent. Okay. Artash, the theater is yours. Please tell us your presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen here. There we go. Hello, everyone. Bonjour. I'm Artash, a grade 9 student from Toronto, Canada. It's a pleasure to be speaking here. I'm interested in space, robotics, artificial intelligence, and seismology, and I love making projects. And today, I'm going to be sharing with you one of my latest projects, The Silence of Canadian Cities, the seismology impact of the COVID-19 lockdown. It's been over 1 year since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I'm tired, and I'm pretty sure many of you are as well. Life has completely changed. Everything outside is different. When I go outside, I have to wear a mask to protect myself. In shops, we have to practice social distancing. We can't meet people outside anymore. I can't even go to school anymore or meet my friends in real life. Every day when I wake up in the morning, I'm confused. Is this reality? This whole world seems so surreal and so different from what it used to be in 2019. And I'm sure all of you feel a similar way. And one thing I've seen common in many cities all around the world by governments to stop the spread of COVID-19 is lockdowns. Lockdowns slow the human activity in cities. They shut down borders. Provinces have gone into lockdowns, and so have cities. Transportation has slowed down. Businesses have closed. Offices have closed. People are recommended to stay at home. And you know what? Lockdowns are a hard decision to make. It requires a lot of political goodwill. Because in a lockdown, businesses close. So people suffer from unemployment. Students can't go out and go to school anymore. So schools have turned online. So it's actually a really hard decision to make. And I wanted to see how effective these lockdowns actually are in the whole of Canada. Are these lockdowns reaching the desired effects? Are they actually slowing the activity, human activity in cities? And that is what I wanted to measure. Well, how do I measure this? Well, I came up with an idea. To measure the change in activity above ground, I would go to subsurface, below the ground. Why subsurface? Well, human activity above the ground causes vibrations, up and down vibrations. Therefore, by measuring these vibrations under the ground, we can tell the level of activity going on above the ground in cities. And how exactly can we measure these vibrations above the ground, or below the ground rather? Well, luckily, we have an entire field of seismology. We have seismic monitoring stations spread around the whole of Canada that are meant to observe seismic vibrations from earthquakes or volcano eruptions. And they are really sensitive. They can pick up earthquake vibrations from thousands of kilometers away. And that's why seismic vibration stations are usually placed away from cities, so they don't pick up sounds that's coming from the cities, since they're aimed at capturing earthquake vibrations. But it's unavoidable that they do pick up human-made noise, especially when nearer to cities. For example, in this diagram, you can see that the seismic monitoring station clearly picked up the vibrations by a train. Or in the second one, it clearly picked up vibrations when a cruise ship was passing by. So what I did, I reversed this. Instead of trying to remove the human-made noise, I decided to actually measure the human-made noise that's being picked up by these seismic monitoring stations, so I could observe the change in activity in cities. So I picked 6 seismic monitoring stations over Canada, and I purposely picked 6 that were very close to big cities, so closer than 50 kilometers away from the city center. And these were big cities, and the data from these cities was coming all over the year. Now, in fact, since these seismic monitoring stations are very sensitive, the data comes at a really high sampling rate. Actually, at over 100 up and down vibrations can be detected every single second. So on the left, you can see that raw data for around 10 minutes. And I wanted, now, in fact, it's very easy to differentiate the noise that's being picked up that's human-made from these seismic vibrations, because human-made sounds will continue across the whole time, while earthquakes will only spike up once in a while. So I performed analysis on this raw data from the left. I averaged this over long periods of time to get a trend of seismic vibrations in cities across the year. And I even, on the right, I also separated data into different frequencies, so I can understand what is the source of these seismic vibrations. Now, in fact, before I go further, if you want to do this whole process that I did for any city in the world or your own city, I've created an online tutorial that walks you through these steps. So you can do it in a few hours, you can get the analysis for any city. It's available on my GitHub. So I performed analysis on the raw seismic up and down data from these 6 cities and got 3 very interesting results. The first result I got was that the lockdown did indeed affect seismic vibrations. Therefore, seismic vibrations are a good indicator of human activities in cities. In this diagram, the seismic vibrations for 6 cities are plotted over time. The brighter areas are times when the seismic vibration is higher and the ground is vibrating more, while the darker areas are times when the seismic vibration is less. You can see there's 2 lines in this diagram where most of these cities have gone very dark. Therefore, the seismic vibrations have decreased. And what is so special about this period? In fact, we know that on 11th March, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. And this first line is exactly a few weeks after this was declared. And a few weeks after this was declared was exactly the time that provinces in Canada went into a lockdown. So it is clear that during this lockdown period, from March to May, the seismic vibrations in all the cities decreased significantly. You can see the area between these 2 lines is significantly darker. In the cities with a higher population of over 1 million, like Toronto, Calgary, Ottawa, which is the capital, the seismic vibrations decreased by over 30%, which is decreasing by over 1/3. On the right, I've also plotted the seismic vibrations for the cities individually, and you can clearly see there's a dip in seismic vibrations during the March to May lockdown period. Now, I wanted to go further into this. I wanted to understand what exactly is happening with these seismic vibrations, not over time, but on the weekly level. Since I know that even if most services have shut down, essential services in cities are still running from Monday to Friday. But on Saturday and Sunday, even these essential services come to a halt. So I measured the seismic vibrations averaged on weekdays and weekends. On the left, that diagram is shown. The blue is what it is on weekdays. And you can see on weekends, the seismic vibration is 50% lower than it was on weekdays. So this is a very significant trend that I can see. On the right, you can see even more specifically what is the seismic vibration over time for around a month. These green periods are weekends, and you can clearly see that seismic vibrations undergo a dip during the weekend, which is obviously because human activity has decreased during this time. But I also wanted a more predictive aspect of my model. I could clearly see that I could measure this human activity using my seismic monitoring stations, but I wanted to understand what human activities are causing this decrease in seismic vibrations. So I broke this data, I performed more analysis and broke it into frequencies. And for Ottawa in specific, I noticed the biggest decrease in seismic activity during the lockdown was in the 15 to 20 hertz frequency band. And you know what? This is the same frequency band that's very likely to be affected by transport, by underground trains, which came to a large halt during the lockdown. So it's very clear that we can see just by seismic vibrations that the transportation has decreased. And here the dip is by over 50%. So it's really amazing how an artificial lockdown imposed by the government can cause a 50% reduction in seismic vibrations during this time. So there are three great takeaways from my project. First of all, I can use seismic vibrations to understand how effective is the lockdown in stopping human activities in cities. Second of all, I can compare the seismic vibrations on weekdays and weekends, and I clearly found out that human activity greatly decreased during the weekends instead of weekdays. Lastly, I was even able to track where exactly these changes are happening in terms of transportation or kind of human activity. And in fact, I have packaged all of my analysis and data into an app, monitormylockdown.com, which will come out soon today. Using this app, you can do the three things I have shown you for all the cities in Canada I have put my project for. So all you have to do is enter the app, and then you'll be able to compare the past few weeks of human activity with human activity before COVID-19 or during the first lockdown. You'll be able to compare the seismic vibration in your own cities for weekends versus weekdays. And you'll even be able to understand why these changes are happening for these cities. For now, this is just valid for Canadian cities, but I am expanding this to Canadian cities and cities all around the world. And this will soon be available as an Android app as well. Now, the results for my project are really important. And in fact, these results can be used by policymakers to enforce surgical lockdowns on cities. Why surgical lockdowns? Big lockdowns are very hard to implement and cause a big cost to society. But using my results, we can pinpoint exactly what are the hotspots that we need to target using these lockdowns. And in the future, the World Health Organization has already said COVID-19 is not the last pandemic. There will be more pandemics after this forthcoming, and we need to be prepared for that. And with the results from my app and model, we can understand which areas in the cities have not decreased in seismic vibration or have not decreased in human activity during a lockdown. So we know that the cases will rise in those areas because people are not following lockdown measures in that time. And this app can even be used because we've been reading on the news that hospitals are running out of equipment, out of personal equipment and testing equipment. So by understanding what regions and cities are not following lockdown measures, we can understand these cities are going to experience a rise in cases. So we can target our lockdowns in those areas and we can transport protectional equipment to those areas. Thank you. Thanks.
Wow, that is very, very impressive. Can I ask everyone who is not presenting to mute themselves, please? You don't show up? Artash, that was very impressive. Can I also ask you, have you also shared this with the Canadian government?
So I have been presenting this in a couple conferences, even this one as well. Though I have not shared this with the Canadian government yet, but this is definitely one of my future steps for this project, since I am developing this app that can easily be accessed by policymakers, and I do plan to share it in the media and to the government soon.
I mean, the government may have a program like this, but they will spend, $100 million to do what you have done. And you should say that you will share your results with them, and they only have to give you $50 million. Very impressive. Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is great, Julie. Now this next segment is going to be a little bit different because we have a large variety of wonderful inventors and young people from Latin America. And Claire, are you around?
I'm here. Hello.
So I'm going to log off, and Claire is going to introduce people and run. We also have some dignitaries, some professors who are going to be joining. They aren't actually part of your program, but they had heard about what your students have done, and they asked if they could join and be part of this discussion and talk to them. So Claire, it is all yours.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks, Jake. Thanks for the introductions. Hi, Julie. Hi, everybody. Hola, ¿cómo están? ¿Todo bien? Super. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, and I have the presentations of all of the students in one presentation that we'll go through together. And we're really, really excited to be here. So thank you very much for the invitation. These are 10 of the best inventors in South America. So we're really excited to share them with you today. Each one is going to present their invention. And so we'll go through one at a time. They will present, and then after each individual presentation, we'll have a bit of time for some questions.
Claire, may I ask you a really quick question? Is there anybody that you're waiting on that hasn't shown up yet that I should watch for while you guys get started?
There should be.
I'm happy to watch.
Here. Hold on, one. No, they're all here. Okay. There are 2 students who unfortunately couldn't make it today, so we're just going to show their video pitch. And so obviously there won't be questions, but for everybody else who's here, they'll be sharing their presentations and then answering questions. Wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everybody see that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Brilliant. So I'm just going to talk really briefly about the Yo Invento program, which is a program in South America. We started in 2019. We've been running for 2 years. And this year, of course, last year, 2020, we had to reinvent ourselves and do everything online, do everything virtually. But we had actually a very successful year. We had a lot of students who participated and who did some amazing inventions, just working from their homes, using materials that they could find at home. So I'm going to run through a few photos here. So 10 inventores e inventoras de América Latina. Yo Invento in 2020. We ran a program in Chile, in the Los Rios region in the south of Chile. The programs that we ran had diverse activities. There were challenges, there were building things, there were all sorts of desafíos, they call them in Spanish. And so in these photos, you can see some of the works of the students. We ran the same program with students in Argentina. And here you can see some of their work, some of their drawings in their bitácoras, their logbooks. And that was a really fun experience to be working with students in Argentina. And we ran the same program as well with students in Guatemala and Costa Rica. So at the end of each course, we had a local invention convention. And through that invention convention of Feria de Inventos, we selected a group of winners who went through to participate in the Primera Feria de Inventos de América Latina, which was in December, and where the students presented in an international event. And the students who are here today are those who were selected from that event. They were selected as winners to present and share their inventions today. So without any further ado, I'm going to, well, these are the students, present the students here, and we will go through their presentations one by one. The first presenter is Isidora Aguilera, and she was the winner of the Yo Invento Feria de Inventos in Chile. Unfortunately, Isidora can't come today, so I'm just going to share her video pitch, and please let me know if there's any problem with the sound.
Hola, yo soy Isidora Aguilera, de sexto básico y estudio en la Escuela Rural 21 de Mayo. Mi invento se llama mi teléfono pituco. Mi problema es que tengo mala señal en mi casa y prácticamente siempre tengo señal en la ventana y el teléfono cuando hay sol le pega muy fuerte y por la condensación de la ventana se moja. Esto no solo me afecta a mí, sino le afecta también a otras personas, ya que he realizado una encuesta y del 100%, el 80% de las personas obtiene señal de sus teléfonos en la ventana. Los productos que ya existen son para auto y tienen un brazo que los aleja de la ventana, entonces no tomaría señal. Mi solución es un portateléfonos para ventana. De alto tiene 15 centímetros aproximado y de ancho tiene 13 centímetros aproximado y de fondo tiene 10 centímetros y también aproximados. Los materiales que ocupé fueron una botella, papel fieltro, ventosas, pluma Bic y un poco de pintura. Primero corté la botella, después la forré y le coloqué de base pluma Bic y le hice un pequeño agujero para colocar el cable si es necesario y lo pinté, lo adorné y coloqué la ventosa. Y este es mi producto final. Aquí tiene el agujerito para colocar el cargador si es necesario. Acá la pluma Bic es de base y acá está la ventosa. Es muy fácil de ocupar. A la ventosa le colocas agua, un poquito de agua. Lo colocas aquí, lo aprietas un poquito, ¿ok? Después colocas el teléfono aquí en el pequeño agujero y ya está. Y así queda, y es súper práctico, ya que utilizamos materiales reciclados, así que es amigable con el medio ambiente. Y es muy práctico para el uso del hogar, ¿ya? Soluciona el problema no solo a mí, sino a otras personas que tienen señal solo en las ventanas. Muchas gracias por su atención.
So that was Isidora's invention, and the judges, what they particularly liked when she presented that in the feria is that she was actually using her invention to get the signal from her phone to be able to connect to the internet, to be able to talk and present her invention. So that was really impressive. When the judges found out about that, they really liked that she was actually using it.
Hola.
So the next presenter is Gwenael Serandur, who's going to invent her invention Cubo R3. And Gwenael is from Chile.
Hi, I'm called Gwenael Serandur. I go at the Colegio Arigüen. I live in Valdivia in Chile, and I'm 11 years old. My invention is called Cubo R3, a Spanish name that represents Rompe, Reduce y Recicla. Next page, please. My problem is that with my family, we recycle glass bottles and they take up a lot of space. So we have to go to the recycling station more times than we can and that we really want to in a way. So I did a questionnaire to see who would use an invention to solve this problem. And 81% of it said that they would use an invention. Next page, please. My prototype, well, my idea was to do a box which you can break the glass in to reduce the amount of space it takes without cutting yourself, without hurting yourself. So I did a prototype and it worked, but the box broke, so it wasn't solid enough. So I had to change it. Next page, please. So my second prototype, with my dad, I built a box and it was more solid and bigger. And here it is actually. So what you do is with a hammer, you hit it in this hole and there's a glass bottle inside. So it breaks the glass bottle and then you put it into a different box so it takes much less space. Next page, please. I learned to use many materials, many things that I didn't know how to use before, like a screwdriver, a saw, and other materials too. In this box, this invention helped me a lot because it takes much less space and it makes the glasses reduce in the space it is. So in one box that you could find 5 glass bottles, now you can put much more. So it worked and it's much more solid. And next page, please. So the other inventions I found was a glass crusher machine, which has the same concept, but it's very big. So it wouldn't actually reduce the amount of space because it's so big, it'd take up a lot of space, the actual machine. And to make my invention better, I used a pedal of a drum kit and a spikes of metal. I put those together so that when you break the glass, you use your foot and not your hand, so that it's more safe and that you have less probabilities of cutting yourself. My materials is the box, of course, the hammer, and safety glasses and safety gloves. Thank you a lot for listening, and I see you next time.
Okay, so thank you, Gwen. And I don't know if there are any questions for Gwen. I can actually stop sharing, see if there are any questions from anybody.
Sí, me gustaría hacerle una preguntita a Gwen. Mira, de verdad me encantó el proyecto y lo que buscas detrás de él. Ese tema también de tener en cuenta el espacio que ocupa el equipo, el cubo R3, está genial. La pregunta que te puedo hacer es la siguiente. Luego de destrozar la botella, ¿en qué empaque la pones?
Pues no tengo una caja hecha, pero si tendría lo pondría en una caja que tendría una forma fácil de abrirlo para poder ponerlo después cuando lo llevas a los contenedores de reciclaje, para que sea más fácil de ponerlo adentro de ahí. No la tengo, pero sería como una especie de caja como así de grande y ahí sería fácil de poder llevar a los contenedores de reciclaje.
Exacto, no, muchísimas gracias. De verdad que está genial, porque por ejemplo en mi caso también a veces tengo un cúmulo de botellas y no sé dónde ponerlas, pero me resulta muy interesante. Muchísimas gracias, Gwen.
Gracias.
Gracias, Ernesto. Veo que Arturo también tiene la mano levantada.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Gracias, Claire. Thank you, Claire. Gracias a todos. Gwen y también el proyecto de Isidora, muy interesante. Yo más que una pregunta, bueno, sí que es una pregunta, yo quiero reconocer el que han tomado en cuenta en sus invenciones cosas que son súper importantes. Primero, son cosas que son necesidades reales y cotidianas, ¿sí? Son reales y cotidianas que muchas veces tendríamos una mejor manera de hacerlo. Segundo, los materiales que están usando o la orientación a cuidar el ambiente se me hace fabuloso. Felicidades. Creo yo también que su ingenio para solucionar el problema es buenísimo. Se me hace fenomenal también que sean cosas que son aplicables ya o que están aplicando ya, que por ahí veo también en el chat que ya los quieren comprar en Canadá y los quieren comprar en otra cosa. Entonces, yo creo que sí, esta me desemboca a mi siguiente pregunta, y aquí se lo digo a Gwen. Primero es, ¿ya has pensado cómo ir haciendo, pues cómo hacer una versión que se pueda convertir en un producto real? ¿Has soñado con eso? ¿Ok? Y ahorita el maestro Ernesto, que se me hizo que te hizo hacer un segundo invento o una segunda versión de tu invento. Adelante, dime.
Pues, de hecho, no lo he pensado tanto como un producto para vender, pero si lo haría, le cambiaría como algunas cositas porque hay algunas partes que como que hay que cambiar un poco y entonces sí haría otro como invento, le haría más cambios, pero no he pensado de eso de como venderlo, pero si lo haría sería en madera y sí.
Ok, bueno, yo veo ya que ya estás pensando en tu siguiente iteración, en tu siguiente versión mejorada, que ya la quiero ver, ojalá y te tengamos pronto en el siguiente gift. I mean, you're actually thinking of a second iteration. I think it's amazing. I hope that we can see you here in gift to share it. Y pues creo que estos productos, estos inventos que están haciendo también como el otro de la señal, son cosas que se venden por millones. Okay, those things are things that are sold by the millions. So those things can actually change, they're life hacks where to change and make life better, y son esos life hacks para hacer la vida mejor. Y pues te felicito. Muy bien, tu proceso se me hace muy estructurado y ya quiero ver la siguiente versión.
Gracias, thank you.
Muchas
Do we have time
gracias.
for another question?
Okay, go on.
I'm just raising one from YouTube. We have somebody in the United States who's asking whether there's any issues or challenges with the recycling department if the bottles have been broken. Do you know, Gwenya?
Not really. But I mean, if you take the sticker that the bottle has and break it, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't change very much because when you put them in the containers for recycling, you have to, they break anyway. So I thought, well, I don't think it would make much difference. And so, no, I don't think it would really affect anything.
I appreciate that critical thinking. Thanks so much, Gwen. I'm sure that your fans in the stands on YouTube are really grateful to have you address that question. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for those questions. And we're going to move on now with the next presentation, which is going to come from Martin. Martin Esteves with his invention Mar Easy Clean from Argentina.
Hola Claire, hola a todos. El PowerPoint lo puedo mostrar al final para que me vean. Este es mi segundo prototipo.
Ok, voy a dejar de compartir entonces.
Ahí está. Hola a todos, hi everyone. Mi nombre es Martín Esteves, tengo 11 años, voy al colegio Sunrise School y pasé el sexto grado. Vivo en Cipolletti, provincia de Río Negro, Argentina. Hoy les voy a contar sobre mi proyecto. Cuando era más chico, vi un video sobre la contaminación de los mares y cómo afecta a la vida marina. Esto me impactó porque hay animales que confunden los desechos plásticos con comida, se los tragan, su estómago no puede digerirlo y en la mayoría de las ocasiones mueren. En otras ocasiones hay tortugas marinas que se atoran en anillos plásticos de lata de cerveza y cuando crecen no pueden escapar y su caparazón se deforma. También hay animales que se les meten bombillas plásticas en los orificios de la nariz, no pueden respirar y mueren. A partir de ahí me quedó la idea de hacer algo que contribuya con la limpieza de los mares. Diseñé una máquina que ayudaría con la limpieza de los mares. La llamé Easy Clean. Diseñé este logo, que la gota representa el agua y la escoba la limpieza. Está semisumergida y funciona con energía solar, por eso tiene paneles solares arriba. Estos paneles solares alimentan el interior de la máquina y las turbinas. Lo que me pasó en el proceso de diseño de la máquina fue cómo funcionaría de noche sin la luz solar. Entonces investigué y encontré que utilizan baterías fotovoltaicas. Estas baterías almacenan la luz solar y cuando ya no hay más luz, la utilizan para alimentar la máquina. Luego, las turbinas sirven para impulsar a la máquina y su ruido evita que animales que peces u otros animales se acerquen. Los colores son el naranja, porque se ve mucho en el agua, y el rojo, porque los barcos lo usan para que moluscos u otros animales no se adhieran a la superficie. Tiene un tubo semisumergido y en el interior tiene una cinta transportadora con aletas transportadoras. Estas aletas sirven para sujetar los plásticos. También están perforadas para que el agua caiga por el efecto de la gravedad. En el interior, los plásticos caen en una trituradora. Luego, cuando son triturados, caen en otra cinta transportadora más chiquita, que los lleva a un contenedor intercambiable. Este contenedor tiene un sensor que avisa cuando el contenedor está lleno. Y tiene otro sensor que cuando el contenedor está lleno hace parar a la máquina excepto las turbinas, para que siga avanzando pero que no triture más plásticos. La máquina posee un rastreador para ubicarla y luego llevarla a la superficie. Todavía no tengo un tamaño definido, pero hice algunos cálculos para el volumen que ocuparía una tonelada. Ahora, bueno, lo que hice fue cortar una botella de 750 centímetros cúbicos y luego los pedazos plásticos los metí en una caja y ahí los meto en la caja para que vean cómo los compartí. Bueno, ahí meto algunos plásticos para que vean que los compartí todos. Y luego medí el alto, el largo y el ancho. Y luego lo multipliqué y me dio 150 centímetros cúbicos, aproximadamente. Entonces, con eso, hice cuántas botellas entrarían en 1 kilo. Entonces, calculé y me dio 45,45 botellas plásticas que entrarían en 1 kilo. Luego, para una tonelada, serían 45.450 botellas plásticas. Luego, lo que hice fue, con 150 centímetros cúbicos, hice la regla del 3, o sea, hice proporcionalidad. Y con una botella eran 150 centímetros cúbicos para para 45.450 botellas, serían 6,8 metros cúbicos aproximadamente. Esto ha sido todo y muchas gracias. Claire, ¿podrías mostrar el PowerPoint, por favor? Siguiente diapositiva. Si es que han leído todo. Siguiente diapositiva. Siguiente diapositiva. Ahí están mis diseños en mi bitácora. Siguiente diapositiva. Ahí fueron los diseños en 3D en Tinkercad. Siguiente diapositiva. Bueno, ahí estaban los paneles solares que alimentan las turbinas. Y bueno, gracias por ver. Y siguiente diapositiva. Bueno, espero que les haya gustado y muchas gracias por ver.
Muchas gracias, Martín. Entonces, ahora invito a los panelistas a hacer preguntas.
Martín, Ernesto, de este lado. Discúlpame que no me había presentado anteriormente. Yo soy de República Dominicana. Soy ingeniero industrial y en realidad te tengo que decir dos cosas. La primera es el nivel de tanto de información que tienes sobre tu proyecto es súper bueno. O sea, en realidad tienes un manejo de la información y la necesidad que vas a trabajar bastante acabado. O sea, en realidad te aplaudo y sé que en ese sentido los demás podemos decir lo mismo, así de los otros niños que han participado y sé que los que van a participar. Hay algo que que quizás para que lo pienses en un modelo 2.0, sé que pones el punto de entrada de la basura como un cilindro. Una recomendación es que en vez de ser un cilindro, lo hagas como una especie de embudo que abra de esta manera, porque así cubres mucho más área de la superficie del agua. Al tenerlo limitado, te puedes encontrar quizás con un tronco, quizás te puedes encontrar con algún elemento flotante que sea mucho mayor que la circunferencia de ese cilindro que tienes. Esa es una sugerencia. Me encanta la forma en cómo tienes claro de que la basura debe de triturarse y compactarse, lo que ayudaría mucho más a hacer ese aparato, ese equipo, mucho más utilizable. Te lo digo porque, por ejemplo, aquí en República Dominicana tenemos muchos inconvenientes con la basura en nuestras costas. Inclusive salimos en una revista internacional muy, muy mal parados. Y de verdad me encanta tu idea. Los paneles solares están genial, o sea que es algo por lo que explicas, es algo que se maneja remoto y es independiente. O sea, de verdad te aplaudo, Martín. Me encantó bastante tu proyecto.
Gracias. Muchas gracias por tu idea. Y bueno, esto no lo hubiese hecho sin la ayuda de mi papá, mi abuela y mi mamá.
Súper, muchas gracias. Gracias, Ernesto, por la pregunta.
Pero muchas gracias por esto. Gracias.
Sí, tenemos también la mano levantada de Arturo.
Ok, gracias, Claire. Thank you, Claire. Martín, ingeniero, felicidades. Que sí es ingeniero, ¿verdad? Yo creo que sí es ingeniero. Yo también soy ingeniero de México, por acá felicitándote por tu idea. Creo que es muy necesaria, el problema es muy importante y muy patente, como le decía a tus compañeros hace rato. La sugerencia de Ernesto se me hace muy, muy pertinente. Mis preguntas son dos. La primera, que tiene que ver con el diseño también. No sé si hayas pensado, la máquina trituradora le va a añadir mucha masa y consumo de energía al modelo. ¿No has pensado mejor hacer varias recolectoras que se encarguen de recolectar y a lo mejor nada más apachurrar y tener las estaciones de molido afuera para pasar, o sea, para quitar esa parte y ponerle una estación? Esa es una consideración. De hecho, pensándole yo, creo que tiene sus ventajas y sus desventajas. Te invito a que las consideres. Segundo, yo creo que también esto tiene mucha capacidad de poderse probar en un prototipo real. Tal vez empezar a probar en una alberca, en una lagunita, en algo que no tenga mucha corriente, porque vamos a enfrentarnos a otras cosas. Te quería preguntar si ya has considerado eso, si estás considerando armar ese prototipo y qué necesitas y cómo podríamos ayudarte a hacer eso. ¿Sí? O sea, esa es mi pregunta.
Ok, muchas gracias. Y bueno, yo estuve pensando en tener estaciones, ¿no? Que tenga estaciones la máquina para poder ir descargando todo. Y bueno, esa idea está muy buena y la voy a tener en cuenta. Y también estoy pensando en hacer, para la vida real, hacerlo de fibra de vidrio, como los barcos modernos.
Lo que de fibra de vidrio. Tal vez considera también el material de los espaguetis esos que son para flotar, que es como poliuretano, para poderle dar que tenga flotación y que sea resistente, ¿no?
Sí.
Es más, yo puedo pensar también hasta algo de electrónica. Si quieres, puedo ver en mi caja de herramientas y me coordino con Claire y te hago llegar algunos componentes para ya ir armando uno, ¿ah?
Bueno, genial. Sería genial. Muchas gracias por las preguntas y gracias por hacerme pensar todo esto.
Gracias a ti.
Súper, muchas gracias. Y ahora vamos a seguir con una presentación de video. Este estudiante no puede estar hoy día, así que vamos a presentar su video pitch a Ricardo Soles con su invento Chuy Gallina de Chile.
Mi nombre es Ricardo Coronado, voy en el curso quinto B, estudio en la escuela Pamparrío y el nombre de mi invento es Chuy Gallina. El problema empezó desde que las gallinas se van a la huerta, a la berry y al jardín a escarbar. Por lo tanto, arrancan las plantas y se mueren. Me afectan a mí principalmente porque tengo que salir diariamente a corretearlas y tengo que recorrer todo el campo porque no sé en el lugar exacto donde están. Nos afecta a nosotros como familia porque nosotros vendemos en el verano fruta. A mí se me ocurrió la idea cuando tuve que ir a corretear a una gallina allá en la berry. Por lo tanto, cuando vi a mi mamá que estaba haciendo un macetero para planta de neumático, vi que le sobraron unos pedacitos de neumático y mi invento funciona de la siguiente manera. Esto es de neumático. Aquí tiene un fierro para que se entierre y aquí tiene una lucecita para que se encienda y corretee la gallina cuando nosotros no alcancemos a llegar. Este es el panel solar que aquí dentro lleva su mecanismo electrónico que a nosotros nos va a llegar a nuestra app, donde nos va a indicar el lugar exacto donde está y se va a prender una lucecita. A mí, yo antes de hacer este invento, yo le hice algunas preguntas a mis tíos qué hacían con los neumáticos y me dijeron que algunos los botaban, los mandaban al taller y los quemaban. Yo pienso que esto de verdad va a ayudar al medio ambiente. Yo le haría algunas mejoras a mi producto. Yo le colocaría más color y pedir que hagan sensores de movimiento más pequeños, porque he visto en internet que han habido más muy grandes y existen otros productos, pero son más grandes y son más amplios, por lo tanto no se adaptan a la planta y la planta no va a poder crecer. Eso es todo. Gracias por tomarme atención. Muchas gracias. Adiós. Mi nombre es
Okay, and so that was Ricardo Solis, y ahora vamos a presentar Francisca Cárdenas con su invento bolsa extendible y ella viene de Chile.
Cárdenas del Colegio Cultural y vamos a hablar sobre mi invento bolsa extendible. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Bueno, ¿cuál es el problema para que se me haya ocurrido este invento? Empezando la contaminación a causa de todas las bolsas de plástico. Las bolsas de plástico necesitamos llevar obligatoriamente nuestra bolsa reutilizable, pero o simplemente llevar todas nuestras cosas afecta. Realmente esto nos afecta a todos, a los que asisten a locales comerciales a comprar productos, porque nos pasan en cualquier lugar donde vayamos a comprar. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. ¿Cuál es tu solución? Una bolsa que se pueda extender abriendo un cierre y así tener más espacio para las compras que hacemos. ¿Cómo se me ocurrió esta idea? Cada vez que iba a comprar necesitaba una bolsa más y eso significa más dinero o tener que llevar las cosas en la mano. Por eso tuve la idea de bolsa extendible. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Bueno, aquí en el cuadrado rojo podemos ver los materiales que necesitamos para lograr un cierre, hilo y una máquina de coser. Y al lado pueden ver imágenes de cuando se me ocurrió esta idea de cómo la iba a hacer. La primera bolsa es como vemos nuestra bolsa a simple vista con nuestro cierre. Y la segunda, la primera es donde ya estamos abriendo el cierre y la tercera donde nuestra bolsa está totalmente extendida. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor.
Francisca, no te escuchamos. Ya, ¿puedes volver a repetir lo que dijiste?
A 6 personas. Ya, 10 personas fueron consultadas sobre mi invento. A 6 personas les gustó este invento y lo encontró útil, ya que ese problema les pasaba. A una persona no le gustó porque dijo que no era necesario, porque una bolsa no era tanto dinero, entonces podía comprar otra y simplemente no le gustó. Y a 3 personas dijeron que les sorprendió la idea, ya que no habían visto algo parecido y que realmente era este problema. Al lado vemos la foto de mi prototipo listo, que lo logré hacer. La primera foto es donde nosotros podemos ver nuestra idea. Bueno, y la última pregunta es si existen inventos similares. Yo me dediqué a investigar porque que existía algo similar y al menos yo no logré encontrar nada que reflejara realmente lo que mi invento es, que es para nuestras compras, así que sea idéntico a lo que yo reflejo. Así que muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Francisca. Entonces voy a invitar a las preguntas ahora. Arturo, ¿tienes la mano levantada?
Sí, Francisca, gracias. Excelente idea. Creo que a mí me pasa eso que cuando voy y compro mis frutas y mis verduras, acabo que nunca tengo suficiente espacio. Entonces creo que es una gran idea el poder tener una extra. Bueno, también significa que acabas agarrando más, ¿no? Pero creo que es muy buena idea. Yo tengo 2 preguntas. ¿Has considerado otras opciones? Como por ejemplo en vez del cierre, otros materiales como el velcro o a lo mejor como las bolsas estas de plásticas, el ziplock, que que tienen sus ventajas para poder hacer más rápido. Y si las has considerado, ¿qué piensas al respecto? Y la segunda es, ¿dónde puedo comprar unas 500 de esas?
Forma fácil de extender la bolsa, entonces decidí que el cierre era una buena idea, porque de primera había pensado en tal vez ponerle botones, pero yo dije que en principio perdería el diseño distinto y además sería algo como un poco como aburrido. Entonces yo decidí un cierre y la verdad no se me había ocurrido el velcro. Podría ser algo más fácil que, a la diferencia del velcro con el cierre, el velcro, si nosotros no necesitamos abrirla y está un poco pesada la bolsa, se puede, algo que el cierre no va a hacer. Creo que ahí tendría una desventaja el velcro.
Muy bueno, buena respuesta. Qué bueno que la exploras y que hay que ver. Y es más, se me ocurre que a lo mejor hasta podría ver, porque con los cierres, sí es cierto que se ve más bonito. Imagínate que tú puedas integrar pedazos de distintos diseños y que no esté pegado y poder hacer tu bolsa única y hasta medio decorarla. Se podría hacer una moda ahí, ¿eh?
Es una buena idea porque encontré una tela bonita que es como la que estaba en la foto, entonces yo dije que como el cierre era negro, pegaba bien los colores, se veía bonita, tenía una buena presentación, entonces yo dije que una tela con colores sería algo divertido también y sería una opción linda también, para que el invento sea lindo, tenga buena vista y además sea algo que nos ayude a solucionar un problema.
Claro que sí. Gracias por tu respuesta.
Gracias, Arturo.
Gracias por la pregunta.
No sé si hay otra pregunta.
Sí.
Ya, ok, dale.
tengo una preguntita y siguiendo con la misma idea de expandir los horizontes, Francisca, de los pensamientos y las ideas, está genial, la idea me encanta. No, asimismo, como dice Arturo, hacerla de diferentes mezclas de ideas. Por ejemplo, tú puedes hacerlo, no sé si lo has pensado, como una especie de backpack, o sea, una mochila, que si no tiene muchas compras, muchos elementos de la compra, lo puede enganchar y no llevarlo necesariamente en las manos. O si se extiende bastante, o sea, que tenga 3 niveles. En el primer nivel sería una mochila, en el segundo y tercer nivel que de alguna manera tenga unas rueditas escondidas. Eso se le llama un falso fondo. Que si, por ejemplo, eso es pensando en el caso de las rueditas, en una persona de edad mayor, de edad avanzada, que no necesariamente lo va a poder cargar, pero sí arrastrarlo, y si tiene muchas compras, lo puede llevar arrastrado. Eso es en el tercer nivel de extensión de la bolsa. Tanto hacerlo, piénsalo, o sea, pensarlo como una mochila en un nivel y en un tercer nivel pensarlo como un carrito con unas rueditas. Pero está genial, me encanta. Y así como Arturo, apártame 500, porque está muy, muy genial la idea.
Yo primero, ok, a mí primero.
Ya, súper, muchas gracias.
Bueno, la verdad, las otras veces que me he presentado, me han dicho lo de las rueditas, entonces yo dije, después de que ya me había presentado, pregunté de nuevo a otras personas, sería bueno ponerle ruedas porque a veces ponemos bebidas o agua y eso pesa, entonces para llevarlo en el brazo igual sería algo incómodo. Y otra cosa que me habían dicho es como que la bolsa se pueda doblar y quiere cuadradita. Entonces,
Francisca, no te escuchamos.
¿ahí sí?
Ahí sí mejor.
Ya, sí. ¿No escucharon nada?
No, está bien. Francisca, tenemos que avanzar a pasar al siguiente, así que no te escuchamos bien, entonces te voy a cortar ahí, pero muchas gracias por tu participación y tu presentación, y ahora vamos a pasar al siguiente presentador. Y el siguiente es Vicente Ferland, con su invento Eso es Ayuda para Toros, y Vicente es en Chile. Vicente va a presentar un video pitch, pero está aquí también, así que después de su presentación podremos hacerle algunas preguntas.
Hola, soy Vicente Fela, soy de Valdivia, de la región de Los Ríos del sur de Chile. Estoy en sexto básico, bueno, estoy en séptimo, y estoy en el colegio Ligüen y tengo 12 años. Ahora, imagínate que encuentras a un niño como yo. Está triste, confundido y abrumado, pero lo tratas de ayudar, pero no puedes porque no te escucha, no habla y tú no lo entiendes. En Chile, en el año 2015, la discapacidad afecta a cerca de 219.000 sordos y 132.000 mudos, o sea, 1,3 y 0,8% de los casi 17 millones de chilenos. Ante una emergencia, no hay ningún sistema de ayuda inmediata para las personas sordamudas, menos aún que los servicios de emergencia tengan intérpretes de lenguaje de señas. Debido a esta necesidad, hice una investigación consultando con los servicios de emergencia. Si se crease un sistema para facilitar la ayuda, ¿este sería viable? A su vez, preguntándole a Pablo, que es un joven universitario que es sordomudo, y me dijo que esta aplicación le serviría para comunicarse mejor. Y con SOS Ayuda para Todos, vamos a romper las barreras de la comunicación a través de una aplicación sencilla de usar, conectando con los servicios de emergencia y usando botones de colores. Ahora imagina que estás solo en tu casa y está saliendo humo. Entonces vas a la aplicación, tocas el icono de incendio y confirmas. Y enviará un mensaje a bomberos con tu ubicación en tiempo real y a su vez a un número familiar. Simple y fácil, ¿verdad? Los servicios de emergencia están representados por botones de colores que serían rojo bomberos, verde carabineros que es policía, amarillo urgencias que es hospital y azul que sería investigaciones que aquí se dice PDI. Queremos incluir a todas las diversas personas con la app SOS Ayuda para Todos, que de una forma sencilla y didáctica llegar a ellos. Este invento se puede usar con otras personas que tengan otras necesidades. Quiere decir de que sirve para celulares Android porque para los celulares iPhone aún no tengo los recursos y computadores y además sea gratuita para todas las personas. Nos hemos dejado de preocupar de los sordos mundos de que existe el lenguaje de señas porque creemos que con eso basta. La ayuda que ofrece es innovadora porque es rápida, efectiva e incluyente. Es tiempo de cambiar las cosas y nosotros ser parte de ese cambio. Ahora quiero dar un agradecimiento a todas las personas que me ayudaron a poder lograr este invento, que fueron mi mamá Natalia Soto, que siempre estaba a mi lado apoyándome en todo lo que hacía, a mi tía María José Río Seco, que es ingeniera en informática y me enseñó cómo programar, y a Daniel Estrada, que es el profesor que me acompañó en los concursos Los Creadores y el Yo Invento. Y por último, a Claudia Arriagada, que es profesora de la Universidad Austral de Chile y es la que me dejó entrevistar a Pablo y es la que está hablando el lenguaje de señas.
Súper. Entonces, muchas gracias por el video y ahora voy a dejar el espacio para algunas preguntas. Entonces, Arturo.
Sí, yo creo que también vamos a hacerlo bien rápido porque se nos va a acabar el tiempo. Vicente, excelente. Mi pregunta aquí es, yo creo que esta jala para todas las personas. Entonces, ¿has considerado tú, no nada más cuestión de sordomudos, has considerado tú que los códigos esos, cómo poderlos hacer más universales? ¿A qué me refiero? Tu aplicación también la debes de difundir en otros países. A lo mejor hay algún código que se pueda hacer más universal para que puedas hacer que esa beneficie a muchas personas. ¿Lo has pensado ya?
Sí, sí lo he pensado, pero por ahora solamente estaría en mi ciudad, entonces tengo que buscar iconos que estén en mi ciudad y después se tendría que ir agrandando y buscando más iconos. Por eso
Muy
están
bien.
esos como básicos.
Excelente. Bueno, pues suerte y espero yo poderla usar acá en México pronto.
Muchas gracias, Arturo. Y Ernesto, ¿tienes algún comentario o pregunta?
Iba a ser la misma pregunta de Arturo.
Perfecto. Ok, entonces muchas gracias por tu presentación, Vicente. Muy súper buen hecho tu video. Me encantó todas las señas y todo la ayuda de Pablo. Entonces, vamos a pasar ahora a la siguiente presentación. Y eso viene de Francisca Godoy. Y Francisca está en Chile y tiene su invento Guitar Easy Learn. Perdón, estuve esperando a Francisca, pero es un video, así que vamos a ver su video pitch y luego tendremos espacio para preguntas.
Hola, soy Francisca Godoy, de quinto año básico de la Escuela Rural 21 de Mayo de la comuna de Payaco. El estudio de un instrumento musical a temprana edad otorga grandes beneficios, mejora el comportamiento, la concentración, aumenta la autoestima, entre otras habilidades. Pero hoy en día ha sido difícil, ya que debemos contar con un profesor que nos debe enseñar de forma presencial, contar con tiempo y dedicación y recursos económicos, que hoy en día escasean. Si un niño o niña tiene una guitarra y no puede aprender, le doy una solución a sus padres con Guitar Easy Learn, una forma fácil de aprendizaje. Guitar Easy Learn consiste en una banda adaptable a cualquier guitarra acústica que tiene un sistema de iluminación por cada traste y nivel de cuerda. Será controlado por una app que estará instalada en el celular que enviará información vía Bluetooth, cuyo receptor estará adosado por encima de la caja de resonancia. Guitar Easy Learn cuenta con 3 niveles, el cuales son Easy Level, Medium Level y Hard Level. Por ejemplo, voy a Easy Level para principiantes, tengo la canción de Chayanne, le coloco play y se me iluminan los acordes correspondientes en mi guitarra acústica. En la actualidad es la solución más efectiva al problema en cuestión, dado que proporciona al estudiante habilidades en tiempo real y con temas acorde a sus preferencias musicales. Según lo investigado, existen 2 productos que son Guitar Hero y Guitarra Fácil que se parecen pero no son iguales. De esta forma concluyo que Guitar Easy Learn es el invento más completo para aprender a tocar guitarra. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Entonces, muchas gracias por el video, Francisca. Y ahora tenemos una pregunta al tiro de Ernesto.
Sí, Arturo, déjame adelantarme. Francisca, me parece genial. Soy guitarrista, toco tanto guitarra acústica como eléctrica y tengo 2 niños. Mis hijos tienen 4 y 6 años. Perdón, 5 porque lo cumplió reciente, el más pequeño. Y algo que dices, y es muy cierto, es que hay aplicaciones para enseñar, pero no hay aplicaciones que te permitan, así como tú lo lograste, pasar la información al instrumento físico. ¿Has pensado, aparte de guitarras, algún otro instrumento que pueda utilizarse con esta misma idea?
Sí, por ejemplo, el ukelele. El ukelele.
Está genial, me gustó bastante porque tú pasas toda la información al instrumento físico y ahí el niño puede ir probándolo directamente. Eso está genial. Muchas felicidades.
Muchas gracias,
Sí.
Ernesto.
Sí, excelente, es excelente la propuesta del ukulele, Francisca. Yo coincido con Ernesto. Creo que es importantísimo porque este es un sistema que está en el instrumento real y eso es muy importante. Es muy distinto estar viendo la pantalla y tratar de hacerlo tú o que suenen parecido y que la app te diga que sí va. Tiene mucho futuro, ¿sí? Entonces, te voy a pasar, digo, porque también mi pregunta relacionada parecía a Ernesto. Creo yo que también hay oportunidad en las baterías, en las percusiones, sobre todo si lo conviertes en un juego, si empiezas a encender los foquitos y haces que la persona la pueda golpear, ¿no? Entonces, creo que esto, pero lo que estás proponiendo se me hace genial, el poder en el instrumento real, en el mundo real, incorporar ahí este sistema electrónico de aprendizaje. Felicidades y pues acá estoy en México esperando el mío.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por las preguntas y felicitaciones a Francisca. Muy lindo video y invento. Entonces, ahora vamos a seguir con la presentación de Abril. Abril Bernardo, que viene de Argentina y que va a presentar su invento Protection Band. Abril tiene un video también, así que vamos a presentar su video y luego vamos a hacer su presentación.
Lo quiero ver en vivo, me gustaría hacerlo, porque
Abril,
le he cambiado un par de cosas.
Perdón, Abril, no te escuché. Voy a presentar tu video, Abril.
Buenas tardes, soy Abril Bernardo y soy la creadora de Protection Band. La Protection Band es una pulsera de silicona que está basada en la pulsera tag de acceso. Esta pulsera en la parte superior tiene un sensor inductivo, un sensor de proximidad inductivo, un circuito eléctrico impreso y un vibrador tipo moneda. La función que hacen estas tres maravillosas cosas es que cuando yo me llevo la mano a la cara, vibra. ¿Por qué vibra? Porque está programado a detectar metales. Si yo tengo aritos o un piercing o una hebilla en el pelo, esto lo detecta, entonces vibra. Entonces yo sé que no me tengo que llevar la mano a la cara, gracias porque el COVID-19 entra por los ojos, la nariz y la boca. Entonces yo no puedo tocármela porque si toqué algo que esté infectado, me puedo infectar yo también. La otra función que hace es gracias al agar-agar, que es un polvo de algas rojas japonesas. Este polvo se usa mucho en la repostería, ya que se usa para gelificar postres. Yo en este caso lo estoy usando en un disuelto en agua, que esto forma un líquido, que yo lo puse en un tubito muy finito plástico, blando. Entonces, si yo siento un gran dolor en la cabeza o me siento mareado, me lo saco, y si está gelificado, significa que tengo fiebre. ¿Por qué? Porque el agar-agar gelifica a los 37 grados y se funde a los 90. Eso quiere decir que si quiero volverlo al estado líquido, tengo que ponerlo en agua hirviendo. Bueno, espero que les haya gustado mucho mi presentación, y esta no la pude realizar ya que tengo que conseguirlo internacionalmente, los artefactos, porque acá en mi ciudad no se consiguen. Pero bueno, muchísimas gracias por escuchar mi presentación y espero poder llevarla a cabo y que ya después las personas la puedan usar. Muchísimas gracias. Buenas.
Y entonces ahora pasamos a algunas preguntas para Abril, que está por ahí.
Quería presentar algo ella, ¿no?
Es que no alcancé a leer lo...
Sí, quiero presentar. Es rápida, por eso necesitaría si me podía iniciar la cámara.
Ah, ya. Dame un segundo, vamos a... ¿Alcanzas a tener tu cámara, Abril?
Sí, la tengo, pero me dice que el anfitrión no me deja.
Erin, are you there? There you go. Thank you.
Ahí está. Bueno, Protection Band es una pulsera que está inspirada de silicona, que está inspirada en la pulsera tag de acceso. Esta pulsera tiene la función de que cuando me la acerco a la cara vibra, ya que el COVID-19 entra por los ojos, por la nariz y por la boca. Esta pulsera funciona de la siguiente manera. Tiene un circuito eléctrico impreso, tiene un motor vibrador tipo moneda, que es muy chiquitito, que lo saqué de mi celular. Le rompí el celular viejo a mi tío, así que espero que esto valga la pena. Que acá lo saqué de acá, y esto funcionaría la función de vibración. Y funciona con un sensor de proximidad inductivo. Esto no es un sensor de proximidad inductivo, pero coincide en la forma y el tamaño. ¿Por qué no es un sensor de proximidad infrarrojo? No lo usé porque si yo me acerco a cualquier cosa va a vibrar, y eso sería un problema, porque vibraría siempre y me cansaría de que vibrara. Y tiene otra función, que es mide la temperatura aproximadamente. Gracias a lo que hace que me pueda medir la temperatura es este polvo que es el agar-agar, que es un polvo de algas rojas japonesas. Este polvo se diluye en agua y está en este tubito. Este tubito tiene agar-agar. Y cuando yo siento dolor de cabeza, abro el tubo y si está duro, significa que está gelificado. Gelifica a los 37 grados, entonces eso significa que tengo fiebre. Entonces yo para poder que vuelva a su estado líquido, simplemente lo pongo en agua hirviendo y se vuelve al estado líquido. El circuito eléctrico, el vibrador y el sensor están alimentados por dos baterías de reloj. Pueden ser esta o esta. Tienen que ser de 3 voltios. Y esto me toma los metales, detecta los metales. Entonces puede detectar un collar, un aro, un piercing o una hebilla del pelo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Abril. Ernesto o Arturo, ¿tiene algunas preguntas?
Sí, rápidamente. Abril, qué buenas ideas tienes de combinar varios sensores. Fabuloso. Se me hace muy buena la idea esa de utilizar algo que no es electrónico como un indicador de temperatura. Y bueno, el mecanismo para hacer el circuito, pues yo creo que nada más está de que lo armes. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué necesitas para armar ya un prototipo y probarlo y que nos lo puedas compartir en el siguiente gift? Y la otra, si has pensado otra cosa que puedas medir así como la fiebre con eso.
Bien, yo acá lo que tengo también, esto se podría poner en una Smart Band, el sensor. Sí, el sensor inductivo de proximidad se lo pongo en el Smart Band y también tendría la función de vibrar cuando me lo acerco a la cara en el Smart Band. Pero sí, lo que pensé en el agar-agar no lo uso mucho porque hago muchos postres y lo uso para gelificar. Y entonces para esto es un plástico blando y yo me doy cuenta si tengo fiebre cuando está duro, porque gelifica a los 37 grados. Y para que vuelva al estado líquido, lo pongo en agua hirviendo, porque supera los 90 grados, entonces se funde. Sí, ¿algo más?
Buenísimo, buenísimo,
Y
buenísimo.
tendría un costo aproximado de $5.
Ah, muy bien, muy bien. Entonces creo que va a ser
Porque es
accesible.
cuestión química y sería súper accesible. Sí.
Muy bien, pues ahí estaríamos viendo el prototipo ya jalando pronto, espero. Si necesitas algo, avísanos.
Abril, una preguntita
Bueno.
rápida. No sé, no llegué a escuchar, sé que estás trabajando con sensores y demás. Este equipo, este artefacto, enviaría una señal, por ejemplo, en el caso de que lo esté utilizando un niño o una persona mayor, enviaría alguna señal a un celular, ya sea un pop-up, un mensaje o algo por el estilo. ¿Has pensado en algo así?
Sí, lo he pensado, pero yo quería que no fuera algo electrónico para que fuera económico para todas las personas. También viene una pulsera que no me acuerdo cómo se llama, pero es una que funciona con conectividad y siempre se toma distancia de la otra persona, pero las dos personas tienen que usar esa pulsera. No había pensado en eso porque quería que fuera algo simple que las personas pudieran tener y no parecerme mucho a la hermandad. No quería copiar la idea. Pero sí, lo pensé. Solamente no quería que fuera tan cara.
Excelente, excelente. Muy interesante tu proyecto.
Yeah. Muchas gracias. Gracias por las preguntas. Felicitaciones, Abril. Y ahora vamos a seguir con el próximo inventor, que es Matías Yepes, que viene de Costa Rica. Así que Matías va a presentar su invento Fun Safe Jacket. Matías tiene un video también, pero está aquí, así que después podría contestar a las preguntas.
¿cómo están? Me llamo Matías Yepes, soy de Costa Rica, tengo 10 años y mi invento se llama Fun Safe Jacket. A mi papá y a mí se nos ocurrió esta idea ya que muchos ciclistas, motociclistas y corredores están afectados ya que los automóviles no los ven por la noche. Muchas personas pierden sus vidas por esa misma razón. Eso se debe a que los conductores de automóviles no los pueden ver por la noche. Mi papá y yo con mi primo creamos una jacket en la que funciona de manera autónoma y no tiene que estar conectado a ningún dispositivo móvil. Pueden ver la jacket en el resto del video. Y tiene una luz trasera para que lo vean por detrás. Y tiene dos luces en los brazos. Aquí para cuando usted vaya a voltear, usted saca el brazo y hace así. Y también aquí. A continuación les voy a hacer una demostración en mi bicicleta.
Excelente, muchas gracias por este video y ahora voy a dejar de compartir para las preguntas. Arturo.
Matías, excelente. A mí el miedo que me da tu invento es que ya no me va a dejar excusas para no hacer ejercicio. Okay, it will not leave me any excuses not to exercise. I loved it. I also need one of those. Necesito una de esas. Y yo te quiero decir una sugerencia más que pregunta, porque hay productos que son similares para la seguridad de los ciclistas y de los peatones, ¿sí? Y ahorita escuchando la música se me ocurrió, porque no sé si hayas visto esta ropa que se ilumina y que reacciona a la música. A lo mejor sería buenísimo ponerle un switchecito para cuando llegas a la fiesta lo pongas en el modo de fiesta y que las luces prendan con la fiesta y entonces es todavía más fun. ¿Cómo ves?
Me gusta, voy a intentarlo un día.
Genial. Gracias.
Ernesto.
Sí, Matías, de verdad que me ha impresionado, ¿no? Y la musiquita está genial. O sea, pensé eso mismo, Arturo, de que reaccionara con el beat de la música, pero quisiera preguntarte, aparte de jackets, ¿has pensado, no sé, si los mismos zapatos, porque a la hora de tú girar, cuando estás por ejemplo, en carretera, sacar la mano tiende a ser un poquito tedioso y más para el ciclista? No sé si has pensado que esas direccionales estén ubicadas en sitios específicos, no en los brazos, para que la persona no tenga que soltar el guía de la bicicleta. ¿Has pensado en alguna otra solución?
No, no había pensado en eso, en realidad.
Bueno, pues ahí tiene una opción para un phone jacket 2.0. So, cuando ya lo tengas listo y empacado y tu tienda electrónica, me das el link para, para entre Arturo y yo vas a tener que mandar un buen paquete a México y un buen paquete a Dominicana.
Listo.
Súper. Muchas gracias por los comentarios. Gracias a Matías. Felicitaciones por tu invento. Y ahora vamos a presentar, gracias, vamos a presentar el último, la última presentación que viene de Matthew Villegas con su invento Sazón Shake de Costa Rica. Matthew está en Costa Rica. Así que vamos a ver aquí. Matthew, ¿estás por aquí?
Sí, aquí estoy.
Ahí está.
Okay. Hello, my name is Matthew Villegas Vélez. I am 10 years old. I study at San Diego Bilingual High School. I am from Costa Rica, and today I'm going to show you my invention, the Sazón Shake. Next, please. The problem. My problem is that every time I help my mom to bread the fillets, I make a lot of mess with the breader, and I have to manipulate the fillet with my hands, which is not appropriate. And when I want to bread, for example, fish fillets, and I try to turn it to coat the other side, it breaks. So I decided to make an invention to help me solve that problem. Next, please. Invented products. I did a deep investigation to know if there was something already invented for that, and I found some products. But when I saw their usage, I realized that they won't solve my whole problem, just a part of it. Why? Because they will help me with avoiding the mess with the breader and not to manipulate the fillet with my hands. But it still does not resolve the problem of the fillets not to break. Because as you can see here, those products does not have something to hold the fillets, and they move all over and could break. Next, please. My invention's design. During my investigation, I found a barbecue portable grillage that is used to grill some food like vegetables, and I said, well, if I merge those two products, both make my invention. So I designed my prototype in Tinkercad to have an idea how it would look like. Next, please. My invention's prototype. This is my final prototype. It's made with cardboard and wood sticks. Its measures are 6 centimeters tall, 15 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters long. It has two covers, one transparent to see what is inside, and the other one with any color people prefer, and it has an adjustable stainless steel portable grillage. How to use it? Open the transparent cover. Take out the portable grillage. Put the breadcrumbs or breader. Put back the portable grillage. Open the portable grillage. Put the fillet. Close the grillage. The grillage will adjust depending if the fillet is thick or thin. Then close it. The idea for it is to be hermetic, so nothing pours out. And finally, you shake it. When it is ready, you can take it directly to the pan, or you can take out the portable grillage handles and take it directly to the grill. Also, if you want to marinate some vegetables or something else, just take out the portable grillage. Pour what you need to marinate, close it, and shake it. I also designed a logo. Sazón means flavor or spice up, and shake, well, you already know what it means, but I took it from the shakers, like my drawing. Next, please. I hope my invention would like you, and it will be helpful for you to use in the kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions for Matthew?
So, bien rápido. One very fast question, Matthew. Have you thought on the actual? I know this is a prototype, but have you thought on the actual, designing materials for a product, a commercial product, especially regarding the point in which, like, to make it easy to clean and all of those things, and resistance?
Yeah, I got the materials. The two covers will be made of plastic, and the border bleach will be made of stainless steel. Because when I take it to the grill, I need to take the grillage with the fillet to the grill. So this is why it is a stainless grillage, because I need to put it in the grillage. That's why.
Very good. Very good. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Yes, excellent. I think that I'll really look forward, like, getting one of those too.
Thanks, Arturo. Ernesto?
Yes, let me congratulate you, Matthew. It's a great invention for you. I myself, I believe I am a chef, but you know, with some limitations. So I think that this product will help me with my kids. Often I put my kids to help me in the kitchen. So basically, this will allow me to maintain my kitchen clean. So as Arturo said, you have to be careful with the materials. So I think that you are in the right path, thinking of use plastic. So I congratulate that idea. So thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, thanks. And Claire, I don't know if you have the picture, but if you have it, could you show the picture of the final version of my invention, please?
I'm gonna see if I can get it up for you, Matthew.
Well, I have it here also. Can I share it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the picture.
Share the screen.
Right, I'm gonna.
So, Matthew, just to put that into context, Matthew was the winner of the Yo Invento América Latina, of the Feria de Inventos. So Matthew was the overall winner, and part of his prize was actually to have his design, his invention, drawn up into a 3D sketch by a professional engineer and product designer. So this is the results. This is the result of the model of Matthew's invention. So we're really happy with that. There are some more photos coming, Matthew. There still needs to put the logo on and some other perspectives. But this is what we have so far. So it's a really nice.
Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is my final invention, and it was made from an engineer of Flofu Lab.
Of the Leofu Lab, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks really professional, Matthew. It looks like something that you would buy in a shop. It's all ready to sell.
Well, I actually got the marketing of my invention. It will have like 3 sizes. The little one is from the prototype, like this one actually. And I'm gonna be selling it for $10, and it will be for 1 or 2 fillets. Then I will have a medium size for 3 or 4 fillets. And I'm gonna be selling it like for $15. And the larger or family size for 5 or 6 fillets, I'm gonna be selling it for $20. And I'm thinking I could be selling it in a set also. The 3 sizes for about $35. So you can have the whole kitchen set from the Sassen Shake.
That's brilliant, Matthew. Well done.
Yeah,
thanks. Like cool now, and you get all of them, right?
He's thought it all through. Okay, con este terminamos las presentaciones de Yo Invento. So with this was the final presentation of the students of Yo Invento. So muchísimas gracias a todos los inventores y inventoras que pasaron. Era una hora muy lindo, me gustó mucho las presentaciones. Y quiero invitar a cada uno y a cada una a poner su video para que podamos sacar una foto del grupo antes que vayamos. Martín, a Vicente no sé si tiene, parece que Vicente
Claire,
tiene
no me deja
problemas.
prender la cámara.
Ah, espérame un segundo, a ver si eso funciona ahora.
Gracias, Claire.
¿Y Abril?
Me tiene que dejar activar mi cámara.
Abril no puede, parece que, no sé qué pasa Abril, pero no alcanza. Ahí, ahora sí, súper. Y Vicente no alcanza, así que con eso vamos a sacar una foto. Muchas gracias y muchas gracias para todos los presentadores, los organizadores del GIFT. Es un orgullo estar aquí hoy día con los representantes de Yo Invento. Así que un gusto, muchas gracias y esperamos volver en el próximo evento, en el próximo GIFT. Así que muchas gracias y nos vemos la próxima vez.
Well, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks, Claire.
Nos vemos.
Goodbye.
Bye. Gracias por la
Bye.
oportunidad.
Excelente.
Hope to
Bye.
see you all
Very good.
soon.
Bye. Gracias.
Gracias.
My goodness. Claire, look what you're doing. Thank you so much for coordinating such an inspiring hour.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We're really proud of our inventors. They've done really well. And all of this taking into consideration that they've been at home, they haven't had access to any kind of support from teachers or materials even, you know, so they've managed to do all of that just working on their own account at home. So we're really proud of the results.
Deservingly so. It's a great testament to resilience and innovation, I guess, in every single way. So bravo, and thank you so much for sharing with us today. And I think that we're segueing right into our next presentation. We have a doctor in the wings, I believe. So Dr. Oscar Mora is a professor in Mexico and has specializations in education, technology, as well as music. And today we'll learn about one of Oscar's inventions, I believe, and its application. So without further ado, Oscar, welcome to the gift stage. Thank you so much for being here. And really looking forward to learning more about the work that you're creating. So we'll hand it over to you.
Well, thank you, Erin. Hi, everybody. Well, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a professor. but thanks.
Pardon my error. Just a professor.
Wish to be a doctor probably someday. Yeah.
Amazing. A specialist who teaches his wisdom.
Thanks. Well, yes. Right now we're working on a new line of robotics. We're collaborating with some of the students that we have in Osmotronic right here, and some other students who already some say left the building because they're in college or some other areas. So the thing is, we have this new creation. We are collaborating with autodiy.com robotics, which is a lot of designs to print on a 3D printer. And then you can continue developing some other great ideas. But in this occasion, we're not gonna be, well, I'm not going to be giving you this feedback about the robot. Christina here is the one who is learning a new robotics educational role model about, she's been teaching by one of the students, Emilio Garcia Rabel, which is one of the most talented students that I have the fortune to collaborate with here in Osmotronic and Subiré Business School. So I want to be quiet because Christina have some other things to explain about this robot and the way she built and programmed this little thing. So I'm gonna give the the word to Christina.
Hi, well, I'm Christina, and this is like we are presenting. His name is Otto, and it's like a robot. I'm learning to like program this new event, and I think it's very fun because it has a lot of things that I think no robot I was using it made. I really like to program like robots because I think it's fun and entertaining. And well, this is Otto, and I'm gonna explain how to use it or program it.
So we're going to share the screen about program. This is a free license for everybody who can join us with this type of technology and robots. This is pretty familiar with Flowchart and some other things. This robot that we have here, it's about one ultrasonic sensor. There's four motors, about servo motors. It has with a power switch, 4 batteries, and a little nano Arduino prototype. So it's not just something about a creation. It's really cheap. It's really low cost in a way that I think everybody can afford. Here in Mexico, this is almost like 600 pesos, which is probably like, well, I don't have exactly translation in dollars, but it's so cheap. We have this program license free. So Christina is going to be telling you about how to program in this part. What is probably the basics real quick, because we're just short of time, but let's check this about colors and stuff.
Okay, so first we have the loops, and then we actually this is like if and then we just put it here, and I think it's very fun because it's like for kids because it is all in colors. If you can see there, it's like orange, green, light blue, or purple, and I like colors, so that's why I think it's very fun. This is what how many times I can repeat the moves. I think 10 is good. So this is auto, and this is like the moves, the actions, where you can do whatever you want, like steps or moving, dancing. Okay, first of all, we have this home. It's like for stay, like reset, and we have to put home, and then if we want to like have a step, we just do this move forward. This if where you can put it, and this is 2 steps. First, we need to have the sensors, like the obstacle sensors. This will be like if you put something closer, it will found it and move whatever you program. And so if you want to put like the type of obstacle, it's very close, far, or close. We will put it on very close, and if I wanted to move forward, we will put forward, and the speed is normal, so I will move it to slow, and it would move so slow. So this it's 2 steps. If I wanted to make more steps, I will like copy this, Control C, and paste it. So we put this again, and if I wanted to like move backward, I just make the same thing, but put it on another like backward.
Well, in this way, Christina, it's an elementary school right now here in Mexico. As you can see on the left side of the structures, there's some colors. There's some mathematics, logics, instructors, motors, sensors, and it's a really nice way to explain the little kids how they can link the colors with the different areas, like to think about if I feel something, then I move something, which is pretty important for us as teachers, as professors, to be logical with this part of knowledge, right? So it is really important for us to keep in mind that the little kids, it's the first steps that they had on robotics, and needs to be nicer and fun. So in this case, as Christina mentioned, they move backwards also. If you go to the movements, you can do the swing, you can do a moonwalk as Michael Jackson moves. Actually, some other moves, it's, well, it's not right here, but it's the Are You Okay? With the Smooth Criminal song from Michael Jackson. It's gonna bend the on a side for the robot. So they're gonna be playing and having fun at the same time that they're gonna be programming and learning and well, learning how to program something. So here's a little demonstration on the thing that Christina already programmed here, which is really important. We're gonna delete this one, which is, we have this one already set and done right here. So Christina, can you explain them this?
This is like the Arduino Nato is like the model.
The motherboard?
The motherboard. And here we have the Arduino Nano, that is this model, and well, this is the USB port. This where it's where I like connect the robot to the computer, and if I like connect,
so as you can see, the home button, it's a reset. It's to get the motors from 0 to start. If but accidentally we move the motors at the first time when you click home, it's gonna be right on the start option. So Chris, right now, can you play the robot, please?
okay, so that's program. It's like on hold. If I put my hand closer, it will start walking, moving backward, and it finished.
As you can see, there's an line of program. There's 3 lines of moving forward right here. So it's gonna be every single line is 2 steps forward and then 2 steps backwards. So it starts with the 6 steps forward on a normal speed, and then it's gonna move backwards 6 steps on a normal speed. So to move this thing, the robot must need to get an obstacle close. So close probably means like 5 or 10 centimeters. Actually, this program, it's designed for little kids that they don't know the numbers, they don't know the letters yet. I mean, it's not the case of Christina, but I mean, in younger kids, probably kindergarten kids, we can use close, very close, or far away. The thing is, if you go to the sensors, you can get a distance with the same sensor, but you can program as with numbers, the centimeters that you want to get. So right now, Christina put the hand 5 centimeters in front of the robot. It's gonna be doing 6 steps forward, but it's kind of a tricky, and then the moves backwards. So, so far, this technology we think is really important for us because it's different than the standard robotics education connections, because well, right now I'm gonna start like sharing. I'm gonna stop sharing the this, because this one, it's probably kind of a homemade robot. You know, you can print this one in your house. It's pretty friendly with the little kids. Uh, you can use 4 batteries to get the cable off, so you can switch it on, and then you can start like moving the little robot. And well, I mean, it's to start with the little kids, not just in robotics, not just in programming. We're learning how to design this new technology, how we can start to imagine something important right now for our community. And with the little kids starting doing this by themselves, we can reduce the cost of the traditional robotics, because here in Mexico, well, it's kind of expensive at the robotics class, because the material from the brands, the famous brands from robotics, are kind of expensive. With these ones, it's pretty cheap to get one of those. And then this is the Auto 1.0. We're developing more robots like this, with arms, with ears, with a head, with different stuff. And also we're trying to get some artificial intelligence on the next models, so we can get another type of programming and developing the body of the robot. So this one, so far, to print this little robot on a 3D printer, it took probably like 17 hours of printing. But well, we understand that the printer that we had, it's kind of a home printer, it's not an industrial one. So it's kind of a long time, but the process, it's pretty amazing. It's I mean, the little kids have a lot of there's another scenario about developing the design, the way that they go one little micro chip and motherboard and motor at a time. You know, it's not like the regular conventional robots that you just can assemble the pieces and then program, and that's it. In this one, we can open the thing, and there's all the nano Arduino motherboard inside, the sensors, the batteries, and the motors. It's everything. Actually, there's a buzzer, which is some sounds, pretty funny sounds on this one. And well, this is what we're doing right now in the middle of a crisis about economics and the way to put robotics in groups of kids that they don't have a lot of money to do it, or the limited resources about whether they can do more robotic stuff like that, or exactly what they want on a design.
This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Oscar and Christina, for sharing this with us. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind sticking around. Is that okay?
Is that okay?
You're open to some questions? Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
I first of all, massive bravo on making something accessible so that more students can learn robotics, because I think many of us who work in the innovation and invention sphere understand the importance of it. It's a bit of a pop quiz for you, my friend Christina, because you showed us how masterful you are of the coding. I'm wondering if you would share with us some of the ways you see this robot applied in the real world. How could it serve the world based on all the great movement that you know how to program?
Okay, so I think it can like help at home, I don't know, with everything you can do at home, right? So I think it's right now it's too little to help that right now, but in the future, I think we will make it like bigger, or I think it's very nice to have it here, because I program it and I had fun, and I can share this with my friends and the world. And this, I think it's amazing.
It is amazing. I agree. And I think also that all the skills you're learning when you're programming it, the problem solving, when you hit a problem and have to figure out how to do it differently, and the creativity to think about what do I want to make it do, all of those skills are certainly applicable. And I'll share with you actually at the last gift, we had a competition using a robot called Miro. And Miro's a little robot, and he looks a bit like a dog, but a bit like something that we've never seen before. And the applications of this robot too, even just in bringing things to people who can't go get them themselves, or in turning on lights, or it's simple tasks that make such a big difference in the world. So bravo. And I'm curious, Oscar, you talked a bit about where you're going with the development of this robot in its next phase. I'm curious to know what were some of the problems you ran into in the earlier phases of design that you had to solve to get it to this amazing point?
Thanks. Well, the thing is, the community that we're living in right now, it's León, Guanajuato, and it's a little town which is growing up by technology and industry. And actually around here, just Amazon, it's going to open a delivery center here. And about the technology that we have in this state, we're trying to land the delivery by drones and some other things. And more than ever with the disease that we have right now, we're trying to get something to be in touch, but not a real touch, you know? So right now, Christina and some other students here in Osmotronic are learning some about drones for the inside flying drones, like the Telo from DJI, this one. Actually, we have a robotics line, the Obelix one, which Christina already used to deliver some other things, small things like medicines to people with COVID, and we're not going to be like in touch, probably 2 or 3 meters. And then we can offer probably medicines, thermometers, all the stuff that they need, but we need to be careful with the touching. So that's for one of the things that we're trying to fix right now, to help others in the technology that we have handling, and also about the thing that it's robotics must be something for everybody in the world. It won't matter if you have the money or not to get the classes or the robots or the stuff. We need to involve as much kids as we can for this. So that was one of the problems that we have here in the state, because there's a lot of guys, a lot of talent with the little kids. But the thing is, they said it's too expensive. I'm not able to afford it. Where we can go and get some backup for economical things. So once that León, Guanajuato, the city here in Mexico, it's getting the money from different brands, we just need to develop the thing. And the thing for us right now in Osmotronic is to be able to be a link between the brands and the work and the things that they need to, and to be accessible for everyone here in town. So I think that's the main reason that we're trying to developing something different of the brands that we have already.
It's amazing. So you mentioned, if I didn't mishear, these are open source plans that we, like other people can access to print a robot. Is that right?
Is that right? Is that completely right? Everything, it's open source, since the softwares and the hardwares.
So where do I go? How do I start? Where do I find these plans to go start building my own robot?
The only thing that they ask you to do when you print the parts, the legs, the backup and stuff, it's OTTO.com, which is spelled OTTO, DIY.com. you can get a bunch of robots, a bunch of ideas that you can print on your own, and then they can give you the software in an open source. You can use it in Mac, Windows, Linux, whatever you have, your phone, your whatever. So I think it's pretty amazing. Back 1 year ago, we were trying to do some face mask for the doctors that is in the front line with COVID. So with the 3D printers and those types of sites, websites, we get the design, we just print a bunch of those, and we are sharing with the hospitals around the town. So I think it's amazing that there's a lot of people doing this for free, doing this to collaborate and get a better world. So that's the main thing. Erin, you're in mute, I think, on your microphone. It's mute.
It's my favorite way to be, on mute. Thank you so much for your leadership in promoting the importance of robotics and bringing robotics to folks who are interested in it and don't yet know that they should be interested in it. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Oscar. And wishing you all the best.
Wish you the same. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I hope that everybody can contact us in Osmotronic, and my name Oscar Bon on Facebook. You can get more of the designs that we have right so far about robotics. Thank you so much for everything. See you next time on another gift, hopefully.
Absolutely. And Christina, please keep innovating.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. And our next presenter is arrived. Florian, I see your name. Are you here? Fantastic. Welcome to Gift, Florian. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Am I saying your name right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. My name's Erin, and it's a treat to have the honor to introduce you today. I understand that today you are going to share with us an award-winning invention. Is that right?
Yeah. And then it also has a patent pending. So
a patent pending, award-winning invention. Well, I am not worthy of taking up any more time here. I am very privileged to introduce that you are the National Young Visionary Award winning in 2019, runner-up for the National Invention Convention. You're in your how old are you?
14.
Oh, come on. So what's ahead? I can't wait. Tell us where you are now. Take it away, and I'll be tracking questions in YouTube.
Okay.
Looking forward to hearing.
Okay, share screen here. And then, oops. Give me a second here, and then I think you can see my screen. Okay. So, charge air, making the world a greener place. This is not working. Okay, there we go. So today's agenda, electric cars are actually not green. So that's what we're going to cover first. And then the invention process that I went through, plus the results of like basically the awards that I got. And then the future, where's the charger going, and the product impact. So electric cars, not so green.
Sorry to interrupt, Florian. Do you mind tilting your camera a bit so that we can see your entire face?
Oh.
Thanks so much, my friend.
So electric cars actually get their electricity from power plants that burn fossil fuels, and 28% of greenhouse gas emissions actually come from fossil fuels that are used to generate electricity. And since most people are switching to electric cars now, demand will soon be driven up. And the effects of greenhouse gases, you have like extreme weather, and then food supply, like droughts, like the food supply will go down, food supply shortages, and then increased wildfires. And then my invention process. So when I was 6 years old, I actually came up with the charge air, and then I left it until 8th grade. But I will talk about the 8th grade part of it later. So I saw an electric car driving down the road, and earlier that day, we passed by a wind turbine farm, and I was just like, why can't they just put one of those on an electric car to charge it? And that's when in 8th grade, I ended up having a project or invention convention, in other words, for STEAM class. And I actually changed it to design a phone because I thought we had to actually make it feasible. But in then I realized that we can actually just present a concept that will later on be feasible. So I took it back to the original as it will have a greater impact on the world. So the prototype. The original prototype could not rotate, and I actually ended up testing it with a hand dryer. So what happened was I had like a DC motor that was this big in it, and then 2 wires and an LED at the end. And I would put the DC motor and the prop underneath the hand dryer, and the prop span and the LED lit up. And that's when I knew that the concept could actually become a reality. So here's the original prototype right there that I went to state with. And at the bottom, you can see it's a PVC base. And then the middle, I don't know if you can see the picture. It's like bad graphics, it's pixely. But basically, it was cardboard wrapped in duct tape for the stock of it. And then you had the hub where the DC motor was, and that was made out of cardboard. So here, I actually ended up putting my design on top of a Tesla just to show the proof of concept. And I soldered a USB cord onto it so it could charge my phone. And how I actually ended up testing it was my dad drove, and I took it out of the sunroof, and it charged my phone while we were moving. So what I ended up doing was I edited the PVC base a little bit, and then I added a ball bearing so it could spin around, and the stock is now made of PVC in this picture. And I added a foam board wind vane. So while the car is driving, let's say if there's a side wind, the propeller spins, generating electricity more efficiently because it like rotates at like this angle if the wind is coming from the side. Okay, so results. I got first in the energy category at state, which actually came with a scholarship. I believe it was like 1,400. And then I got the Young Visionary Award at Nationals. I went on 2 news channels, one Albanian one, and then I also went on a Chicago one, basically NBC, I think. Yeah, it was NBC. So I met Art Normand and actually got to like go on his, I guess, show, like his time for the news channel slot. And then the radio show, I went on WBB. I think that's BBM right there. I don't really listen to them, but then I took a tour of United Technologies, which awarded me the Young Visionary Award at Nationals. And I ended up making my own logo, and I believe I have it right here. They 3D printed a prop for me, and we ended up testing more efficient like propeller designs, because what I have in the picture right there, you can see me holding up my certificate and then the charge air behind it. What I have right there is actually a hobby propeller, like the type that you put on remote control airplanes. And then the future. Where's the charge air going? Well, right now I have a patent pending, and then we ended up making some design changes, which now it's like a tube, and then the charge air is inside it, and the tube is like integrated into the roof. So it got rid of the spinning aspect, but that's okay. as it's now like more efficient. So product impact of the charger will change the world. So it will stop that demand, the electricity demand from growing, and then it can also cut down on 20 to 29% of greenhouse emissions made by the transportation industry. And that was it.
Wow. Florian, thank you so much for sharing this practical and innovative pitch and prototype invention with us today. And Arturo, thank you for coming in also to ask some questions. Florian, I'll be honest, you said something early in your presentation that I wanted to inquire further about. You mentioned that you have something called STEAM class. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm all the way in Canada, so perhaps it's because we are so far removed. That's a joke. We're very connected. What do you learn in STEAM class?
It's basically an engineering course. We did PLTW, and then PLTW is Project Lead Away, and it's just like a ton of coding, and I think it included soldering.
Wow.
And then I did Invention Convention STEAM class, which I had to actually go through the school invention convention, which like I presented in front of a ton of teachers, and then they voted for like the best inventions, and they sent like the top 5 to state.
Fantastic. It's really exciting, I have to say, as somebody who works in education, to hear about different models for teaching our students and ways to inspire innovation and invention. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Arturo, do you have any questions for Florian about his amazing invention, perhaps?
Yeah. First of all, congratulations. I do really foresee like a bright future in not only as an inventor, but perhaps as a game changer. And I think that those are the things that are like really needed right now. We need to find like to make like redefine the rules for doing things. You started your presentation awesomely by saying, electric cars are not really that green. In something that was originally supposed to be like a solution, there may be a potential like challenge to solve, and you're addressing that. So this is the first thing that I must recognize that you did brilliant, and I think it's like the basis of your awesome project. My question here also, like as a let's say as a colleague engineer and as a colleague inventor, like have you thought of like right now? I know you're patent pending, which is awesome. Congratulations on that. But have you thought on what challenges are you going to need to face in order to escalate? Because I mean, your project will need some adjustments when it goes like massive.
Yeah.
Are you already thinking about those adaptations?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that I added in a gear ratio in the final design of it, so it like produces more electricity. So it's like the propeller spins, and then the gears.
And have you determined like the theoretical efficiency that you want to achieve?
I have not determined that, but that is basically the next step after I get the patent.
Okay, yeah, great, awesome. I look forward doing that. I hope I'm sure that we're going to see like great things out of this initiative, and well, I hope that you're also willing to share with everyone.
Florian, I have to ask you, because you are on a global platform right now with a massive megaphone speaking to the world, and there are people who are educators, there are peers out there who are young inventors like you. What are you looking for in terms of support or network as you step into these future plans with your invention? How could the people on YouTube who are watching this, or perhaps the people who have helped Plan Gift or the other presenters, how could we help you?
Just basically spread the word that electric cars aren't really green. Because a lot of people, they act like it's the solution to our gasoline car problem and the emissions from them, but it's not. It's only going to drive up demand for electricity.
Well, actually, I think you're hitting like a small nail that everybody like avoids. And one thing that we should consider is that there's no such thing as one definitive answer. So
Yeah.
actually, it's very very dangerous, and I get this as a reflection. And right now, that is really easy to propagate like information through social media and all of that.
Yeah.
People just buy things and take for granted things, and as if it was an absolute truth, you know. And
Yeah.
what you're proposing is something like really important, you know, like yeah, they're good, but how are you going to handle like the production of electricity? If you address that with traditional ways, well, you're not solving anything. You may as well just like make it worse. Like originally, when people thought that if you open a refrigerator, you could cool down the kitchen on a hot day. I mean, no, it will eventually make it like hotter, you know. So there's no such thing as a one single answer. And I think that you're teaching us something, Florian, that is very important, that you need to think like beyond that, you know,
Yeah.
find like other corners to the rectangle. So it's not only four of them, but you're doing that. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Florian, for your thoughtful work and incredibly inspiring presentation, and wish you all the best with the next chapter of this Charge Air journey. How can we follow along? Where can we find you?
I don't have like a website right now, but I could possibly build one.
Okay, well, we'll stay tuned for that. Keep up the great work. Thank you for
Before
being
we end
here.
here, I have like the original base of the Charge Air. The rest of the Charge Air kind of got destroyed during the traveling process, but let me see here. Yeah. Basically, here's the base out of PVC, and then you have the ball bearing, and then two nuts, and yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that with us. So cool to see it IRL, in real life, virtual.
Yep. Okay, well, thank you
Amazing.
for having me.
A delight. We can't wait to hear about the further developments and future gifts or new inventions that you uncover in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
And up next, we have a junior from Texas, a junior in high school. I should specify, because I think otherwise there's a good chance we would all be expecting a junior older than that. But Miss Ria Karumuru, can you help me with your last name? I'm so sorry, Ria.
You're totally good. It's Karumuru.
Karumuru. Beautiful. So Miss Ria is a junior in Texas high school.
Yes, ma'am.
She's involved with many programs with a focus on impact, it seems, which is ahead of your days, nationally as well as more locally in her community. She's curious about STEM and social justice, and is here to tell us about a club or an initiative that she has started as founder and president with a focus on mental health. Such important causes, and so curious to hear more about what you're up to. Thanks for being here, Ria.
Yes, I am the founder and president of my club, but I'm actually here today to talk about something else.
I apologize.
Oh no, you're
I'm
totally
so curious.
good.
Okay, great. Well,
good.
then we'll chalk that one. Put a pin in it for the next gift in April. You can put it in your calendar. We'll see you there.
Oh, awesome! Looking forward to it.
Right.
Okay, so I'm here. Here, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Just a second. Okay, share. Okay, can everybody see it? Is this good? Okay, awesome. So, hi, my name is Ria Karumuru. Like she said, I am a junior in high school. I live up in North Texas. I was actually contacted by Julie through my LinkedIn to come in here and speak, and I'm so glad I took her up on it, because I love the purpose of this field trip, and I've loved watching what everyone's done, and I love the energy everyone's had, and yeah, I'm so thankful I get to be a part of it. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so I'm part of the AAAS If/Then Girls Advisory Council. So If/Then is a coalition part of the Lita Hill Philanthropy's commitment to fund game-changing advancements in science and nature. So let me talk a little bit more about what If/Then is. So it'll help to understand what my particular role is in the process. So If/Then seeks to further advance women in science, technology, engineering, and math (STEM) by empowering current innovators and inspiring the next generation of pioneers. They are rooted in the firm belief that there's no better time to highlight positive and successful female role models. If/Then is designed to activate a culture shift among young girls to open their eyes in STEM careers by 1, funding and elevating women in STEM as role models; 2, convening cross-sector partners in entertainment, fashion, sports, business, and academia to illuminate the importance of STEM everywhere; and 3, inspiring girls with better portrayals of women in STEM through media and learning experiences to pique their interest in STEM careers. So a quote from Lita Hill is, "We firmly believe that if we support a woman in STEM, then she can change the world." And I guess that was the big idea behind If/Then and kind of how it was placed into action. So now there's the ambassadors for If/Then. The American Association for the Advancement of Science, If/Then ambassadors programs bring together 125 women from a variety of STEM careers to serve as high-profile role models for girls. These ambassadors use their skills in many fields, including research and development, sports and recreation, finance, engineering, gaming, manufacturing, entertainment, healthcare, aerospace, and many, many more. By highlighting these women in STEM who are contributing to all these different fields, the ambassador program shows girls the different career pathways they can pursue and how STEM impacts their daily lives, regardless about the background they come from. This diverse group of ambassadors are taking their outreach to the next level through entertainment and media content and direct engagement with girls in formal and informal education spaces. So here are some pictures that I have. On the left is a picture of me with a woman named Tiffany Kelly, who is the founder and CEO of her own company called Kira Story, who is an ambassador who I met through there. There was a summit in the fall of 2019 where the Girls Advisory Council, or what I'm a part of, we're able to meet the ambassadors that I was talking about. And it was so inspiring because you see all these like successful women in all these different fields right in front of you, and you're actually able to ask them questions about what do you do, what is it like, all that different stuff. On the right is a picture from a mall that's close to my house in Dallas. It's called North Park Mall, and really big in the region. And in that mall, they have 122 statues on display. Well, they had it from September through early November 2020 of 122 statues of If/Then ambassadors. And it was so cool because it was like you're seeing them in real life, but it's a statue, of course. And it was awesome. They're all 3D printed and like life size. And yeah, it was amazing. Okay, so now about the advisory group. So the If/Then Girls Advisory Group is a group of more than 150 of us from 10 to 18 years old. Our main efforts have been on providing input on the selection of ambassadors and working on their marketing campaigns. The idea behind assisting on the advertising was that who better to hear back from for feedback than like your own target audience, right? So we had this opportunity where we did even reverse mentoring. The If/Then matched the Girls Advisory Council members with ambassadors, and we even did a one-on-one virtual meeting discussing their marketing, but via TikTok. For example, I was matched up with an ambassador who is a paleontologist at the Perot Museum in Dallas, and that was one of the coolest things I've ever done because it's really the tables turn, and it's like I'm in charge now, and I guess, and I can help you through and show what really impacts students my age. So along with that, we really talked about how part of our work was we would take the videos that If/Then was using to promote themselves, and that would highlight speakers and show what they had. And we would talk about, yes, this was impactful. No, this wasn't. How can it be better? It's really about the innovation of how they're bringing girls into STEM. New ideas through different platforms, like I said, through TikTok and such stuff like that. while I'm saying innovation bringing girls into STEM, they also have their own TV show on CBS now, If Then, called Mission Unstoppable with Miranda Cosgrove. And honestly, it's so cool because it's the girls that, the women that the Girls Council have picked, and now they're featuring them on the TV show. So it's almost like a direct, I chose that, and now they're on TV, and it's awesome. So here is a picture from one of the episodes, and they do experiments on stage, and they show scientists in the natural habitat, and it just gives you a better idea of what I do. There's so many options, and no matter who I am, I can make it possible, you know? Okay, well, thank you so much. And that's what it's like being an If Then council member.
That is amazing, Ria.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I mean, I am impressed. How old are you said?
I'm 17.
You're 17. I mean,
Yes.
you're 17. You've been into this like for how long?
This about a year and a half.
A year and a half. So this means that you've been like in getting involved in this since you were like about 15.
Yes,
I mean, you sound like a pro. You sound like if you've been doing this like for a decade. Honestly, congratulations. And my question here is, and I think that, well, one comment is that when I meet ladies like you, I do feel faithful for a much better, more, equal opportunity future. And I feel delighted for that. So keep it on. My question is, this 2021 is quite challenging, like in every way.
Yes, sir.
What are your plans for this year, and what would be your your outcome, your ideal outcome for you?
For me specifically, okay, well, through If Then, I do intend, because like I said, the Girls Advisory Council's from 10 to 18. So this year I will be turning 18. So my plan is to actually try to come in contact with them and see if we can maybe do another program that's for people who, I guess from 18 through college. Because I think that's a key point that they miss through these programs is that they have 10 through 18, perfect, middle school through high school. And then they have people who are already successful in their fields. So I feel like that little middle gap, that's not quite, I guess, tapped. So that's some ideas that I have through If Then, yes.
I wish you the best of success. I'm sure that you're going to achieve those.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ria, that was really nice. You have to forgive me. I am an old programmer. So can you explain where the title If Then came from? I mean, how did you pick that?
Well, so like I said, because of programming languages and stuff like that, they originally came up with the concept of if we help women in STEM, then they can change the world. And actually the logo for it, as shown on my last slide, was they had, it says if/then, and then it had the delta, and then it said women can change the world.
Very good, very good. I admire people who start new things and make things happen. The way the world works, I'm sorry, I'm old, I'm going to just talk, but the way the world works is not because some big government decides something. It's people like you who just say, I'm going to make it happen. And they just do it. And then other people will jump on the bandwagon. But that's fantastic what you have done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Great. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious, for the folks watching this, what action can they take to either get involved or to support If Then?
Absolutely. So like I said, honestly, the biggest way of support we have is watching through the TV show Mission Unstoppable, because it really helps promote those women. And I think that's one of the biggest action you can take. And other than that, there's also the coalition. There's an email subscription that they have on their website. For adults, I think there's more opportunities, but for for actually just kids in general, just signing up on the email chain and keeping up with the socials. And hopefully if I'm able to figure out other things to do through there, then through there, yeah, hopefully.
Great.
Bravo. And stay curious. I mean, I'm just blown away by the diversity of your interests and your initiatives, and the intersectionality of everything that you're spending time on, and really looking forward to learning more about you and your work, Ria, in future gifts and beyond. So bravo.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Before you leave, Ria, I just sent you an email because that was amazing.
Thank you so much. I
need
really
to help
appreciate
you.
that.
For sure, I need to help you.
Thank you so much. I would really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Check your email.
I will as soon as this is done. Thank you.
And now, thank you, Ria.
Of course. Thank you so much.
And now everyone is wondering, who the heck is Jim Bruner? He just popped up. So Jim is our next presenter, okay? And he has, one of my dreams has always been to go to Mars. I don't think I'm going to go, but I do actually believe that probably somebody watching this will be going. And Jim, you could be the person who inspired the first human being to walk on Mars. You could be that person to inspire them. So Jim, it is all yours.
Well, first of all, I owe all of your viewers an apology, but I could not sit here quietly and not tell that young woman she is amazing. So thank you for having me. I'm very excited. I am, in fact, Jim Bruner. I am the Sultan of Systems at the PAST Foundation, and I am also the alpha human at my urban farm in Columbus, Ohio, called Mezzacello. And so, Jake, I'm just going to share my screen. So this is my invention. I'm hoping that I can just play this. Boom. So Mezzacello is an urban farm in the middle of an urban metropolis, downtown Columbus, Ohio. And my invention, Project Martian, was inspired very much like all of the young inventors around the world from a problem that I saw. But from my perspective, I saw it for myself. How are we going to feed 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion people on this planet? But also from the young people that I work with and mentor and my grandkids who dream about living on the moon or living on Mars. How are they going to feed themselves? So I took that to heart and I started researching what is it going to take to grow food on Mars. And so my problem, we need to grow food on other planets, but we have to do it affordably and efficiently. So I have a dream board in front of you here. A is obviously the planet Mars. B is the surface of planet Mars. It will kill you. You cannot live there without some sort of domestic enclosure. C is dirt, which we all know of, and we grow food in dirt. So D is how we are going to get food from Earth to Mars. It's very expensive. It's called a rocket, and right now SpaceX owns the market. E is weight. Every kilogram is $1 million. Every kilogram is $1 million. It would cost $60 million to send my mass, just me, to Mars. Reflect on that. F is grass and leaves that we have in plenty on this planet. And G is what I did with grass and leaves on this planet from nothing. So remember these numbers, almost $8 million versus $1.3 million. What it will take to feed 6 humans and grow enough food on Mars. If we were to send just 1,000 liters of dirt, that's what we could send. 7,560 kilograms. If we were to send compost, that's what we could send. 6 times as much. The third image is what those 6 humans are going to need to live for a year on Mars. If we shipped that ahead of time and had robots just build the beds like I have outlined in my invention, we could feed 6 humans for 1 year in an enclosure on Mars. So Mezzocello, I founded Mezzocello 6 years ago to explore the new ways what we need to think about food on this planet and other planets. That's me on the left and the right. If you want to know more about the research, all of my notes, all of my CAD diagrams, everything are available at mezzocello.org. Okay, so this presentation is going to outline the 6 steps that I employed to create Project Martian as an invention. Atoms, molecules, and compounds, ecosystems, lightweight compost and compost alternatives, dirt and minerals, recreating the forest floor, and making more food and less waste. And so I have 6 images here. The first one is my gardens at Mezzocello, covered over in burlap. That is all 30 centimeters of compost. That is what 1 bed requires. All of those 79-liter barrels is all the elements required to ship to Mars for 1 bed. We're going to need 50 of those. 3 represents the chickens, rabbits, crickets, and humans that create the compost and waste materials that I used in this experiment. That's Alice. Hi, Alice. Number 4 is how you create an ecosystem in an enclosed system. Number 5 is what you get. This is my pantry, January 16th, 2021. This is food I grew over the summer using my invention. There was more of this. There are 8 more of these shelves. I grew that much food. And 6 is how you go about turning all of this into more life. Okay, so breaking down the 6 components of my invention: atoms, ecosystems, compost and lightweight growing materials, dirt versus soil. I need you to understand the difference between dirt and soil. Dirt is useless. You use it to build bridges. It just compacts down. You can't grow things in it. Soil is full of life and water and air and nitrogen. It is life. 2 different things. Water, obviously you need. The most effective place to grow food is in a forest floor. And there's a reason for that. Mother Nature perfected this over billions of years of evolution. Recreate a forest floor and you will eat. And then the last is the results of my experiment and my next steps. So let's just power through this. Atoms. Atoms, molecules, and compounds. So on the left here, we have the periodic table. Some of you may know what this is, some of you may not. These are all the elements that we humans know about. The way we think about atoms is this way, a block. And the atoms that life absolutely needs are circled. However, when you think of DNA, it spirals. So if you took helium on the right and hydrogen on the left, and you match them up, what you get is the periodic table on the right. And then, all of a sudden, New Hampshire copse, nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur are all touching each other. That's how nature sees the periodic table of elements. Pay attention to New Hampshire copse. It's going to be very important. So, I think about New Hampshire copse like Legos, and that's where I started. This was my yard in 2014. I just bought my house, and I decided I'm going to build a machine capable of growing no matter what I want on any planet, as long as it has air, water, and New Hampshire copse. I had to burn all the soil, that's what's happening in C, so I had no weeds, because there will be no weeds on Mars. There's nothing on Mars but what we bring. Then I had to dig all of the garden beds up because I couldn't use the dirt. It was clay. The police stopped twice to ask me if I was burying bodies. True story. I live in downtown Columbus. People don't dig grave-like things in a city. Everything I built is made out of grass, food waste scraps, and leaves. And I used these three accelerants to build my invention: ammonia, soda, and beer. Those three things contain all New Hampshire cops. The beer contains something called ethylene, which accelerates life. You don't have to use beer, but it's effective. I was born in Los Angeles, California. This is the city I was born in. I currently live in Columbus, Ohio. That's the right is the city I live in now. Where I live, the red spot on the bottom, that river is the river in this picture at the top. I live in downtown Columbus, and yet I am capable of growing food as if I lived out in the middle of farmland, because the invention I have created turns anything, any soil, into productive soil, no matter where you are or what planet you're on. And the key is the second step, which is developing the ecosystem, the fungus, the insects, the plant life and water. I use poultry, chickens and ducks and rabbits to make compost and manure. The oxygen and the nitrogen in our atmosphere itself is a requirement. And then the fish and the water is another important requirement in this invention. This is what this invention looks like. This is my plot of land in downtown Columbus, divided in half. On the left are the formal gardens, because frankly, if you're going to live on Mars, you're going to want something beautiful around you. And that beautiful part of the garden will also provide all of the compost for the right side, which is where all the food and animals live. Then step 3 is actually developing the compost. I went out to my neighbors 8 blocks around me and collected all of their leaves for 2 months, turned it into compost, grew food in my gardens. This is me shipping stuff to Mars. That's one garden bed, by the way. This is a generator I built, which I'll talk about later. And these are the 3 steps in my invention, from taking grass and leaves, building compost, growing food. Then we talk about dirt and minerals. So these are the beds. I needed some minerals that can't be made other than produced by chemical or physical conditions like fire. So I had to burn a lot of things to get more complicated elements out of them. Potassium, sulfur, silicon, things like that. A lot of the dirt that I dug up, I also used to build my aquatic ecosystem at Mezzocello. D here is a sample of Martian regolith. Now, Martian regolith is really special, and lunar regolith is the same, because it's never been rained on. It's been blown, but it's never had water to make it soft. So anything that would grow in it, it wouldn't grow because it's like growing in razors. And the same is true for a plant called plankton that lives in the oceans. Plankton makes tiny shells, and those shells can be dried, and they're used in agriculture to kill bugs because they're very sharp. So since I didn't have Martian regolith to test my experiment, I used diatomaceous earth because plants won't grow in it, but my plants do because of the system I developed, which I'm about to talk about now. Enclosed ecosystems. There are 8 enclosed ecosystems in my Martian dome. Think about this plot of land on Mars with a big dome over it. And every ecosystem does something for every other ecosystem. That is what ecosystem literally means in Greek. It's things that rely on each other to survive. So 1, the leaves and grass of the first ecosystem play in to the compost that feeds the culinary gardens. The algae that grows in the aquatic ecosystem of 3 goes into the gardens. The waste material from 5, which is the manure, goes into those systems. The waste materials from 6, which is the greenhouse, which allows me to grow food in the winter, goes into those systems. The waste materials from my home go back into those systems. I throw away to the civic municipal dump 1 bag of trash every 2 months. This system has almost no waste, and it's really easy to recreate. You just need to respect the forest floor. And sample A is an example of what the forest floor looks like. It's a combination of roots, mycorrhizae or fungus, and bacteria. You need grass, you need leaf clippings. This is literally me shredding leaves, and that's grass from my yard that I'm turning into compost using algae from D and collected rainwater from my own house and my yard, and then I'm growing food. And before I move on to the forest floor or to the final result, I want you to contemplate that turnip. A normal turnip is basically the size of the bottom of this. That turnip is the size of my head. It has so much nutrient density packed into it. Everything grows remarkably well. And that brings me to more food, less waste. So all of these things, all of these ecosystems tie into keeping humans alive in any environment, anywhere, anytime, as long as you respect these 6 components of my invention. You can recreate life anywhere. And so on Mars, we will have to live in enclosures, and we're going to want some beauty in those enclosures. That greenhouse is going to be the only beauty that people are going to see for years on Mars until we can build larger enclosures. I wanted to figure out how to do that really quickly. How to do that, that's A. B, how to do that cost effectively so we could ship 18 times as much material to Mars to grow maximum amounts of food. C is a still from the movie The Martian, which I'm not going to lie, inspired me on this invention and on this research path. And D is an astronaut from Italy growing food on the International Space Station now. I can do this faster with much better results and lower energy and less water. Because have you ever seen a forest that's starving for water? You don't, because the soil itself holds water. You don't have to water a forest. If you develop the ecosystem and the systems you're using to build that ecosystem to maximize water, it's not going to be a resource you need to worry about. And on Mars and the moon, where water has to be manufactured electrochemically, you're going to want to use the smallest amount of water you can. That's a forest floor. So oftentimes when I interview young people and their invention, my final question to them is, okay, this is a wonderful idea. What's next? Well, my next invention is going to be a biogenerator that I call the BioLego project, which is actually going to be able to turn everything I just described into you into one device that will hold 2,000 liters of water and 3,000 liters of compost and convert it for you automatically. So all you have to do is set it up. You can set it anywhere. I don't care where you set this up. You can set this up on an interstate highway and it will convert whatever you put into there into dirt in a matter of months using the accelerant that I perfected in this invention. You could put this in a gym. You could put this in your backyard. It doesn't matter where you put it. This will work. And I have one of these functioning at Mezzocello now. It is currently 3 degrees Celsius here and it is working. So I promise you it will work at 120 degrees negative Celsius on the Mars and negative 200 degrees on the moon. Give it nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur, sunlight, a little bit of water, leave it alone. That's how Mother Nature works. And that is my presentation. I know I'm under 20 minutes, but I wanted to see if I had any questions.
Jim, you never disappoint. you every time I've seen something that you've done, I think, well, that he can't do anything more incredible than that. You come up with stuff. So you have to forgive me, okay? I am an engineer. And as an engineer, I am always looking for problems, not so that I can be depressed, but so that I can solve them and move forward. So my question to you is, what problems are you still having? What needs to be improved and perfected?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because there is one problem, and that is I can't replicate the insect and bacteria biome on Mars here. I can't isolate it. And I did have a problem with squash beetles and tomato beetles because they live in compost. And I didn't know that, and I hadn't done the proper research. The Russians knew about this in the 60s. I found that paper halfway through oh, I should have added the diatomaceous earth earlier. So the issue that we're going to have is there are going to be new forms of bacteria. There are going to be new forms of insects that will evolve in that new environment that we're building for. We've never done it before. And a lot of my young viewers may have heard or may not even know about a project in the 80s and 90s called Biosphere 2 that failed miserably because they overlooked the fact that nature will find a way to beat you at your own game. At Mezzocello, I have a sign over my back gate that says, "The house always wins." And underneath that, it says, "The house is Mother Nature." When you try to cheat Mother Nature at the game she invented, you win for one season. You can use oil-based fertilizer. I can't say the name, but there are fertilizers that are very popular to grow food, and it will grow very well. But what my invention really does very well is it creates a dynamic ecosystem, both below the ground, above the ground, and in the atmosphere around it. It draws life to it. And a very, very famous philosopher whose name was Democritus, he lived in Athens 3,000 years ago almost. This was his quote, "Life attracts life." And the other one that I love is Pantareia, which is everything spirals. And so if you have a great idea and you don't figure out how to build that idea, how to make that idea better, and how to process that idea into death, you don't have life. Because life requires all three of those things. If the only thing you're thinking about is grow, 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 you are going to lose. Flat out, you're going to lose. Because Mother Nature invented winter for a reason. Things need time to rest. And that's what Project Martian really showed me, that I do not regret cold weather. I don't regret rain. I don't regret snow, because the life underneath the soil, which I'm completely aware of now, needs time to grow too. And it needs darkness and wetness and rest. And then I'll be able to get everything I want from it. But my invention was getting a way of teaching kids to think about life, growth, harvest, decline, recycle through death, and not be freaked out by that. That is a requirement for food. It is a requirement for all living things. And so if you take anything away from this, it's that the price of life is more life and giving up what you most desire for something else the next time. That's a requirement. And if we go to another planet thinking we're just going to make food without thinking we need to build an ecosystem that mirrors the one we just came from, that is a recipe for disaster. That's a horror movie, in my opinion. Spending all this money to go to Mars, building this system which we think is going to work, but we didn't model after one we knew did. That's a nightmare scenario. Don't do it.
Well, Jim, actually, that brings up another question. You talked about the fact that the insects are going to evolve and the bacteria and everything. How about the same thing for the food? I mean, have you done any experiments with different types, forget about turnips, but planting 20 different types of things and seeing what grows best in your environment?
I have, actually, over 2 years, I have. And what I have found are plants that pull nitrogen from just the atmosphere, like peas, do not thrive well in this environment. I have to find a way to increase the nitrogen input from the atmosphere into the soil, because compost is not the same as dirt. Soil actually pulls nitrogen from itself and the atmosphere. but compost doesn't. And so that was a surprise to me. I've written that into my final grant because I wrote a grant for this. This is how I invented this. And so what I figured out was that by going in once a week and spraying everything with a fire extinguisher, which is basically nitrogen, the peas grew much, much better. And so I need to increase the amount of nitrogen in the atmosphere to 80% like it is on Earth, because that's what these plants evolved in. NASA and the JPL, the Japanese Space Agency, are having the same problem growing food on ILL, the International ISS, because these plants aren't growing under gravity.
Mm-hmm.
There's no gravity. So all the plants have changed. Broccoli looks different. Lettuce looks different. They don't have a sense of gravity. I do obviously have gravity here, but Mars will have a different gravity. It will have 1/3 the gravity of Earth. So you will have pea plants and bean plants, for example. My bean plants grew to 2 meters here in Columbus, Ohio, at this latitude. On Mars, they will grow to 5.
Jim, in all seriousness, have you contacted Elon Musk? I mean, he is.
I have not.
No. Well, here's the point. He has a goal of going to Mars, and
I'm aware of it.
He thinks going to Mars is going to be the real problem, and I think he's wrong. I think getting to Mars will be easy. You've got to live on Mars, and Elon Musk needs you, and you probably have a very similar personality. You might want to contact him. Seriously.
Well, I mean, it's only my first experiment. And it was a success. So it's never a good idea as an inventor to do something once and say, oh, yeah, I can do that. I probably should do it again and make sure I can replicate it before I contact the authorities and say, this is what you should be doing. But I do think I'm onto something, and my invention did work. So now I need to keep applying the scientific principles to it and make sure that I didn't fudge things or I didn't push it along further. I don't believe I did. And so the key is going to be the BioLego project. If I can make the BioLego project, which is the next invention, the logical invention from this invention, work, that's when I'm going to call Elon Musk. Build 18 of these, send them with your astronauts. This will work.
Well, the real test of a scientific breakthrough is not that you can do it over and over again, but that other people can follow your lead and do it.
That's a great.
So maybe what we should do is have everyone watching this contact you, and you could show them how to set up their own and see if they can duplicate it and get your results.
I would love that.
And by the way, on YouTube, you're getting people who are applying for a job, by the way.
Oh my goodness. I sure am. Sorry, I was so focused on talking with you and all the young minds out there that want to change the world. I didn't pay attention to anything else. But I really do want young people to realize the ideas that you have, if you just apply yourself and think about the problem through each step, you can in fact change the world. I believe that as much as I believe I can take this hat on and off. It is truth. You have to be willing to change the world, and then you have to be willing to do the work. And then you have to have someone replicate it, to Jake's point. The scientific principle isn't about you doing it, Jake. It's about other people replicating the research you did. So yeah, I'm eager to help, however I can help. And next year, well, actually this spring, when I start Project BioLego, which is being funded by the Ohio Farm Bureau and the USDA, by the way.
Ooh.
So I'm making inroads, but it's going to be a different animal. I'm going to be far more laser focused on that evolutionary question. What is food going to look like on another planet?
I'm sorry, Jim, you keep bringing up things and I keep coming up with questions. So you're talking about doing this on Mars. The Ohio Farm Bureau is not planning to go to Mars. Why are they funding you?
They need ways of feeding people in densely populated urban environments. This is the way to do it. This farm exists. I can walk to my state capital in 7 minutes. It is 15 blocks away from me. I built a farm in the middle of downtown Columbus. using base principles. They want to replicate that. And I want to replicate that. For all young people who live in food deserts, and if you don't know what a food desert is, look it up. I live in a food desert. 40% of the food I eat, I made. 40% of the food I eat, I made. The rest I have to buy because I can't have cows, I can't have pigs, I can't have sheep. So I can't make meat and dairy, but everything else I can pretty much make. So, and I can do more if I had more sophisticated systems like hydroponics and aquaponics in my basement, which I will be doing this summer. I could get that number up to 60. We needed to get to 100 if we're going to live on Mars and the moon. But that's just technology. The principles remain the same.
Wow, that's very impressive. Thank you very much, Jim. That's just incredible. I don't know how you're going to top this, but you've always seemed to manage to top everything. I'm sure you'll do that. So thank you very, very much. And we will all be stopping by your house maybe tomorrow for a little snack or dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and we have another policy here at Mezzocello. Don't build walls, build bigger tables and invite more people. It's about making food for everyone, not me. Everyone.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Thank you very, very much. Oh,
thanks, guys.
Wow. Okay, let's see. Moving on here. Oh my goodness. This one's great. Tad, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here.
Welcome, Tad. I have been looking forward to this. Not that I haven't been looking forward to everything. I'm frankly looking forward to all the stuff. But this is to me so exciting. You're going to be talking about drones in school?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Now, Jim's a hard act to follow. So, you know, we'll see what we can do. But we are both Ohioans, so I'm not too far from Jim.
Please go right ahead.
All right, very good. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Let me get my sound on as well. Okay, can you see that okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, my name is Tad Dowse. I'm the director of a nonprofit here in Ohio called EDU Everything. We have a couple of different competitions that we run. We started, our whole goal of our organization is to get kids making things in school. So started by what we used to call shop teachers, technology education teachers, and vocational teachers here in Central Ohio. And we started with an event called the National Robotics Challenge. And with the National Robotics Challenge, it was the open source platform for robotics. And so we didn't have a kit to buy. Kids could make, use their creativity. And that's a big thing of what we do, is trying to get kids to be creative, think outside the box. We want to build more Jim Bruners is what we want to do here in Ohio. So, so anyway, we're having our event, and kids kept coming and saying, we want to do drones. We want to do drones. We want to do drones. And so we started looking into it, and we started looking at drone racing. And we did an event about 3 years ago as a exhibition event at the National Robotics Challenge with some drone racing group out of Columbus through a connection I'd met at the Columbus Idea Foundry. And kids were real excited about it. And then as we looked at it, we realized the drone racing really wasn't a robot. They weren't autonomous. They didn't have programming in the racing drones. There are drones that are autonomous, but the racing drones were not. They were more about engineering for speed, and then, you know, for the control, the algorithm that runs the control between the controller and the flight controller and the drone itself. So we started exploring, like, well, do we really want to create another robot event that's not a robot? And we decided no, that we had enough of those in the world already. And so we started a new event called Drones in School. And this year we partnered with the CDRA, which is the Collegiate Drone Racing Association, and MultiGP, which is kind of the largest amateur drone racing association, to start the MultiGP STEM Alliance. And we're really committed to middle school, high school, and then hopefully eventually post-secondary with CDRA, with looking at how do we teach STEM with drones. So I'm going to kind of jump in here to get started with our program and what we're trying to do. So first of all, when we started this process of drones, a lot of drones are, as you maybe if you're familiar with drones, you need a Part 107 license. They're rather dangerous because of the prop speeds and the size. If you have something falling from the sky onto a student, that's not great. And we ran into some big hurdles. We were originally looking at larger racing drones where the props were 3 to 5 inches in size. The drone would be, foot square, and realized very quickly that teachers and administrators were very fearful of anything that size flying around with their students. So I was introduced to a guy at the Columbus Idea Foundry, again, named Will Nickley, and he was working with these small racing drones called a Tiny Whoop. And I have got a larger Tiny Whoop here. So it's a fairly small drone. This is the largest Tiny Whoop, but it's pretty small. It fits in the palm of your hand. It's pretty light, 50 grams or so, not very heavy. But it was something that was attractive to schools to have them use these in the classroom. So there's other drone racing competitions out there where kids would race drones. And if you maybe seen Drone Racing League on Discovery Channel or ESPN, wherever that's on, those kind of things where people, they buy a drone and then they race it, okay? But we were engineering educators, and we wanted kids to design drones, not just make them or just buy them, open the box and learn how to fly it. We wanted kids to actually learn how to create these devices themselves. So again, it's designed by classroom educators. We utilize a small scale drone technology. It's safe and scalable for the classroom. As I mentioned, we're in Ohio. It's really difficult to have drones in Ohio that have to fly outside because so much of our school year, it's too cold, or it's raining, or it's foggy, or other things that happen where students can't be outside during the day. As a teacher, as a former teacher and now administrator, I realized that the school schedule, you can't just say, well, hey, we can't fly today, so let's just not have school. The kids have to keep learning about the drone technology. So we created something that could fly inside, and that was one of our big goals. Another thing with the Drones in School program is it's more of an entrepreneur program, an entrepreneurship program, in addition to drones. A lot of people think drones in school, like, oh, kids are learning to fly drones, but it's more than that. The students are actually going to create a racing team. So the team is going to consist of 3 to 6 students, but there's 6 roles that have to be filled during the season. One of which is a project manager, a graphic designer, a manufacturing engineer, a design engineer, a marketing coordinator, and a drone technician. So each one of these roles has a certain job to do during the season. Your project manager obviously is in charge of making sure everything's happening and what's going on. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Your graphic designer, you're creating a racing team. Well, what does a racing team need? Well, a racing team needs logos. They need marketing. They need color schemes. They need websites. They need sponsors. They need marketing. So you have your marketing coordinator. We have a manufacturing engineer. As we mentioned, these students have to build their drone. So they start off with a drone like this, but then they will actually use 3D printing technology. I think I've got one around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. They will use 3D printing technology, or really any technology. We don't require them to 3D print it. They can do whatever they want. But this is one that we designed as a prototype. It's a 3D printed frame. So the students will design and basically take this drone apart and then rebuild it into their own student design frame. And they have to race with that student design frame. Your design engineer is handling the design work. Manufacturing is figuring out, how do we create these? How do we manufacture them? How do we quickly repair them? Your marketing coordinator, again, is handling your marketing, and then your drone technician is doing all the repair work, radio, tuning, the goggles, and all those things we'll talk about here in a little bit. So what is the competition? So the competition, again, this is designed to be curricular. It's not designed to just be an after-school program. Some of our teams are after school, maybe very similar to like a VEX robotics competition team may be. But we also want this to be able to be handled in a classroom. So some of our schools are buying kits and drones to start a class. where students would go through all this process. So in the competition, what are the students going to have to do? Well, again, obviously they're going to race, right? Because it's a drone racing kind of as the hook. However, that's not the only piece of the competition. So at the end of every competition or every event, students are judged on all 6 of these categories. So students are going to create a display booth, which you might think of this if you've ever been to any kind of racing. A lot of times they have a paddock where they'll have all of their branding and they'll have handouts and they'll have brochures, and it's kind of a place to kind of learn about the team. And that's what our display booth was, and you'll see it here later in a video. You have a technical evaluation, which is where we look through your engineering portfolio, which you're going to create. We look through the process you've went through to create this drone. And then we have our engineering judging itself, where we actually will measure the drone that you've created. So we'll take the manufactured drone and your drawings, we measure it and make sure that everything is similar. Every team has to make 2 identical drones. So we check those drones to make sure, again, if we're studying manufacturing, since we said we're making 2 of these, they need to be identical. You're really not a manufacturer if you can't make the same thing twice. Kind of point what we mentioned with Jim's process before. The idea is to get somebody else to be able to do it as well. We have a video presentation, which is kind of what we call it like a pitch video. So maybe that would be, it tells a little bit about their process, but also gives them a time to market their team and do sponsors recognition. And then the portfolio judging, and then of course the racing. So all of that goes together, and points are awarded for each of these pieces. That goes into a matrix that provides us with an overall winner. However, we have a winner for each of those categories. So you may have a team that maybe they're not great pilots, but they could still win the competition because they've focused on display booth and engineering and video presentation and their portfolio. We had this happen last year, actually, I guess 2 years ago, our first year of really having a large competition. Students that got involved, they focused on the racing. Well, then they lost the competition. They figured out like, oh, we can't just focus on one thing. To have a successful racing team, you've got to have all the pieces put together. To have a successful company, it's the same thing, right? You can't just focus on only your product. There's a lot of things that go into that. So that's kind of the competition overview there. We use very similar to engineering design process that we ask teams to follow. So they're going to plan, design, make, test, and race. All that is a loop. So we race, we go back to the drawing board, we plan, design, make, test, race again. And teams are continually iterating. You can kind of see that in the graphic here. This is a team from last year from Chippewa High School. This was their drone that they designed on the top. But you can see all these frames around the outside. These are different frame designs that they went through, and they went through the iterative process of designing a frame and realizing, oh my, that's too heavy. Oh, that's too weak. Oh, that's too much air resistance. There's a lot of things that go into that process to making a drone successfully fly. So going through each of those real quickly here, the first thing is planning. One thing we really pride ourselves on is we've used resources from the Project Management Institute. And I've been a lifelong educator. I've never done anything else. Been teaching pre-engineering since 1996. And I never had heard about project management, that there was actually a body of knowledge and a group that teaches project management called the Project Management Institute. And there is a credential, several credentials you can get, one of which called the PMP, which is a Project Management Professional. I've had kids doing projects my whole life, and I've taught others how to create projects and run projects, but I didn't realize that there was actually a body of knowledge that I could teach students, that instead of me as the teacher being the owner of the project and managing how things were going to happen in the class, I could turn that over to the student. And the students could learn how to manage projects. And if you think about your life, most of everything we do is projects, but we rarely teach project management from the Project Management Institute, which is kind of the experts on how project management is done throughout the world and all the different methodologies of doing so. And the great news is they have free resources. So we've linked into our curriculum. They're free resources. There's tons of things kids can learn to do, and your project manager will be largely responsible for your team. And they are the person that's the lead communicator for your group to make sure that everything's staying on track and getting done properly. You'll see there on the side, there's this is the basics of project management. There's initiation of the project, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. And as an educator, I had done the initiating and planning part. I'd done the executing part, but a lot of times I fell short on the monitoring and controlling. This is what helps projects get done successfully. This is where you have what's called the scope of the project, and learning how to keep track of the scope and realizing when your scope gets out of line from your original plan. We've all had that happen where we create a project and then all of a sudden the project gets away from us. We wonder why we didn't get it done in time. So the project manager is going to learn those things. And then lastly, closing the project. So wrapping up, doing that reflection of what went well, what didn't go well, what can we do better next time? And your team can do that. Every race is a project, and they can do that each time. Other planning pieces that some groups are looking at, amateur radio license is something you'll want to get for the video transmitter, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And then your Part 107 would be your drone license. And it's not a requirement, but a lot of schools and students are interested once they work with these smaller drones. They want to move into a larger drone, and the larger drone then would require that 107 license to do commercial work. The next thing is the design of the drone. So obviously students are going to use parametric modeling software. Right now we have partnered, or we're starting to partner with Onshape, which is a free cloud-based graphic design software. If you're an educator and you haven't looked at it, for parametric modeling, it is really cool. Very similar to an Autodesk Inventor or a SolidWorks, but it's all cloud-based. So we kind of landed on it because we had so many teams this year because of the pandemic needing to be remote, and most of them had Chromebooks, and you couldn't run an Autodesk Inventor or Autodesk Fusion or SolidWorks. None of those were really cloud ready for a Chromebook that we could find. So we ended up with Onshape, and it's really cool because you can run it from anywhere. If you have a web browser, you can run it as long as you have a decent internet connection. So students would design that. They learn how to 3D print and create those models, which is really nice. We have some curriculum we're developing with Onshape to have that available for students to use. And again, it's free for schools to get access to that software. And you don't have to use that. I want to kind of preface everything in this presentation as a nonprofit and our commitment to kind of the open access for students and teams. We have created some curriculum around a specific kit, but teachers don't have to use that kit. You can do your own. If you have Autodesk Inventor, you have SolidWorks, you already know that. You don't have to switch to be involved with this program. The beauty of it is really the process the students are going to go through to kind of create this team and to create their drones. Here's a little video that's kind of shows some examples. So this is one of our winning team from last year. So this is some of their drone designs that they have created. They have different frames that they've made and kind of pros and cons and things that they've done. They created some logos. So you can see their branding they've done. They've kind of built that through their entire presentation, which was very nice. Done a wonderful job. They've been a great advocate for the program. And they've actually created some really cool partnerships. One of the things they partnered with was a group called the EAA. And the EAA was so impressed with what they had done, they offered a scholarship for one of their students on the team to actually get his private pilot's license paid for by the organization, which was very cool. So you see a render there of their drones. You see it gets them some pretty advanced technology. Now, the really cool thing with this group of students, they actually are out of a library. So that mostly are homeschool students that work out of a library. And so a lot of teams are like, well, gosh, it looks really expensive. It's going to be a lot to handle. These kids really did it on a shoestring budget. You know, they paid for their drone, but other than that, they mostly found free software and open source software to do what they needed to do. So the next step is you're going to make the drone, right? So you see some examples there of 3D printed frames. We have a vacuum form frame that a team is doing. It doesn't matter to us how you manufacture the drone. You can make it however you want. Again, most teams are using 3D printer technology because a lot of schools have that in place. But you don't have to. You can do anything you want. Doesn't matter to us as far as what you'd like to do. During that process, again, students are gonna keep track of those iterations and create that prototype for testing. The next step in then obviously is to test your drone. You'll see the one on the gray carpet. That's how the test usually goes on the first round, right? So usually not going to work perfectly, but that is great, right? We want students to learn how to fail. You're not going to be successful. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Things are not going to work the first time, and that's good because that's how we learn. So students are going to go through that process, go through the design and engineering to improve the operation of their drone. Here's a little video of something else you'll be doing in that testing and tuning process is a software called Betaflight. Again, it's open source software. It's completely free to use. And you plug your drone in and you can actually get a representation of what's going on the accelerometer and the gyroscope. You can control all of the features of your drone, the power features, the accelerometer, how it's going to react. There's all kinds of things you'll see here in the power and battery, and then it'll go to PID tuning. So PID tuning is proportional integral derivative control. It's a very commonly known thing in control theory, but students actually can adjust that and can experiment with how the drone will react to the pilot's input. So it's not just as simple as plug it in and make it fly. There's a lot of tuning that can go into it, and students can actually tune their drone to their specific pilot's preferred flying style. So if the pilot prefers to have a very fast throttle response, they can set that all up. So that kind of goes through a little bit of that. And again, we have tutorials on our curriculum where we've developed to kind of go through all this with your students and for you as well. So the last part is to race, right? So the students come to a race. We have events. It's very similar. Again, if you've done Bex Robotics, we use the same system as them for our race registration. And students would sign up and go to a race, get a score, and then they earn points towards the national championship. And the top number of teams are invited to our World Championship race. This year it's going to be August 12th at the Academy of Model Aeronautics in Muncie, Indiana. We're really excited about that. Hopefully we're post-COVID enough we can have a face-to-face event again, which is really great. Here's a little bit of footage of a race. We have two different kind of races. One is called Capture the Flag, which is what you'll see here. These beacons light up, and we have instructions on how to build these beacons. They're just an Arduino and some foam and some LED lights. So your students can build these. If you don't want to build them, you can buy them from us, but we encourage you to have your students build them. 3D printed and just some components you can buy off of Amazon. You'll see the drone flying around. They fly with goggles. So this is actually footage that the pilot would see as they're flying. So you'll see the pilot turning, you'll see he's got his head down. He's actually wearing goggles. Those goggles are seeing the camera. So the drone has a camera on it and you fly from the camera. You don't fly by looking at the drone. So it's a really cool technology. It's kind of an out-of-body experience, and students get pretty psyched when they go through this one time. It is the wildest thing if you've never done it, because you really feel like you're in that drone. We also have a virtual race. Because of COVID, we've had to kind of make some adjustments, and we're going to add this. Again, sometimes things from COVID have been good. They've allowed us to think differently about what we do. This is a virtual race where it's software, it's a simulator, and it replicates what you would do when you're flying. Now, this pilot is very good, as you can see. So you can see the speed of which that they are flying. And these pilots, these students, as they go through and they learn on the simulator, it's great for teachers because they don't break the drone. They haven't flown before. They can learn how to fly, but they also can perfect their skills from home or during a study hall, or wherever they want. They can really get good at flying. And we've just seen tremendous growth in our pilot skill by using the simulator. This is called Velocidrone. It's not free software. It does require a license. It's a one-time fee. I think it's around $25 per seat for that. But you wouldn't have to have every student have a seat. You could have a group at your, in your class that you would set up with that. But really cool technology. There are other simulators out there that are free. this one does allow for the cloud-based racing that we are having with having live races online. And we actually have one next week. So if you go to our Facebook page or on our website, dronesinschool.com, you'll see links to our races. And you can actually go on and you can watch a race virtually that's done in the simulator, which is pretty wild. Lastly, we have our online resources and our curriculum. That's all available on dronesinschool.com. We have created a kit that we are using that kind of show here. That is a little kit you can purchase. We really were wanting to stay where you could just kind of, you still can use anything you want. And we were kind of hoping to start with that, but we realized it was really difficult for teachers who didn't have a base understanding of drone racing and drone technology. They needed a all-in-one kit they could start with, and then they can build from there. So that's the basics of that. Required equipment, you can buy your own, like I said, or you can purchase our kit. Our kit includes these goggles, the drone, battery charger, radio, and what you need to get started. So how can you get involved? You can go online and race. You can start a team. You can subscribe to our newsletter, or just kind of keep track of us here on Drones in School. So thank you for your time. I wonder if anybody has any questions.
Tad, I want to be perfectly honest. When I was first told that there was going to be somebody talking about drones in school, I'm an ex-teacher, and I have seen a lot of situations where they just buy a drone, the kids fly it around, and they think that's a STEM course. What you are doing is excellent. It's unbelievably good. And not only was I a teacher, I also was an engineer.
Thank you.
And this is what the skills that the students will need in the real world. And when I say they'll need in the real world, I don't mean that they're going to need it just because they're going to be flying drones in the real world, or even if they're going to be engineers in the real world. You mentioned that what we do is projects, and everything we do in life is a project. And this is absolutely excellent. The skills, the change of their mindset that the students are going to gain in this is just incredible. You really need to be congratulated and probably cloned. Has anyone approached you?
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to grow the program. I felt the same way as a former pre-engineering teacher, and again now administrator. I want kids to get lifelong skills from these programs, and I think Vex Robotics is another good example that does that. But we want to create. We wanted to add that marketing piece. Like everything now is marketed, right? Every company needs marketing. We have your own. You have your own brand. It teaches kids about branding, and it said project management, video production. All those things come into play, and we're just really excited about the program. We've got a lot of interest on it, and we just really appreciate the opportunity to present here today a gift. It's really great.
I realize that because of COVID, a lot of the teacher conferences have been cut back and curtailed. But have you been to like NSTA or any of the other conferences and shown other teachers what you're doing?
We've been in Ohio. We've done some things here, and we've done some things. Obviously, with COVID, we've done some online conferences, but not tremendously. So certainly, if you have places you think we should be presenting, I'd love to hear those, because I do think there's a lot of resources. Social media has been really great as far as getting the word out. It's been pretty tremendous. I'm actually running a 3-day workshop. We're going to do 2 hours each day. It's going to be the week after next. And where we're actually shipping all of the teachers their own drone kit for the workshop, and then we're actually going to go through the entire process. They're going to do it at their site. We're going to get on to a Google Meet. We're going to create the classroom, have them go through the curriculum. So again, we try to we try to eat our own dog food, where if we want things to be hands-on, then our workshops need to be hands-on as well.
Great. And you certainly welcome teachers to contact you and try and get involved.
Oh, certainly. Yes. Yeah. Teachers, parents, like I said, libraries, homeschool groups, Boy Scout troops, Girl Scout, anybody that's interested. We're pretty open crew. And we just, again, our goal is to get students learning and making. And that is our goal as an organization.
And once again, I know you had said this, but I just want to repeat it for the audience. this is more than just STEM education. They are learning how to function in the real world. No matter what their career is, they're going to use the skills that they're gaining in this activity. They really will.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. This is great. Once again, I'm depressed. I want to be a student in one of your classes, but
well, you can always be a judge or a volunteer coach.
Oh, that's great. I can't judge people who are smarter than I am. But thank you.
You can. Yeah, you certainly can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just put in a plug, though, Tad. In all seriousness, I know you've been in contact with Julie Shively, and she has something called Innovation World. And what she is doing in her Innovation World Alliance is reaching out to teachers. And if you want to get teachers involved, she is a great conduit for you to make contact with teachers. And these just aren't ordinary teachers. These are teachers who want to do good, who want to do hands-on activities. I think they would be very interested in the kind of program you're running. And you might want to talk to Julie.
Thank you. Yes, we've been having conversations and certainly need to make sure we stay with that.
Yes,
for sure.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, she's pretty great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow. This is so depressing to me because everything here is fantastic. But now we've got our next person coming up. Dorian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, we see you and hear you. Great. So you're going to be, you're a part of Future Leaders of America?
Yes.
And you have an automated police shield?
Yes, I designed that today, and that is what I'm going to be discussing.
Well, the floor is yours. Please tell us what you've got and what you're doing.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for having me here in the first place. So I greatly appreciate the opportunity for me to share what I am here to talk about. So let me just share my screen real quick. And then I believe you can see my presentation. Is that correct? Okay, so let me begin. So today I'm here to talk to you about my HDS shield, which is currently patent pending actually, which is a huge achievement for me. And then I designed this to protect those who serve. So that is my main goal. So my agenda for today, I'm obviously going to talk about the current police equipment, the invention process I had, the meaning behind the name, the project goals, the product impact in the world, and finally the conclusion, basically what I'm here to change in the world. So yeah, let's get started. So current police equipment, I'm going to be talking about the riot shields and body armor that they provide our troops today. The riot shield is designed to protect our police. There's different shapes available, there's different kinds of riot shields, and there's different goals for each riot shield. The standard riot shield, as you can see in the top left, is non-bulletproof, meaning it's only there strictly for a device to protect police with oncoming threats. However, there is a bulletproof version called the ballistic shield. That is much more heavier. It's about 15 pounds heavier than the riot shield, and it is in less supply for the police, meaning less people actually have the opportunity to use the ballistic shield. And in the bottom right corner, we have the circular riot shield, which is a different enhancement of the top left shield, allowing more mobility with the shield in general. So the problem, the current riot shield is around 15 to 25 pounds, depending on what it is being used for, depending whether it's the riot shield general or the ballistic shield. And it is roughly 36 to 48 inches to protect the person, which is relatively decent, but it could be improved. So the most common variant, as I said before, is the common riot shield, the standard one, and is mainly used to protect mobs. So the main problem I had with that is it is not bulletproof. If things escalate in the situation, it becomes a lot harder for police to actually defend themselves. So my second thing I want to talk to you about is my invention process personally. So the main question that popped into my head one day are that police are here to protect us, but what is exactly protecting them back? So my solution to that was I designed a new riot shield, which is further developed, bulletproof and lightweight, and it will be allowed to be put into the hands of all police officers. So my invention process. At first, I decided the shape. The shape I decided to use was a circle as it allows for more mobility than a rectangle. It also is able to cover people to your surroundings, meaning it won't be able to protect just you, but it can potentially also protect people staying to either sides. It is able to retract into a single straight piece, as you can see with this image here. The design is like multiple blades that fold into a single blade that can be held in the hand. Furthermore, it expands into a full circle, as you can see in the top left. It is 48 inches in diameter and has 4.35 feet for the circumference. This is the police design. I will get into that later. In total, from the straight piece, it takes about 2.85 seconds to fully deploy, which is extremely crucial as things can escalate relatively quickly. So it's important to have that quick reaction time. So the material that I decided to use Kevlar because it is 1/5 the times lighter than steel, meaning it allows for more mobility. Kevlar is also used in the armor plates that police currently have and is also used in the military as for everyone. So there we go. It is also bulletproof, as you can see in the top right corner. It has been tested against some of the strongest firearms, including the AK-47, which is notorious in movies. It is also extremely lightweight, and in total, the shield is less than a normal riot shield, as it is around 12 pounds. So this is what the Kevlar material looks like up close. This is what the armor plates look like before I decided to mold them into the different shape that I used, and then that is the test. So the activation unit, there will be this type of button produced within a new badge. Unfortunately, I was not able to make that badge myself as I'm not much of an artist. I'm more of an inventor. So I just had that idea to hook it up on the sidearm of the police officer for easy deployal. And once again, I thought it was extremely important to have it deploy extremely quick. So behind the name, what does HDS stand for, in fact? So HDS meaning is hydraulic dispersed system. As you can see here, this is pretty much a blueprint of what actually happens. So this part is the piston rod that locks it in place here. And this is what it should look like straight. So basically it's something that you put on the police's arm that goes roughly about shoulder length. And it basically knocks that pin out of place, allowing it to fully disperse, protecting the police officer from incoming threats. So like I said before, the activation unit will be this sort of button placed within a badge. So the project goals, and what are my personal goals for this project? So future developments to be made. My goals for the future are to make it more fire resistant. As we know, or as I've learned as I was researching, Kevlar is extremely fire resistant already. However, there is always opportunities for expansion and growth. So then I also decided to work with different patterns to shields. So I actually designed the police shield in real life. In an ideal world, I would have had it here to show you guys currently. However, as I am an inventor, I'm sure my fellow inventors could also tell you that sometimes things don't always go the way you want. So this morning, I was just testing it like normal. Everything was working fine. However, the pin got knocked out of place, meaning the entire shield would not retract once it was open. So I have to go back and rethink my invention process again. Oh, and another invention I want to have is the riot shield is actually see-through normally. So the one I designed was not see-through, but I want to eventually be able to knock out 4 of the panels to put glass so police officers can see in front of them rather than have to go into defending themselves blind. So then my project in depth, obviously it allows police to be able to protect themselves greater. So that is the main cause I wanted to address today. It allows less risk when confronting possible dangerous situations, and it just allows new equipment to be put into policemen. As technology is adapting around us, I feel like police need to adapt as well. And in conclusion, my shield that I designed was less weight. All shields that were being produced were bulletproof compared to the riot shields, which aren't standardly bulletproof. And it's more compact as it doesn't require storage room as it folds into roughly a 6-inch sheet of Kevlar on your arm. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Oh, very, very interesting. I hate to bring up a sore point, but do you have any idea of what your device will cost compared to what's being used now?
The main issue that is brought with that is riot shields are an average of like $150 for like the cheapest one, but that's not what the police do. That's just like what's commercially available. When doing research, I wasn't able to find like an exact cost for a riot shield because it depends on what they're using. However, roughly the estimate should be about 30% more expensive, as Kevlar is a little bit more is a better material to be used, if that makes sense. It allows more opportunities. But I feel like to counter that in a way, in a positive aspect, Kevlar has more use than just the standard riot shield, if that makes sense.
Have you actually gone to police departments and asked them what they thought about this and get some feedback from them?
I mentioned it to a few of my friends' parents because they are policemen. So like I always had them in the back of my head when I was designing this, and they thought it was actually a brilliant idea because like not all policemen are equipped with standard riot shields, if that makes sense. But everyone has the opportunity to be equipped with this new device.
One of the problems that you may run into is the fact that it's something new.
Yeah.
when you're dealing with people's lives, they tend to say, well, I don't want to take a chance. I'm going to let somebody else do this. Have you thought about how you might be able to overcome that?
Well, my main thinking for that is just like Elon Musk, if that makes sense. The people he was inspired by actually did not like the idea of Tesla being created. They did not like the idea of people being able to go into space for commercial reasons. But he kept going. He kept persevering with his idea, and now Tesla is a major company. I think I can do the same. It's just an aspect of time.
Great. We've gotten some questions coming up on YouTube, and one of them is about your actuator. Is it pneumatic or are you using hydraulic?
It's hydraulic. That is currently what I'm going with, but I'm not sure. I have to work out a few of the flaws. As I said, the pin this morning kind of got knocked out when I pushed the button, and that was a major issue, and that obviously has to be fixed as soon as possible, but yeah.
And why hydraulic rather than pneumatic?
I feel like I would have had a faster reaction time. I actually haven't tested pneumatic. I may take that into consideration now that you brought it up, but basically when I first thought of it, that was the quickest system that popped into my head.
Yes, you might want to do some research. There's obviously research with both of them, and they both work because they're both used in the real world. But there are pros and cons to either side. It is something for you to consider, to think about. Okay, very good. So since we're talking about engineering problems, I just wanted to ask you real quickly, what is your next step? What are you planning to do beyond this?
Well, obviously being a junior in high school, my next step is for me personally. The greatest help that anyone can give me is giving me the opportunity to actually get into a college and get the proper education I need to actually be able to further develop my idea. Because there's a lot more engineering programs that I could go through that sometimes my school does not offer. So that is the greatest help I could have, just like a mentor to get me through it, you know?
I don't think you're going to have any trouble getting into a college, okay? That's not going to be a problem for you. By the way, one of the things you want to do is every time you do something, you put it down, you sort of create a CV, a resume, and the fact that you presented on GIFT should be part of that.
Of course.
Sometimes people get nervous. They say, oh, that's bragging, but it's not bragging if it's true. So please add this. We are also going to record this. So this will be up, and this is something you can be showing people that you have contributed and been part of this program. This is very exciting. This is very good. Very good. I do real quickly though, we only have a few more minutes. Do you have any other ideas about something else you might be thinking of and along the same line for protection services? Maybe not for police, but fire. They have problems. There have been tremendous forest fires in California and other states, and I know some people were burned in that. Is there something you might be able to do to protect them?
You know, my main focus for this specific shield was the idea of to protect the police. There's obviously different opportunities to expand into like different categories. For example, the California fires, there's obviously ways that we can try and help the civilians in those situations, because like in California it's a different like type of situation compared to mobs or rioting happening to police. So I'd have to consider that. I'd have to go into like further brainstorming, if that makes sense.
Nothing wrong. Keep working. Keep working. That's great. Well, thank you very much. This is very exciting. I can't say that I'm looking forward to seeing your product. Okay. I frankly hope I don't see it. I hope you end up with a product, but I wish you the best of luck and the best of success. Okay.
Okay.
And you will have no trouble getting into college.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for having me.
Well done. Jake, you're holding down the fort. You're doing great.
Well, this is very exciting. Okay, so here we have, so Kristen, are you there?
I am.
Okay, so this to me is very exciting right now. We have a little bit of time, Kristen. You're supposed to start a quarter after, so if you don't mind, okay. I'm just going to embarrass both of you right now because I don't think you know each other. Aaron, you don't know Kristen? Kristen?
No, I don't think we've met.
Well,
a treat to meet you.
You're the most interesting and dynamic people I know. Okay, you really need to get together. You're both driven, very people-oriented, and have just great bubbling enthusiasm for what you've done. So add that to your list of things to do to communicate.
We'll definitely do. I have to say, just reading a bit about you and what you're going to be talking to us about today, Kristen, I definitely recognize some synergies. So really excited to hear more.
I like it.
I'll out myself. I work for the Learning Partnership. I'm based in Toronto,
cool.
Canada. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So definitely similar field of interest, and no coincidence to be acquainting at GIFT.
Exactly.
And
awesome.
I don't know if you heard, we had a presenter a little bit earlier, Tad, and he was talking about drones in schools, and he was you're going to have to watch.
I missed that one.
He was very interested in getting connected with the homeschool population, and I know you're involved in that. So
absolutely.
With that being the best possible lead-in I can give you, okay, Kristen, the show is yours.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Like many innovators, I had a last-minute glitch on my presentation not exporting quite right. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. A new-fashioned thing for, yeah, anyway. So we'll go ahead and do it this way. Hey everyone, my name is Kristen. I'm the Director of Educational Services for Hewitt Learning. And today I want to talk with you about the Independent Innovator Challenge. I want to start by giving you a brief background on the organization sponsoring the challenge, as well as just a little bit about how this challenge came about. Hewitt Research Foundation was founded in 1964 with the goal of helping equip families to educate their children with the best resources available. The founding members wanted to create a place where homeschooling could develop as a movement. As Hewitt has grown and changed over the years, our organization has focused really on three main areas. We started out, developed an award-winning literature-based language arts curriculum, as well as many unit studies designed for independent learners. We're also the home to the PASS test, a standardized test designed for homeschooling students. This test is unique in that it takes into account the fact that there really is no such thing as a standardized learner. Homeschooling really provides the opportunity for kids to learn at their own pace, often at different paces in different subjects. And so unlike most tests, we accommodate those differences with the PASS test. We also have an enrollment program where students from around the world can get help from choosing the right curriculum, receive feedback from a teacher, get transcripts for the record keeping. And really the goal in each of these areas is to help young people develop their minds for a lifetime of use. Now, keeping in mind the goal of getting the best possible educational resources available into the hands of families, and with my background in the area of innovation, we noticed we seemed a little light in the area of STEM, creativity, innovation, that sort of thing. So as a team, we set out to find a solution to our problem. Working with Innovation World, we've developed this Independent Innovator Challenge. Our goal is to provide not only a chance for learners in the US to earn their way to the National Invention Challenge or Innovation Challenge and Globals, but also to help a generation of independent learners come together and share their innovations with the peers and the world. So, who's an innovator? For our purposes, an innovator is someone who, prior to college years, has an idea, who's developed an app or created a prototype. For many reasons, sometimes people don't really believe their ideas will amount to anything, sometimes because they don't have access to the resources or skills needed to develop and then share those ideas. We want to challenge that thinking. So in the context of the Independent Innovator Challenge, we're going to focus on these three areas. Let's look at ideas first. Ideas that change the world really start as a simple scheme. It might be an idea that starts on the back of a napkin that gets built out into a full-fledged blueprint. It could be a plan that turns the business world upside down. Or it could be a simple way to just make a routine task easier. There could be a drawing, a mock-up, a static model showing parts, just doesn't actually work. There could also be a functional project, organization, or process plan. Bottom line, your solution is conceptual in this category of ideas. A second area is that we focus on is apps. The innovators create an application or a software program strictly on a microcomputer, a computer, tablet, phone, some other electronic device. Coders really are the lifeblood of today's systems. Their ideas turn intangible lines on some screen into a solution that solves real-world tangible problems. Finally, prototypes. Prototypes have historically been the predominant way to introduce an invention. The innovator creates a tangible device or product that's been constructed and has some, if not all, of the functions and capabilities that might be needed to actually be used in the real world. It might not be made of the correct materials, it might not be the actual size of the final product, and it may certainly not work as well as it should, but it does have the ability to perform at least some of the function it's intended to. So the Independent Innovator Challenge is one avenue that encourages innovation among students who have either come up with an idea, app, or prototype to solve some sort of need that they've seen in the real world. So how do you become an innovator? Well, every innovator begins with one thing: finding a problem or a need that intrigues you. So what is it that captures your attention? What bugs you? Innovators are observers of life around them. Once you've identified a problem that you'd like to solve, then comes the research. What's already known about the subject? You brainstorm, list potential ways to solve your problem. Who else thinks that this is a problem? What other solutions are out there? What can you try? How can you break this down into manageable bites? Next comes my favorite part: working on your solution. If you have an idea, this is when you draw the model, flesh out your plan, create a blueprint. If you're creating an app, you learn the code required to put your idea into practice. If you're developing a prototype, this is when you get your hands dirty and actually build something. But you can't stop there. Nothing is ever perfect the first time you try. You have to test, refine. You have to talk to other people to get feedback on your idea. You have to work out the bugs in your code, the kinks in your prototype, which brings you back to that refining your original problem, and the cycle continues. So throughout this entire process, you want to keep a logbook or a journal. This is a place to keep track of your brainstorms, your research, who has helped you with the process, where you found your resources, where you've learned the skills to develop the app, the idea, the prototype. It's a record of your journey, of the process that you've gone through, so you can look back and see what you've created. Once you've created your solution, you'll need to convince others that your solution really is worth listening to and possibly even investing in. A pitch video is a great way to do that. It only takes 2 to 3 minutes to explain why your solution really is the best one out there. It's hard to condense your thoughts down in a way that engages your audience, so refining your pitch helps you summarize and engage people who may not have realized that your problem even existed. So creating a pitch video both fosters that refining process and also becomes a part of your entry in the Independent Innovator Challenge. So for the challenge, you'll also need to explain the process you went through in developing your idea, app, or prototype. With the potential of helpful feedback from people around the nation or even around the world, we can't limit ourselves to a trifold presentation. So creating a few slides for a presentation can help you learn how to communicate your process and bring others along in your journey. You also need to decide what you want to do with your creation and how you want to share it with the world. The Independent Innovator Challenge is one way that can help with that process. As a part of the challenge, each student will receive written feedback on their idea, app, or prototype. With the potential of helpful feedback from people around the world, you can take this to the next step. Joining a challenge like this will also help you refine what you have as you interact with others in the real world. If you make it to a live event, you'll get immediate feedback from a circle of your peers, learn to answer questions on the spot. It really is a valuable part of the innovation process. They're also a great way to help celebrate. So, do you know someone who has an idea, app, or prototype? Have you begun to develop something? Do you have or could you build something that you're working on? If you do, we want to invite you to enter into this Independent Innovator Challenge and join with us. Let us help you develop your idea, app, or prototype and develop your mind for a lifetime of use together with Hewitt Learning. So, you guys have any questions?
Yes. How did somebody get in touch with Hewitt Learning? Do you just Google Hewitt?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can Google Hewitt Learning. That's the best way to do that. That Independent Innovators website that was there at the end of the screen for a moment, and independentinnovators.org, actually takes you to a page on the Innovation World website. And that's where the registration is on the Innovation World website this year. And so if you want to register there, you can also email us at independentinnovators@hewittlearning.org. You can answer questions there. So there's a lot of different places, but Hewitt Learning, that's if you're interested in the curriculum, the past test, anything like that, hewittlearning.org is the way to go.
Great.
Absolutely.
Aaron, I don't want to hog all the points. You have any questions?
Curious to know more about like how you're finding uptake or how you're overcoming challenges where you, for example, I've drank the Kool-Aid and I know you've drank the Kool-Aid. How have you gone about feeding others the Kool-Aid or introducing this in places where more traditional curriculum is usually sort of the norm?
Absolutely. I have it kind of easy in the homeschool world because homeschoolers really are innovators by nature. They say, this system isn't working for us, let's find something that works for us. And they go about and find a schedule or a curriculum or resources that works for their family and their kids. And so in the homeschooling world, it's a lot easier of a sell to say, hey, look, we've got something that will allow your kid to be able to dive into something they're excited about and give them an opportunity to develop their speaking skills, to develop all these other areas along those same lines. And just being excited about something that's cross-curricular that allows kids to be able to pursue their passions really is what tends to draw people in.
I mean, we see over and over again, I think everywhere around the world that self-directed learning really is the means to engagement and the importance of teaching students how to learn, not necessarily what to learn. Yeah, so totally appreciate this. And I guess, is there an international opportunity here? Could others from elsewhere in the world participate either through your school or through other chapters?
Definitely with other, we're still working out the kinks because this is the first year. And so right now, there are other partners around the world to go on to the Global Innovation Challenge. So anybody from the US that's coming will go on to the national US challenge.
Awesome.
But if there's somebody who's not in the US that wants to do it, talk to us and we'll hook you up with the right person and the right organization to be able to have that pathway into the Global Innovation Challenge as well.
Well, consider your good friends at the Learning Partnership in Canada willing to chip in however we can support.
Absolutely. Love it.
And Kristen had mentioned the national, but beyond the national, there is a global. It's the Global Innovation Challenge, and it's September 25th. And you want to get involved with Kristen, and Kristen will get your students going up with the whole path. U.S. national.
All the way up.
Global, all the way.
All the way.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Kristen, thank you for being here.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Let me just ask you one little rude question. How do you fund this? How is the funding?
Good question. Yeah. The funding for the challenge itself or Hewitt in general?
Well, Hewitt in general, because you talked about, you can get this help, but what is it called?
Hewitt is a nonprofit organization. And so every resource we provide, we do it pretty much at as low of a cost as we can. So our curriculum, we do sell as a curriculum. The pass test, likewise, we sell. It's $38 for a pass test. Curriculum is varying prices anywhere from $5 on up to 50 on up to, depending on how much you want to get. And so we use that to be able to help us create more resources and go on from there. The challenge, we're going to do a $30 entrance fee. I forgot to mention that. Thank you. So that $30 entry fee also covers just basically our costs so that we can keep providing these resources.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All the important work you're doing. Thank you. See you soon.
Well, Aaron, we've got another student all lined up, and we've got another one after that. But because I am obsessed with staying on schedule, okay, I would like to show a short video before we bring in our next presenter. Okay, Nirby, can you hold on 1 second?
Nearby, that's okay with you? I'm so looking forward to seeing you again, my friend, and hearing what you've been up to.
So what did I
sit tight.
This is very short, but we talked about this global innovation challenge that students can be involved in. And so let me just show a short video on that and see if I can get this to work. And let's see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just make sure I did this right. 1 second. Oh, I did it right. Good. Okay, that is what's coming up. Okay. Now, this is a difficult thing because every time I tell people that we have a presenter, Nirby, how old are you? Are you 5 yet?
My name is not Nirbi. My name is Nirbai.
Nirbai, I'm sorry, Nirbai. I apologize. Nirbai, how old are you?
5.5.
5.5. Oh my goodness. Okay. Every time I tell somebody that we've got a student who's coming on who is 5.5, they accuse me of making that up. That can't possibly be true. So,
And Nearby, what are you here to tell us about today?
Yeah, low humidity alert system.
Wow, I cannot wait to learn more. Thank you for being here. Take it away.
Yeah, it's a presentation now. It's a PowerPoint. Low humidity alert system by Nirbai Arun, Richland, Washington State, USA. I live in a dry region of Evergreen, Washington State. We face challenges with low humidity, mainly during winter months. Low humidity challenges. Humidity is amount of water content in the air. Poor indoor humidity leads to serious health issues. Nasal congestion, dry eyes, frequent cold are some usual challenges. Ideal indoor humidity is 40% to 60%. My project, low humidity alert system, to solve the problem of low humidity. To solve the problem of low humidity, I was curious to design a simple low humidity alert system. This alert system helps
helps us to take preventive steps when indoor humidity is low. My project steps overview. Create humidity monitoring and alert setup using Arduino board. Develop block programming in Arduino block. Where's Arduino block? Arduino block development environment. Import and compile in the Arduino development environment. Digital humidity, temperature, DHT sensor. Digital buzzer module, Arduino board. So now I'm going to open up my video.
Yeah, you can show it to them. Yeah, go ahead.
So here is my project. So now I want to show you three things. One is the humidity sensor and the buzzer module and the Arduino board. So now from the humidity and temperature humidity sensor, the humidity data come all the way from the humidity sensor and goes into my program. Now then it sends a command from the Arduino board.
Mm-hmm.
Then it sends it to the buzzer module. Then the buzzer makes a sound.
What about these three?
And also laptop or Arduino board power supply. Connect cable with USB cable. Auto block development environments. Oops. So here it's mostly a drag and drop. So now this drag and drop one right here. So now from this humidity sensor, let's start. This humidity sensor checks the humidity out there, then travels through the wires like cars and trucks go in the road. Then now it goes to the humidity in a condition. If humidity is low than 40, the buzzer will, a command will come, then it will send send it to the buzzer. Then, if the humidity is low, it will start buzzing, but in one condition. When it's less than 40. So this includes one before. You know why I'm using this Blockly? Because I don't know C++. Do you know what? I do the program right here, then copy it, then paste it in the C++ program. So, demonstration. Humidity data goes from sensor to my program. My program checks if humidity is low. If humidity is low, my program sends a command to the buzzer to make a buzzing sound. So, and also, if the program is correct, make sure if the program is good with the hydrometer. If you have any questions, you may please talk. Thank you.
That was very good. That was very, very, very impressive. So I have a question. Are you planning to learn C++ or don't you need to learn it now?
What?
You had talked about learning C, right?
C++.
Yeah, but I did not. You know what I said? I meant that I don't know C++, but I just upload my Blockly program.
Yes, and you can convert it. Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
You might want to learn Python. Have you heard of a language called Python?
Oh, yeah. I'm learning Python with my terminal, Linux terminal.
Oh.
With Linux terminal.
I have, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
No. Go ahead.
I'll admit I have much less technical knowledge than the one and only Jake, and even than you nearby. Like, you are blowing my mind, and I'm having flashbacks to meeting you last October when you were sharing your program for Miro and another invention. I have to ask, as a full-time kindergarten student, how do you find the time to take on all these projects? How do you manage all that time?
I just learned programming with my dad every once and one time I asked my dad about Linux, and one day I started loving Linux. And I'm also learning Python in my office laptop.
Your office laptop? You have an office?
Yeah. No, my parents' office laptop. Actually, just privacy.
I hope your parents are very good to you because then you will be good to them and you may want to hire them. Once you become rich and famous, you should hire your parents.
Yeah. Now, I see there's a question on YouTube. Somebody is asking if you've thought of other sensors that you may want to add to your design that might be important.
I thought about the ultrasonic sensor with the buzzer module, I think. But you know what? I think I'll solve lots of problems in my house. One in the kitchen, one in the bedroom, like my temperature humidity sensor. And you can also, if this sensor, now I took my sensor to low humidity in my next thing, in my next level, I can also change the program.
Great.
Because it worked. When you change the program, it will also start working for high humidity.
Very good. Very good. Well, Nirbai, I can't wait to see what you're going to be doing next. We are going to be running gift programs throughout the year, so you'll have more opportunities. I don't want to put pressure on you, but we are expecting more inventions and more great ideas. So thank you very, very much for talking with us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations on your outstanding work nearby. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you.
you soon. And Jake, I think our next presenter is here.
Yeah, you know, it just depresses me. I can do what Nirbai does, but I'm a lot older than he is. I'm very impressed. Well, speaking of impressions, being impressed. Okay, we have another student that's going to make me feel bad. Okay, this is Sarianu. How do you pronounce your name?
Sorry.
Sariu.
Sariu.
And you are fifth grade, right?
Yes.
Do we have any old people here? Oh. And you're going to be talking about an app that helps tourists?
Yes.
Well, I got news for you. Once COVID is gone, I plan to be a tourist and I'm coming to Washington State. So let me give you an opportunity. Please tell us, how can you help me?
May I share my screen?
Yes, absolutely. It's all yours.
So my invention is my app is called Washington Trip, and it helps tourists in Washington State by finding the weather and other things. So the overview. The first thing is about me. What is my app about? Why did I develop this app? Apps like mine, features, and then the summary. My name is Sariu Mekla, and I am 10 years old. I'm in 5th grade, and I currently go to Makilteo Elementary in Washington, USA. My interests and hobbies. I've been playing the violin for 3 years and just started learning the piano. I have a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and I love reading novels, sketching, watching movies, and traveling around the world. What is my app about? My app is called Washington Trip. This app helps locals and tourists who visit Washington State find places to eat, stay, and explore and have fun. In addition, it also shows trails, mountains, lakes, and the weather, and tells you what animals you'll see in Washington. Why did I develop this app? I wanted to learn more about building an app, and I went through a lot of video tutorials on YouTube. I became familiar with an app building process and started coding an app. I worked with MIT App Inventor, and this is similar to 17Global that I've used to make this app. Working with MIT App Inventor helped me grasp new concepts faster, and I felt this app would be useful to tourists coming to Washington State and help them looking for places to explore. Apps like mine. The Seattle Maps and Walks. This app shows you tourist attractions and walks around Seattle. Number 2, Washington State Parks Guide. This shows you state parks and forests in Washington State. And now let's look at the features in my app. So my app consists of 12 buttons. The first one tells you about 15 lakes in Washington. If you click on it, it'll transport you to a site and it tells you 15 lakes in Washington which you can go to. The second one tells you, it goes to a site too and tells you 20 tourist attractions in Washington State. The third one goes to and tells you hotels in Washington. And the last one of that row gives you the numbers of the taxi and the metro and also the ferry. The first button of the next row tells you about animals. So you can choose between aquatic animals in Washington, mammals, birds, or reptiles and amphibians, and it'll transport you to a site too. The second one tells you about hikes in Washington. The next one, you can choose between 5-star, 4-star, and 3-star and 2-star Michelin. And when you click on one, it'll transfer you to Yelp, and you can choose between a lot of restaurants. The last one of that row tells you places to shop in Seattle, and there's many good places in Seattle to shop. The next one is for weather, and you can choose where you are or places you're closest to, like Seattle, Redmond, Olympia, Spokane, Everett, and Tacoma. And it'll also transport you to weather.com. The third last one tells you mountains of Washington State. And the second to last one is goes to the CDC, and it tells you what happens when a mosquito bites you and how to prevent mosquito bites. And the last one is a camping checklist. You can type whatever you need, like let's say water, and you press add to list, and then you can delete it if you want. And I thought that this would be friendly to people, for people to use. The summary. This app is simple to use, easy to identify the icons, and fast to load. I wish to have more options like a search option, feedback option, location sensor, and etc. Overall, I enjoyed coding and creating a user-friendly app for everyone to use. Thank you, Gift. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my idea and app with the world. Thank you to the judges, and thank you to the audience.
Oh, thank you for doing this. I have a question though. Where did you get this information from? How did you collect all the information?
So I went through a lot of YouTube tutorials because I was not that familiar with building an app. So I went on different sites and I linked them to like whatever button you pressed. So that's how, yeah,
So you taught yourself.
yes.
I have news for you. That's the best way to learn. You teach yourself, and that's fantastic. Where did you get the information about Washington, Seattle?
Well, I live in Washington, so
So you
I
know everything?
well mostly, and I've been looking through a lot of sites, and yeah, I'm trying to gather a lot of information from there too.
Have you thought about selling this app?
No, no, I've never thought about that.
Well, if it's valuable, I'm coming out to Washington. I don't know where to go. I've never been to Seattle. You think I might want to, just spend $5 and get an app that's going to help me find all the good restaurants?
Yes, I don't know. I'm really not sure because some people don't like spending a lot of money on apps and some people do. Yeah, and I'm one of the people who don't like spending money on apps.
On the other hand, suppose I go to a bad restaurant and spend a lot of money on a really bad meal. I don't want that. I would rather get an app that gave me the good restaurant. No,
Yeah,
that's something to think about. Are you planning another type of project, another app after this one, now that you know how to do it?
yeah. Yes, I probably will be doing because I've had a lot of fun doing this app and it'll be really fun to do another one.
What might you do?
I'm not sure, like something to help like other people. Like maybe like a full-on weather app because I only have a button and it goes to a site, but I want to make it inside the app.
Now I have a question. I've never been to Seattle, so I don't know. But you don't have real extreme snow or anything, do you? There in Seattle,
No, we don't. It's full rain.
it's all rain.
Yes.
So maybe you could create another app about Seattle that talked about the weather in different seasons. So if somebody, for example, hates rain, when might be a bad time to come? Okay, that might be another thing that you could do. You could be the Seattle queen. Nobody would go to Seattle without checking with you first. Don't laugh. That's how these things happen. That's how they. This is very good. Thank you very much. This was an excellent presentation, and now I have another reason to wish that the COVID goes away, so I can get out to Seattle. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's see. According to my magic chart, Ernesto, you're up next, and you are here. But Ernesto, you there?
Yes.
Ah, great. If I can ask you just to hang on 1 second, I just want to clarify a few things. First of all, the Claire and Arturo, you're both here. Do you know how to convert somebody from an attendee to a panelist? You know how to do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, Claire?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then that's it. That's all the harder it is to be a host. I'm sorry. You two already have the wonderful personality, and now you have the technical skills. You can be a perfect host, okay? The only thing I have is I have an obsession about staying on time. And Ernesto is now 1.5 minutes early, okay? So I'm going to show a short video to kill a little bit of time, and then we'll get Ernesto on here. So let's do this one. I don't even know what these are. Okay, let's see if I can play this. Okay. People spent a lot of time making those videos. I think they're wonderful. I always like to slide them in. Ernesto? Are you there?
Yes.
And you have
I'm here.
Great. By the way, thank you very much. Ernesto and Arturo were asking questions earlier. We had a group of incredible students from Latin America, and we're asking questions, and I can't tell you how exciting it was to watch them and watch what they were doing, and it's just wonderful. So thank you. Ernesto, maybe we should have some of the students come back to ask you questions. But in any case,
it'll be good.
Yeah, but now you have to rise to their level, and that was not going to be easy. So please introduce yourself. I know you're in the Dominican Republic, and you have a wonderful organization called Wise Monkey Educational.
Yes.
So I'm going to let you go. It's all yours now.
Yeah, the Wise Monkey name came from my two kids. I call them my two little monkeys. So basically, that's the reason of the name. Hi, everyone. My name is Ernesto Ramirez. I was talking to Claire if I can do this in Spanish because I lost my presentation in English. So basically I have all things in Spanish. So that would be good for you too.
Yes, of course. Adelante.
Ok. Entonces, vuelvo y les repito, Ernesto Ramírez. Soy de República Dominicana, Santo Domingo, específicamente la capital del país. Y básicamente pertenezco a todo lo que tiene que ver con el área industrial, de ingeniería industrial. Mi experiencia no viene dada al 100% en colegios ni escuelas. Sí he sido maestro de extracurriculares en áreas de matemática y en áreas de tecnología, pero ahora con este tema del COVID, que sabemos que nos ha golpeado globalmente, una de las razones que me motivó a entrar en este mundo de la educación, de lo que es STEAM, fue el hecho de que la responsabilidad educativa de mis hijos recayó sobre mis manos, sobre las manos tanto mía como de mi esposa. Yo que vengo de todo un ambiente industrial, mis hijos siempre trato de, cuando nos sentamos a jugar, siempre trato de crear con ellos, de crear ya sea piezas que ellos puedan utilizar, artefactos que ellos puedan utilizar, incluyéndolos en sus mismos juegos. O sea, la creatividad del niño, de los niños, es algo increíble. No estoy hablando solamente de mis hijos. Arturo y yo fuimos testigos de la creatividad de los jóvenes que estuvimos participando de sus presentaciones. Y hay algo interesante, que es cuando nosotros aprendemos a explotar esa creatividad y hacer el uso correcto de esa creatividad de los niños y las enfocamos en las áreas pertinentes de la educación, se puede crear un mundo de posibilidades para los niños. Sobre esa base, sobre esa premisa, fue que nació el proyecto de Wise Monkey. Básicamente, déjenme compartir esta pequeña presentación. Ok. Hay una famosa frase de William Arthur Ward, que fue un escritor americano, que dice que la enseñanza es más que impartir conocimientos, es inspirar el cambio. El aprendizaje es más que absorber hechos, es adquirir entendimiento. Cuando nosotros le enseñamos a nuestros niños cómo funcionan las cosas desde el punto más simple hasta lo más complejo, se le hace mucho más fácil el aprendizaje. Y sobre esa premisa fue que surgió esto de Wise Monkey. Y básicamente este país, hablándole de algunos pequeños numeritos, lo que nos motivó fue que nosotros como país, aunque somos una de las economías más fuertes en países de ingreso medio, recuerden que nosotros estamos ubicados en el Caribe, tenemos un escaso desempeño en las áreas de tecnología y productividad, lo que crea un déficit en este ambiente. Y de ahí podemos ver claramente que solamente un 3% de los estudiantes que se matriculan en carreras que van ligadas al STEAM, a lo que es ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas, solamente se registra un 3% en ciencias básicas, un 13% en salud, un 11% en ingenierías y un 8% en tecnología. Y una de las razones que nos motivó a nosotros a iniciar este proyecto, tanto a mi esposa como a mí, y a mis hijos, que son básicamente mis ingenieros de calidad, fue el hecho de dar un soporte a tanto a los colegios como a los profesores para que puedan crear ese interés de los estudiantes en estas áreas. ¿Qué es lo que trabajamos actualmente? Es la creación de estos proyectos que son una especie de DIY, do it yourself. La presentación es básicamente una plantilla en la que los niños pueden hacer un pop-out y comienzan a trabajar y a crear ellos con pegamento, con pintura, comienzan a trabajar estos proyectos. Estos proyectos van ligados al currículum educativo dominicano, a los estándares del currículum dominicano, donde, por ejemplo, un niño a través de este poliedro puede aprender lo que son las figuras planas, las figuras tridimensionales, los ángulos, puede conocer lo que son las figuras tridimensionales, puede incursionar en proyectos en los que se necesite aprender de fluidos. Por ejemplo, este brazo hidráulico, sé que muchos lo conocen, funciona con jeringas que pasan el fluido de un lado hacia el otro y permite que se eleve o se incline. A través de este tipo de proyectos, los niños y los profesores pueden participar, hacer la clase mucho más interactiva, pueden aplicar esos conocimientos teóricos, porque ese es el punto, es que el niño pueda ver esa teoría que ve en el aula, que la pueda ver inmediatamente en lo práctico que es. Saber cómo un diseño arquitectónico con este simple poliedro puede trabajar un diseño arquitectónico, entendiendo ángulos, entendiendo figuras planas, entendiendo figuras tridimensionales. Y todas estas imágenes que ven acá son los productos que nosotros ofrecemos. Hay un sinnúmero más de productos que van ligados. Ahí hay un carrito, por ejemplo. Ahí hay un Tensegrity, donde se trata el tema de la tensión y la compresión, que son temas físicas, de ciencias físicas. Tenemos el magnetismo con este futbolito. O sea, los niños en realidad comienzan a entender, creándole una base sólida en conocimientos básicos. Ellos pueden comenzar a trabajar y los mismos profesores pueden comenzar a trabajar ya conceptos mucho más acabados. Por eso, básicamente, nosotros nos centramos en 4 conceptos generales, lo que son máquinas simples, lo que son circuitos, lo que es fluidos hidráulica y lo que es energías renovables. En esos 4, podríamos llamarle esos 4 conceptos generales, trabajamos muchos proyectos y los presentamos a los niños de manera dinámica, de manera que les gusta aprender, hasta el punto en el que pueden crear ellos mismos sus propios proyectos. Esto no es más que una base para crear conocimiento. Esto le permite al niño entender cómo funcionan los fluidos, cómo abre y cierra la garra, pero a partir de ahí ya el niño tiene que ser lo suficientemente creativo, lo suficientemente innovador y lo suficientemente emprendedor para tomar otros cartones de su casa, quizás del conflé que compren, de las cajas que uno siempre tiene en los alrededores de la casa, para crear. Eso les brinda a los niños un sinnúmero de facilidades en su entorno. Y déjenme presentarle este pequeño videíto que tengo por acá. Un segundito. Que es una pequeña explicación de lo que los niños van trabajando en el aula. Y no necesariamente tiene que ser en el aula, puede ser inclusive fuera de ella, en clases extracurriculares, pueden verlo hasta de sus casas. Ahora mismo estoy trabajando con varios niños que todo lo hacen en su casa, ya que los colegios están cerrados por el tema del COVID, pero inmediatamente vuelvan a sus clases físicas, pueden trabajarlo. Déjenme compartir. Ok. Bien, básicamente este video explica cuál es nuestra presentación para los colegios, padres inclusive, que ahora mismo están haciendo homeschooling. Nosotros entregamos un kit. Este kit contiene 5 proyectos. 5 proyectos que en función del grado escolar en el que se encuentra el niño, va a trabajar varias complejidades, por así decirlo, varios problemas, por así decirlo, y van a tener retos, porque la idea es que el niño aprenda sobre la base de la prueba y error. Así el niño va desarrollando un mayor conocimiento, un mayor entendimiento de cómo funcionan las cosas. Por ejemplo, uno de los proyectos que tenemos es esta caja de engranajes. Se ve bien simple, pero explica el movimiento del rotor de un helicóptero o de una cajita musical con una bailarina. Ya el niño entendiendo esto de los engranajes, cómo lo puede presentar, hay muchísimas formas de utilizarlo, ya sea con una correa, con engranajes dentados o no. el niño ya puede ir creando una base lo suficientemente sólida para entonces comenzar a trabajar lo que vendría siendo la parte de coding, la parte de programación, la parte de integrar Tinkercad, sensores. O sea, es un conocimiento escalable. Va permitiendo al niño conocer lo más básico a través de estos proyectos que son hechos en cartón e ir incrementando en conocimiento. Si tienen alguna pregunta.
Muy bien. Gracias, Ernesto. Thank you very much. I'm gonna I'm gonna ask you a question. This is very interesting concept and program that is really beneficial for many kids. No doubt about that. How many so far? How many kids are currently using this approach? ¿Cuántos niños están usando este programa tuyo?
Actualmente, yo inicié, literalmente fue con el COVID outbreak here in the Dominican Republic. So basically, we are running with one school. We have 30 kids and 15 kids from extracurricular courses. So 45 kids right now are using our projects.
Very interesting, yeah. So, and I can see that the kit includes like paint, so that they
Yes.
can like custom paint and do like this artistic part. I think that is really important, really interesting.
Ernesto, I love what you're doing. I think it is really great. It's so inspiring. How did you come up with this idea initially?
Well, with my two kids, basically, they are really creative. So they push me to start thinking outside of the box and trying to fulfill their desires. One day, my kid, the biggest one, he asked me, uh, "How is the Titanic? Why is the Titanic sink? Why the Titanic sink?" So when I start to explain, basically the Titanic had two bags of air in the sides. The level of the water that reached the critical space. I didn't think that he understand everything that I said, but when the day passed, he started to think about that, and he created a boat with walls to prevent water to fulfill other places. He also create the rotor of the motor. So he saw me working with gears. So he think, hey, I can use a pen and place another. I can use tape and try to make a lever, maybe, or something. So he started to create the Titanic with the information that I gave him. When I saw that, I said, my kid's name is Noah. So I say, Noah, you are pushing me beyond my knowledge. So I need to sit down with you and explain further. So, and slowly. So we start to think in simple machines. How is the lever work? How is the gears work? How is uh, the principle of hydraulics work? But creating projects with him. He saw the theoretical part during the construction of the project. Right now, he has 6 years old. Right now, he's able to create his own crane, his own bridge, his own robot. So that's where I start to think. Let me do this more organized and pedagogical, correct. So
Ernesto, I'm really looking forward to see how your project evolves and how it grows. I know you've just started this year, so we're hoping to see how it continues, and I hope you have all the success with it and that the more schools get involved. I think there's so much learning value from what you're doing, so much educational value.
Yes, congratulations. And I think this is a great example of how the COVID contingency drove like many people to reinvent ways to do things. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Okay, so we have the next presenter who is here, who is ready to go. Jazz, would you like to present yourself?
I am, yeah. I'm Jasmine. I have a presentation for you today talking about the Young Inventor Challenge. I'm from the United States. So I'm going to introduce the program, and then we have someone who won the Inventor Challenge actually a few years ago, well, a little bit more than a few years ago, that'll be after me. And then after that, we're going to be introducing all the kids that won in the 2020 challenge. So quite a few presentations coming up, but at first I thought I would introduce the program. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. See here, share, and then present. Just making sure we can see that. I think so. Okay, so like I said, I'm here to say that you can design your own toy or game. I'm Jasmine, the director of the Young Inventor Challenge with People of Play. The Young Inventor Challenge, so a little background on it. It was founded by Mary Cousin, and it's hosted annually on Navy Pier in Chicago. It attracts over 30,000 people from around the world who are interested in toys and games, or are inventors themselves, or just in the industry. There's over 150 toy and game companies that are there that show their latest and greatest products. All right, this is the 2019 fair. Of course, I couldn't show the 2020 fair this year because we hosted it completely virtually because of the pandemic. So this is an aerial view of the 2019 fair. In the blue area that you see up top, that's the fair where companies are showcasing their latest and greatest products. But down in the red area, which is what we're focusing on today, is the Young Inventor Challenge. So it's set up kind of like a science fair. That's how I like to compare it and tell people about it. So you see all the kids down there, they have their poster boards, they have their games laid out on the tables, and then judges come around and ask them questions about their game. And then in the end, there is an award show as well. So just so you can see a little bit, this is a very small picture compared to how big it actually is. This is hosted on Navy Pier in a giant convention room. It goes way down. I wish I had like a scooter when I was there sometimes, because it takes so long to get from one end to the other. The mission of the program is to inspire the next generation to use creativity, critical thinking, and STEAM skills to invent the next best-selling toy or game. So in simple terms, here's how it works. Kids ages 6 to 18 are able to enter. They invent a toy or a game that they would like to present, and then they create a pitch video that will be seen by some of the biggest toy and game companies around the world. So they make the pitch video, and that's how we did it this year too, being completely virtual, but then also they create a prototype of their game and a poster board to bring to Chicago if they're able to, and present it in person to the judges. It doesn't have to work that way. You could just be virtual and do the pitch video, but we encourage people to come out to Chicago if you're interested. And then in the end, they receive feedback from the industry professionals. Now I'll say I've been with the program since October. I got to see some of the feedback that the judges gave the kids from this year's. And I wish I got feedback like that when I created stuff. The feedback was absolutely incredible. It's not just like, oh, that was a great game, or, oh, you know, it needs more work. They actually dug into the game and said, you know, what aspects were really good, or what aspects could be enhanced and work better. And with that feedback, kids are able to, you know, work on their games a little bit more over the year, and then submit again the next year if they would like, or just scratch the idea and come up with a whole new game if they want to. But the feedback that they get from the professionals it's priceless. All right, so I wanted to just take a second to thank our sponsors. So this year, our sponsors were Magformers, Mattel, Goliath, and Hasbro. But when you look across the bottom there, you can see sponsors, or see companies that have sponsored over the years, and it's just like incredible to see these big name companies out there. So like Spin Master, Lego, Target, Razer, Scholastic, Play Monster. I mean, these are companies that we've all heard of, and all have been sponsors. All right, some benefits from the program. So kids get to be creative, kids learn teamwork. So they can either submit the game by themselves or they can submit the game in pairs of twos. And in some cases, there's classrooms or programs that do this as part of their curriculum. So we have some champion teachers out there that do this in their classrooms. We have after school programs that do this. So they're working in teams, although their project isn't in teams, they're still working with each other to create their own games. And I think that's incredible. And then kids can, of course, win big prizes. In some cases, kids can get their games manufactured and sold in stores. And I'll talk more about that in a second. But just to highlight more about the program and what they learn from it. So they're learning, entrepreneurship. They have to research and do brainstorming. So they're using the engineering design process. They're designing games. They're working on rule writing, prototyping, play testing. When you play test, you get feedback from your peers. And then how can you use that to make your game a little bit better? Or when I was talking to one of the winners, he was saying it took so long to play the game. It was like Monopoly. It was taking hours to play the game. And they didn't know that when they first created it. It wasn't until play testing that they learned that. They were able to go back and look at the rules and figure out how to speed up the game. And then presentation skills. So this is a huge one, being able to communicate and share your ideas out with others. So ideas are great when they're in your head. Ideas are great when they're sitting on the table, but they're the best when you can share them out with other people and see where it can go. So like I said, creating that pitch video, creating your presentation board, sharing it with others. And then of course to have fun. When I asked all the winners how they felt about this year, that was one thing that they all brought up, was just how challenging it was, but how much fun they had. All right, some successful stories. So Nick Metzler, who you actually hear from after I'm done here, his game that he submitted was called Squash, and it was licensed by PlaySmart. This is back in 2012. And then since then, he has now became an actual designer and product acquisition exec with Spin Master. So he won the Toy Game Inventor Rising Star Award back in 2018. So like I said, you'll hear from Nick after this. And then Lily and Tate, they created the game Bet You Can't. They won in 2018. And then their game was also licensed and sold exclusively at Target. And then the game Draw Into Crime is by Tiggy back in 2017, which is a mashup of Clue, Pictionary, and Guess Who. And I watched her pitch video, and yeah, it's definitely those three games put together in one. So her game was licensed by Play Monster and also sold in stores. So just some of the success stories. And then from this year, 2020, there are a couple games that the sponsors were interested in to see if they're able to bring it to market as well. All right, so the Young Inventor Challenge from this year, like I said, it was a fully virtual event, very different from what we've seen in the past. So on October 31st, that's when the students' registrations were due. And then on November 21st, we hosted the first virtual Young Inventor Award show. So I just threw a QR code on there. So if anyone's interested in watching it, they're able to watch it there on YouTube. And then I just took a screenshot, which actually to get a screenshot of yourself that looks okay in a video is very challenging. So that's the best that we got. But I encourage you to check it out. The awards is about 40 minutes long, and you get to see everyone's pitch videos and hear from our sponsors. And then also you get to hear from the inventor of Bop It and kind of the story of how Bop It came to be. It wasn't originally meant to be a toy or a game. It was originally created to be something else, but I'll leave that to you to check out when you watch the video. And then our winners from this year. So from our sponsor, Mattel, had most creative games. We have Joey and Dominic with Sasquatch Stomp, and then Ninja Penguins by Catherine. Most marketable game was sponsored by Magformers. We have Forest Face Off created by Vivian, and then Beat the Best by Ellie. And then Best Active Play sponsored by Hasbro. We have PE Catastrophe by Victoria. Magic Gem Race by Noah and Calder. The best game concept was sponsored by Goliath with Chicken Poo Bingo with Cooper, and Cooper will not be with us today, but if I have time at the end of my session, I would like to share her pitch video. And then Diamond Heist by Luna, Anna, and the Bagel Club team. So there's a group of 5 of them that have worked on that game together. And then we have Best Playful Learning sponsored by People of Play with Protect the Garden made by Jacob, and then King of the Board by Antonio. So that's our winners there. And then I just wanted to say it's never too early to start inventing. So like I said, this is always hosted the week before Thanksgiving. Even though it's January now and that won't be until November, you can definitely start on your games already. So if anyone's interested, definitely check out the website and you'll get a lot more information there. I hope to see you guys back in Chicago next year. Hopefully with the pandemic settling down, we'll be able to be back in person, but that is what I have for you there. Let's see where we're at with the time. Oh, maybe we don't have enough time right now to show her video. But
we have a couple of minutes if you want.
Okay, I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, I can share her video. Let's see, I'm gonna stop share real fast and then reshare again. It's only like a minute or two, so. All right, let's check it out. Can you see that full screen?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. The sound will come in just a second.
Hi, I'm Cooper Dean from Tampa, Florida. And why am I standing in front of a stinky old chicken coop? Well, I invented a new game called Chicken Poo Bingo. Y'all come check it out. First, you pass out the bingo cards. Each player should get one card and the bingo markers. Next, you choose the game from the game book. There's different ways to play. You load the chicken so she can mark the board. You can use any small candies. Today, I'm using little balls of Tootsie Rolls. So first, you have to unscrew its head, drop the candy in, and screw its head back on. And right there, you have your perfect chicken. Just to be clear, I did not make this chicken. I got it in my Easter basket. But the real chicken will move around a lot more. I thought this one would work for now. Now, you line up the chicken and let her go. Wow, she cooked at number 33. If you have 33, mark it on your card. Oh, and don't forget the free space. Keep loading her up and letting her go until somebody gets bingo. If they get bingo, yell Chicken Poo Bingo. The winner gets candy. Well, that's my game. Thanks for checking it out, and I hope you love it. Bye.
All right. Yeah, so that was Cooper's. Like I said, she's out camping, which sounds weird to me because I'm in Minnesota and it's snowing. But she's in Florida out camping with her family and won't be with us today. But I did want to share her video.
I love her game. It was great.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
What a brilliant idea.
Yep. So I think now we can pass it off to Nick.
Thanks, Jasmine. Yeah. Nick, are you there?
Hi, I am here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let me just turn off my virtual background. Sorry, I didn't realize that was still on. And we're good to go. All right. So hi, everybody. My name is Nick Metzler. I am a professional game designer. So I started my career, I guess you could say, back at the Young Inventors Challenge in 2010 and 2011. I was 16 years old when I got my first game published, 16 or 17, one of the two. And it was a game called Squashed. It was this three-dimensional cube game where the goal of the game was to squash everybody else on the cube. And you could do that in two ways. The first way was to move directly on top of another piece. So like 1, 2, 3, and squash somebody into the cube, just like that, really fun. Or the second way is you could end your turn at any of the 4 spaces surrounding the king piece to allow you to flip the whole cube and squash anybody caught underneath. So a lot of people really loved it because you got to take this thing and just slam it on the table. It was a lot of fun with full-on physicality. So how did I come up with something like this, right? It's this 3D object, and the prototype didn't exactly look like that. I didn't have a lot of plastics at my disposal. All I had was my creativity. And when I looked around at the Young Inventors Challenge the year prior, I noticed that everybody was just on the ground, right? Everybody's board games were flat. So I said, how can I stand out and be a little bit different? And I decided to make mine 3-dimensional. Another thing that I did is I thought about, what do I find fun in life? What do I find fun in games? And I realized that physicality in games wasn't really present. You know, you press the thing in the middle of trouble and it bops the die around and super fun. Why isn't there more of that stuff in games? So I included that part into Squashed. And then it was also with magnets. I was trying to figure out a way to have pieces moving up the side of an object. And I couldn't figure out a good way to do that until I thought of magnets. And so I had this, I ended up ordering some steel online, cold pressed steel, and I had my manager, my janitor at the local high school weld it together into a cube for me to make the prototype. And it was an absolute dream, bringing this creation to life. It was so much fun, and I was so lucky to have it be published into the market, and eventually became a professional game designer. So that it was just an incredible journey, and I want to talk a little bit about how I started and how I transitioned more over to the professional gaming life. When I was young, I really loved the 8-bit Mario, and I don't know, a lot of people might remember the 8-bit Mario because you moved around the screen and you jumped and you tried to get the mushrooms, and it's still kind of the same, right? But I loved it. I wanted to figure out ways to make it more of what I wanted as well. I wanted to bring out my own creativity, and so I started making puppet video games. That was a blast. I did all sorts of stuff, and then I fell in love with Pokemon as well. I loved Pokemon, and I had all this creativity, right? I wanted to know how I could make Pokemon my own, and so I created something called Kalamon. So I've got a picture of that right now, which I'll share. So these are some of my Kalamon cards. As you can see, I made a really large stack of them. But this one I started in 4th grade, and this is called Explodey. He was a little bomb, and it exploded. And I moved into a lot of other different monsters and things like that too. So I was extremely creative as a kid. But how did I go from creativity to somewhere professional? Well, you just keep improving at it, right? You keep refining your craft. You keep getting a little bit better. You keep trying new things and innovating on top of the things that you already tried. And I'm happy to say that games really are my passion. I get to work in my passion. But you might be wondering, how can I do that in my own life? What if you can't find your passion? You might be wondering what your passion really is. And you hear that phrase all the time, that you have to find your passion, right? But I want to tell you a little secret. I want to let you in on the secret. Well, you don't find your passion. Nobody finds their passion. That's not how passion works. And if you take something away from this talk, I want you to take away that you don't find your passion, you develop your passion. And so let me talk a little bit about passion. So first, passion starts as curiosity. And I'll walk you through kind of the things that I've talked about already with my journey into how this curiosity developed into a passion. First, when you're curious about something, you want to learn as much as you can about the thing, right? You learn so much about it. You learn every little piece. You learn how high Mario jumps, or you learn every single Pokemon in the series, right? After you're done with that curiosity, that insatiable drive to learn and just to be excited about something, then you can start tinkering with it. And tinkering is so much fun. It's such a fun process. And it's where the invention comes from, right? It's where you take something that you already saw, you tinker with it to make it a little bit more of what your vision is, what your idea is, and you bring it into something completely new, that invention. So if we're talking about like the chicken poo bingo, she took something that was already made, bingo, for example, and she also took things that was around her in her daily life, maybe chickens in a chicken coop, and she combined them together. She tinkered with them and combined them. That's the creativity spark, right? Once you've got tinkering down, then it develops into a framework. What's a framework? It's a way of putting out rules and sets of rules for designing or making different things. So for me, an example of my framework would be, well, I looked around the entire fair and I saw that everything was flat. How do I make something that's three-dimensional, right? I start thinking in a different way than everybody else is thinking. And I start building a framework around how I want my creation to be. And these are the same skills that I use in my everyday life at Spin Master. And finally, once you've got frameworks down, then passion really comes out. And what is passion? To me, passion it's a way of thinking about your world and thinking about your life. you start seeing the world in a different way, in a different light, and you start filtering the information that you have in your daily life through that lens. And to me, that's where passion really happens. A lot of people say that you can find your passion, but I disagree with that. I think you have to develop your passion because it's a way of life. It's a way of being. It involves all of your emotions, and that's truly what passion is. The beauty of developing your passion is you don't have to be anxious about finding it. And you don't need to worry that anybody else is better than you either, because it's completely your own journey. So if I could leave you with anything on that, I'll leave you with that. It's knowing that each of you has a special gift to give to the world, and you and only you alone can discover what that gift is. So I can't wait to see how you all change the world. I hope you develop your passion, and you never know what could come of it.
Sweet. Thank you, Nick.
Wow.
I have to say, I just ordered squash on Amazon. It'll be here early next week, so I'm excited to actually play that game. Yep, I will have that soon.
There it is.
Appreciate you being on the call today.
Absolutely. Thanks, everyone.
What was your other game that you submitted to the Young
So the year before Squashed, I came in with a game called That's Cheating. And if you've ever played the card game BS, where you lay cards face down and you're trying to get rid of all your cards first, it's a little bit like a board game version of that. You played your moves face down, and you can move around this concentric ring. But if your move was too good to be true, somebody else could call you out and say, that's cheating, and force you to flip over that card to see if you actually had the right card or not.
I like that. That's awesome. Cool. Does anyone else have any other questions for Nick, or I could say too?
I just want to thank him. Thank you, Nick, for sharing this, for your passion. I think that's really inspiring. I think you're really inspired. And I hope that you continue to inspire people about passion. You're really, really, I think that you said that passion develops. It's really, really true. And well, thank you for giving away those little secrets. And I'm sure that they're going to be really helpful for a lot of young innovators. And I do wish a lot of success in your career. And I'll be also looking forward to your games. And life is about that, about passion and about fun. So thanks for sharing and for being so creative.
Absolutely. And one little thing about that secret: don't keep it a secret. Share it with everybody.
Right. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
I guess follow on the story. Oh, I was gonna say, the follow on the chicken poo bingo story. I did figure out where that passion came from. And at their campground, they play real life chicken poo bingo with real chickens.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a real thing in Florida. I don't know if it's anywhere else too, but I was like, of course it would be. And so that's what inspired her game. I had to ask, I'm like, where did this idea come from? And they play it. I've also heard that there's cow poo bingo as well. Probably a much bigger version, but those are actual real things that are out there.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I just want to jump in and say I loved your talk as well. It was really inspiring. It was really great. What are you working on at the moment? Have you got anything in the pipeline that you can talk about? Have you got a new game?
Yeah, I've got lots of new games. I can't talk about most of them because they're NDAs and everything. But some of my most recent games, there's one called Hot Words that's out there. So much fun. It's a little bit like Taboo, where you draw a card and you have to describe the words on the card. However, there's some hot words that you can't say, and they give you rules for things. Like, for example, you can't say the word this, or the more difficult ones, you can't say words beginning with the letter C. So there's a lot of really cool, fun stuff that happens there. But I'm working on lots of games. I've got about 35 in the market at this point. I'll have another 5 or so next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a really fun job.
Very fun. It's the greatest job in the world.
I saw your video with Soggy Doggy as well. I think you were, maybe it was like a news report on that one. Did you work on that game as well?
So I didn't work on that one, but I helped promote it. It's Soggy Doggy, for those of you who don't know. Super fun game. It's a really cute, fluffy dog that shakes, and it's in a shower, and so it sprays water everywhere. Great for 5-year-olds.
That's awesome. There's a lot of games like that out there right now too, with like the water and things happening. So I think that's awesome. Anything else for Nick? I know we have just a few minutes before we got to switch over. Anyone have any questions? I see Dominic and Joey are already on. Do you guys have any questions for Nick? These are two of our winners that are coming up. You don't have to if you don't have any, but I thought I would throw it out.
That's okay if you guys don't.
I actually have a question.
Yep.
You said that you participated in this when you were 16 in the competition.
Yep.
Did you then go on and do university studies? I mean, what did you study to then go into games?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. During the competition, I met an incredible person named Mike Hurdle. And when I met him, he was talking about how to sell ideas. And I really got inspired by how to sell ideas. And Mike Hurdle was a previous person for Hasbro. He was a global acquisitions and inventor relations representative. So he's an incredible person to meet. But he was talking about entrepreneurship and ideas. And so I went in with the mindset that, you know what, I want to learn how to sell ideas, but in a way to make the world more fun. So I went to USC, where I studied business administration with an emphasis in entrepreneurship and did a minor in psychology. And while I was there, I worked on Survivor as a challenge designer. I started an entrepreneurship fraternity, eventually became president of that, and then I made a bunch of other games designed to test emotional intelligence. And that's how we did Rush for our entrepreneurship fraternity. They played games.
I love that. That's awesome.
Amazing. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool. So were you hired by Spin Master straight from college?
Yeah, so in junior year, I was looking for a job. I took the semester off because I was trying to get back on Survivor, but a bunch of weird circumstances happened where they were taking less and less people, and then there was a big issue that occurred with the people that they were hiring. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into it, but I was without a job in my junior year, so I was looking around trying to figure out what I should do. And Spin Master happened to be 2 or 3 stops away from the train station, so I cold called them and got through to their games team, and they ended up hiring me off of that cold call. And so I worked with them as an intern for about a year, and then I went directly into the office after as a full time. We went through a reorg 2 years ago, and then I moved out to New York, where I am now, and I'm still with Spin Master.
Nice. All right.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing all of that experience and your story and those secrets that will no longer be kept secret.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks,
All right,
Nick.
take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, that was awesome, man. He has so much energy. I want some of that. And his story about passion was incredible. So next up we have Dominic and Joey. So our first set of winners. They were a team that worked together on Sasquatch Stomp. And I'm gonna go ahead and show their pitch video first, and then they can come on and I have a few questions for them. So I'm gonna share my screen again. All right, here we go.
My name is Dominic.
And I'm Joey.
Our game is Sasquatch Stomp.
So basically, the objective of this game is to get 3 of your hunter doe hunters in the cabin.
Before you get stomped. Now, this game is for 2 to 4 players, ages 5 and up. To set up the game, you have to pick a color, and that determines where you start on the game. You mold your meeples/hunters, and you have to make 8 hunters to put in your hunting tower.
All the players are set up. The player that rolled the highest dice rolls their turn. And then, if that person lands on a shortcut, they can go the way the arrows are pointing. And on the Bigfoot dice, it says which way the Bigfoot moves. And if the Bigfoot die lands on the footprint, that player has to draw a Bigfoot card. Pick any player's hunter to stomp.
No! Don't get stomped. And Sasquatch stomp.
All right. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna stop sharing and then we can get Joey and Dominic to hop on. Hi, Dominic. Hey, Joey. Oh,
Hi.
there you go. How's it going today?
Good.
Good. All right. Well, let's jump right into it. So now everyone's seen your pitch video. They know a little bit more about your game. But first, I just want to know, let's say Joey first, what inspired this game?
What originally inspired this game is, so when I was little, me and my dad used to go into the woods and we used to try to spot Sasquatch or find evidence that he is real. And that's like how like we got the idea of a Sasquatch game. And Dominic really liked the creature too, so we decided to make a Sasquatch game.
Nice. And did you ever find any evidence of Sasquatch or Bigfoot?
No, we never did.
No, but that's still super cool that you went out. And like I told you the other day, I want you to keep looking because it would be awesome if you found something. Cool.
Yeah, that'd be really awesome.
Yeah. So Dominic, what were the initial concepts of your game? What did you go through when you were brainstorming and thinking of ideas?
Well, so at first there was like this maze. It was like complex, and there was like regions, and there was like these evidence cards, and you had to like prove or catch Bigfoot. But then we wanted to simplify it, so we said, why not I try to get away from Bigfoot because he could be a dangerous creature. And yeah, those are some initial concepts.
Yeah. So what I heard you say was like, at first it was really, really busy. When you were talking about the board, it was like you're moving all over the place. Maybe there are different trails, and you ended on a square, which was very simple. It looks a lot like Sorry, kind of, but very easy to move around the track, easy to understand. Cool. So speaking of the board, Joey, do you want to talk about how you guys designed the board?
So originally we just had a blank piece of board, and then we started drawing little squares all around the board and the discard and the pile where you put the cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then we put the little footprints on. It's like really funny how we got those footprints, because we got a stamp with 2 baby feet on it, but we just took one off, then it looked like a Sasquatch footprint.
That's so funny. That's hilarious. And then how did you pick the 4 different colors? I see it's really broken into 4 colors. Do you remember that?
Yeah. So we were gonna just make it like one giant forest, but then we thought it'd like to tell where a player starts with their color, we would make 4 separate regions to end, so it'd be cooler to have different shortcuts than just one bridge.
Yeah, I love the shortcut idea too. I actually just played Trouble this weekend. It was a Star Wars version of Trouble. And it was the same idea where it had the 4 different colors in the corner, and then there was a shortcut where if you landed on it, you could fly over to the next piece. And so it feels so good to land on those shortcuts. So probably much like when you guys were playing, when you land on that shortcut, it's amazing. So that's cool that you put that in there. Let's hop back to you, Dominic. Let's talk about the Play-Doh people. Where did that idea come from? How did you make the molds for them? I think that's cool.
That's a pretty interesting story. So it's not that interesting, but we were scrolling through Target, and we were trying to find these people with people molds that could stand up, and then we played a game with meeples, and I thought, why not have meeple molds? Because it can look like anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so we our friends had a 3D printer, so they printed 2 of these. They printed
4 sets of 2 of these. So you just squash them together, and then it's 3D, so it can stand up but also be squashed.
Nice. And like I told you guys the other day, I'm really into 3D printing, so I think it's cool that you guys use that as a tool for your game as well. That's cool. Okay, so we have our board, we have the people. Joey, I need to know more about Sasquatch. Where did the Sasquatch come from?
So originally we had this giant Sasquatch, but then it didn't fit on the board. So that same day we got the little baby feet. We got this tinier Sasquatch at a craft store, and it fit perfectly, and it could stomp the little meeples perfectly.
And how big was the original Sasquatch?
It was like maybe double or triple the size of this one.
What did you do with it? Do you still have it?
I think Dominic does.
Oh, Dominic has it. That's funny. I love that you guys found a Sasquatch somewhere, so you didn't have to worry about designing it. You just like used something that was already out there, and you just found it. You said like at a local craft store, so it's super cool. Let's see. So Dominic, let's talk about the dice. How did the dice change throughout the game? And can you tell people what the dice do? Because I know there's a couple different die that are in your game.
Yeah, so at first there was 1 die for the hunter / meeple / traveler, and it's a normal die, and then there was a Bigfoot die that determined like how much the Bigfoot moved. And originally it was also 6-sided, but then we added the footprint, so it didn't move as fast. And also we added 2 die, so then like say the hunters got moved every like 1 out of 4, or how many people you were playing with, so like a 1 out of 4 turns, and the Bigfoot got moved every single time, so we changed it to 2 dice.
Okay. And then with the 2 die, what you said you could add the numbers, or how do those work?
Yeah, so if it was like a 2 and a 5, you could like split them or have them together, but not like a 6 and a 1.
Right. Okay.
It can only be like what's on the die.
Right. I like that idea of like either it could be 7, or you can move one person 5 and the other person 2. Gives you more flexibility, and you can move your hunters more strategically. It makes you think a little bit more too. Cool. Let's see. So Joey, I know play testing was tough this year because of the pandemic, so you probably didn't get to play test as much as you would have liked, but were you able to play test it all, and what was that like?
Yes, we were able to play test because at the time we were building the board, we finished the prototype. So then my cousins and brothers were over. So we all play tested, and my cousins and brothers loved it. It was so nice watching them play something that me and Dominic personally made.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that they enjoyed it. I would enjoy that game too. It seems so fun to like squash the people. And then Dominic, were you able to play test at all either?
Yeah, I played over Christmas, but and before that, and some of the changes that we made were instead of, it was originally 10 hunters, and then we changed it to 8.
Okay, and then what did that do? Why did you change the number of people?
Because it was like getting like stomped, like, and then like it took too long to like mold all the people.
Okay, so to set up the game, it was just taking forever for just the setup. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. And if I remember right, there was a card that you get to bring your people back. Like if someone got squashed, if you were lucky, you got to bring a person back in. Cool. That's awesome. Okay, let's see. So Joey, the timeline, how long did it take you to design this game?
We just kept on going back and forth between 3 ideas, but then we just simplified the game, like Dominic said earlier. So it'll just be like you go from one place to another. So the process of building it and making the changes took about 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. And you guys did this a part of your class, right?
Yes.
As well? Okay, cool. I love that there's like teachers that are involved that are doing this as a part of the curriculum in your classroom. So that's cool that maybe you got to bounce ideas off of some of your classmates and work together and stuff too. So very cool. Let's see. So we're rounding up on time here. I guess maybe one more question for each of you. Dominic, I want to know, what was it like when you were watching the award show and they called your name? I see you smiling already, but what was that like when you found out you were a winner?
So my family was happy. I was happy. I was pretty proud of myself and Joey. And like, we finished it. We finished the awards ceremony, and I was just like moving and dancing because I couldn't sit still.
Do we get to see any of the dance moves right now? No. I'm just teasing you. You don't have to dance for us right now. It's okay. There we go. And then Joey, what about you? What about when you won? What happened?
My family flipped out. We had like a mini party. We were calling people. We were dancing around. It was the best day of my life by far.
Oh, that's awesome. Do we get any dance moves out of you?
No.
No, not today. We'll save that. We'll save the excitement. And we saw the video too of the win as well. So very cool. I guess we got one more minute. So for both of you guys then, maybe we'll start with you, Dominic. Do you think we'll see you again? Do you have more game ideas? Do you want to participate in the Young Inventor Challenge again?
Yeah, but I think I would like to I do a new game instead of so I could have more experience with it.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So maybe finish this game up, call it good, and work on some new ideas. What about you, Joey?
We are definitely gonna do it again. We have plenty of ideas. Next year we're gonna win it again also.
Oh, nice. I love the confidence. Yeah, well, congratulations again. It was an awesome game. I loved watching the pitch video. I would have loved to play it as well. Maybe one day. Maybe if you guys come to Chicago next year, bring it with. I'll be there and we can play. But congrats, and I look forward to seeing what you guys have for the future.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yeah, cool. Anything else from you guys?
Thank you for letting us present our game and speak here about Sasquatch Stomp.
It was so great. I mean, I'm amazed. And you know what? It's really fun that you mix like this part of the gameplay with the handful part of making like the little people and the emotions of getting them squashed. As a player, I can imagine how it feels to see my hunter like just being squashed. And you know, I think that's something really important that you're putting in a game. So keep it on, guys. And I think you did a great job. And I am looking forward for your future games too.
Yeah.
I just want to add to that I really loved hearing about your process, how you talked about how you tried it one way and then it didn't work, and so you changed the numbers and the how many hunters you had, and you iterated a lot and you went through it and evaluated how it was working and how you could improve it. So it was really great. Good job, guys. You did really well.
Cool.
Thank you.
Awesome. And then just wanted to throw a quick thank you out to Mattel as well, who was their sponsor that chose them as this year's winner. So thanks to Mattel. And I know you guys got some awesome prizes from Mattel as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Cool. All right. Congrats again. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Good job. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Okay, so next we have Jacob Freeman, who is with us. I'm going to go ahead and share his pitch video first, and then Jacob will jump to you where you can present. Okay? All right, I'm going to share my screen again. Let's see here.
My name is Jacob and I am 7 years old. My game is called Protect the Garden. You have 1 minute to destroy your opponent's garden. Here are the cards you have. You attack with the bad stuff, which is rabbits, poison ivy, weeds, and cabbage worms. And the good stuff is nets, gloves, and weed killer and tools. So the net catches the rabbits, the glove takes away the poison ivy, the weed killer kills the weeds, and the tools takes away the cabbage worms. At the end of 1 minute, whoever has the most vegetable wins the game. And that is Protect the Garden.
All right. Oh, there we go. I'm going to stop sharing. I just have to say, first off, Jacob, I loved your pitch video. It was super clear on how to play your game. When it was done, I knew exactly how to play. I felt like if I had the cards, I could start playing with my friends and family right away. So let's jump to you. What do you have for us today?
My name is Jacob and I'm 7 years old. I invented Protect the Garden. No. The reason how I got it is because my mom had a bunch of bad stuff in her garden, and it drive her crazy. And I saw one of the girls win the Chicago toy competition, so I wanted to enter it too.
Okay. So you have a garden at home?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and there were weeds and stuff and bad things in the garden?
Hmm?
Okay, and that's what inspired the game. Cool.
Can I
All right, so what else?
Say it again? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the cover of the picture of Protect the Garden. And these are some of the players' gardens. Those are cabbages, those are carrots, and those are tomatoes. You and your opponent have 1 minute for each round. Attack and defense cards. Attack your opponent with these cards: rabbit nets, poison ivy, and gloves. Weed killer Oh, can I just start over? Rabbits, poison ivy, weeds, and cabbage worms. Then defend with these cards. Nets catches the rabbits. Gloves takes away the poison ivy. Weed killer kills the weeds. And tools takes out the cabbage worms. And the eat out card there is eat out cards means your opponent gets the vegetable and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay. So about your garden at home, were some of those things like the rabbits and the weeds, were those things that you found in your garden there?
We saw rabbits, weeds,
the poison ivy?
Worms, mostly cabbage worms.
Nice. Okay. And then I love that each one of those things that happens, you had a way to fix it as well. Very cool. Okay, what else do you have for us?
I'm making a board game that I got for Christmas. It's called Space Soars, and it has aliens and astronauts.
Oh, I love that idea. Are they good aliens? Are aliens good, or are the aliens not good?
Aliens.
They're bad aliens. Okay. And are they trying to attack the astronauts?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So are you going to work on this game and submit it again next year?
Okay. I'm still working on the cards though.
Okay. Well, you have some time. We have a lot of time before you're able to submit again. What let's talk about what materials you use. So what did you use to create your game?
So my brother had a notepad that he wasn't really using. So hold it up. Well, this is what I had the idea.
Can you hold it up a little higher? Oh, okay. So that's your notepad, and that's where you wrote your notes out, your ideas?
And for the cards, I just basically did paper.
Mm-hmm. Paper and was it markers? That was the color?
Paper and markers.
Okay. Cool. How'd you learn how to draw so good? Your drawings are great. Did it take a couple times?
No.
Do you have a little help?
Mm-mm.
No, you did it by yourself?
Well, I had a little help. My
Yeah.
brother gave me the idea of the name. He wrote multiple names.
The name protect the garden?
And other names.
Okay.
And my mom wrote a script because I keep forgetting.
That's okay.
I keep forgetting what to say.
That's okay. You're doing a great job. I love hearing more about your game. Cool. Do you have anything else you'd like to share with us?
To other kids, I would say inventing is hard, but don't give up. And ask your mom or dad if you need help.
Yeah, I heard from some of the other winners as well that they had help from home, whether it was older siblings or maybe even younger siblings, mom and dad. Some people said their grandparents helped them. Some of the kids did this as a part of their class, so their teacher helped them or some, helpers in the classroom. So I think that's great advice. If you watch the award show, do you remember the guy that invented Bop It? Do you remember what he said? He said, how can you have more brains? So you can only have so many ideas by yourself, but your game gets better and better the more brains you have. So if you listen to other people and get advice from other people, that's how you can be even more creative. Why have one brain when you can have 5 brains? So I think that's great that you had people to help you. Yeah. Do you appreciate their help? Yeah. Let's talk about play testing. So did you get a chance to play your game at all with anyone? Who did you play with?
My mom.
Yeah. And how did that go?
It went pretty good.
Good. Was it
my
fun?
mom won because I'm not really good at my game. Because 1 minute, I'm not really good at fast games.
Okay. Yeah, and your game is really fast. It's who can lay it down the quickest. So you kind of have to see everything that's going on. I don't know. Have you ever played Slapjack before? Do you know what Slapjack is? No? Oh, it's another pretty fast game. There's a game called Speed too. They're card games, much like yours, where you have to be the fastest one to lay them down. So that's definitely a skill to be able to you have to look at all those piles at one time and know what card to lay. I have another question for you. When you have cards in your hand, can you lay down any card that you want, or can you only lay down the card that's on top?
You can lay down any card on top.
Okay.
Of each card.
Okay. Huh. That's awesome. Do you have anything else you would like to share? Keep asking questions.
I enjoyed the game.
You enjoyed it?
And when I first saw the video, I thought I didn't win. But then a few days later, my mom told me that I won.
What? And how did that feel when you found out that you won?
I was really happy and I was screaming.
You were screaming? That's awesome. And I know you got your prize package. I saw the pictures. With your missing front teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're coming back in now. Awesome. Let's see. Does anyone else have any questions for Jacob while we're wrapping up here?
I do, Jacob. Great job. Congratulations. I love what you guys do designing games, and I want your piece of advice. What is the thing that do you think makes a game like really, really good game, really enjoyable.
Like what makes a game really fun? What type of games do you like?
A game in the season.
No, what makes it really fun? Why are games fun?
And because you're supposed to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what makes a game fun?
Like, is it the speed? Is it playing with other people? What is it that makes it fun to play games? Why do you like playing games so much?
Because because I like being.
It's okay.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
What about what games do you like to play? Do you have any favorite games? What do you like to play?
Well, I haven't really played it, but it looks fun. It's from the prize package. It's called Dancing Charades.
Oh, do you like to dance?
Okay.
Okay.
And I also like guessing games.
Guessing games.
Oh.
I like that. So charades is definitely a guessing game. If I started doing something, you would have to guess what I'm doing. I like that. Any other questions for Jacob?
I have a question, Jacob, and my name is actually Jacob also. And you're from Pennsylvania, right?
I was born in New Jersey.
New Jersey, but now you're living in Pennsylvania. That's where
Then I lived in Florida.
Oh.
Then I lived in Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, I'm a Jacob also from Pennsylvania, but that's beside the point. I have a question. When you play games, do you get upset if you don't win, or do you just enjoy the game because you're working with other people?
I enjoy it. Then I call for a rematch.
That is the best answer I think he could have said. I am the same way. I enjoy it, but I will definitely rematch. That's awesome. Any other questions for him?
I want a rematch. I want to see when he comes back next year.
Yeah, definitely. And it's cool to see how young he is as well. He's one of our youngest participants, only being 7.
I wish we could all have a game now. I wish we could play your game. It'll be fun. Maybe we need to find a way to make it a virtual game. And then we could play it together.
That's a
reality.
Jazz, you should give them a challenge. Make a virtual game that will work in this kind of environment.
I love that idea, actually, because since the pandemic, we've been looking for games to play, over Zoom and stuff. And there are some games that work great and some of them obviously that don't. That's a great idea. I love that.
Well, you've got the crew, Jazz. You've got the crew. Put them to work.
Yep. I love it. Awesome.
When I grow up, I do want to be a video game maker.
Oh, I like that. You like playing video games.
Good plan.
Very cool. Well,
lots of strategy games.
Cool. That's awesome. And Jacob's sponsor was People of Play. So I just want to say thank you to People of Play for choosing him for Best Playful Learning. Definitely learned a lot when I saw his pitch video about gardens. I'm not a gardener, so I learned about what are some harmful things that would happen in a garden and how can you fix or stop those things. So good job today, Jacob.
Well done, Jacob. Great presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so young too. I feel like we can get a lot of games out of him in the next few years if he keeps designing. So hi, Catherine. I'm gonna go ahead and share your pitch video first, and then we'll jump back to you for your presentation. So I'm gonna share my screen again. Let's see. All right.
And this is my game, Ninja Penguins. Ninja Penguins is a game where players use fun and funny poses to earn ninja gear for their penguins. The ninja gear is the katana, the bow staff, the rope, the shuriken, and, as all ninjas need, a box of noodles. How do I earn this ninja gear, you ask? Well, the answer starts with cards. On my turn, I would put the card in the card holder after I took it from the deck. This is a pose card. The right hand on my hand is the orange glove on the penguin's end, and the beak shows the way my nose should pose. So I would stand up, take the pose, and then flip the timer over. The timer is for 10 seconds, so it'll run for as long as I hold the pose. If I'm still holding the pose by the time the timer is over, I get to spin the spinner. There are a few different outcomes of the spinner. There's spin again, your choice, which basically means I take any box of Ninja Gear and put it in my box. And then there are the pieces of gear. If I don't have that piece of gear already, I would put it in my box. But if I do, my turn would just automatically be over. There are a few other types of poses. There's the riddles, which include math, reading, science, and more. There's a unique card, the coupon for noodles, which automatically gives you the box of noodles. And finally, there's the balancing act. To demonstrate the balancing act, I'll need my friend Drip here. So, as the card says, I would put Drip on my elbow and then hold that pose for 10 seconds. If Drip falls, my turn would automatically be over, and I wouldn't get to spin. The same happens if you don't solve the riddle correctly within 10 seconds, or if you didn't hold your pose. The game is over when a player has all 5 pieces of Ninja Gear. This is the instruction sheet, and as you can see, it is in a unique comic book-like formula. And there's a little diagram here that shows you exactly what the postcards look like. I hope you enjoyed my video, and please enjoy my game.
All right. Awesome. I think that's great. Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
Hi. Would you like to share for us today? I want to say congrats first off.
Thank you.
But yeah, the time is yours.
Yep, so I have a PowerPoint. If I can just share my screen.
Okay. Yep, we can see it.
Ninja penguins. Can you master the way of the waddling warrior? Inspiration. I've always loved penguins and ninjas. The two are not very similar. For example, ninjas can fly through the air. Penguins, not so much. Putting two crazily different things together is what makes something awesome. Ninjas are cool and penguins are adorable. Put them together and ninja penguins. They're cute and cool. So here's a little graphic for my inspiration. It's penguin plus a ninja equals ninja penguins. When I started designing this game, I had a broken ankle, so I designed the poses so they could be held while sitting down. Eventually, I made the poses more challenging so they could be more like yoga. Also, since ninjas need more than their bodies, I created riddles and balance challenges to develop ninja minds and focus. Next, the game originally had 4 plastic penguins, Flip, Drip, Slip, and Pip, that were only used for decoration. I changed it so you balance your penguins somewhere during the balance challenges. I also realized that I could be more creative with my instruction sheet, so I made it a comic book. People also commented that the art could be better, so I created better-looking postcards, but the spinner was still hand-drawn. Some challenges I faced while designing this game were a broken ankle, trying to find a 3D printer to make the penguins, and the complete loss of my old computer where I'd saved most of my documents. The loss of my documents actually helped me because I had to redesign everything so it looked better. Then these are my penguins. You can see there is Slip, Flip, Pip, and Drip. And then these are my postcards. The one on the left is Not Really a Wild Ninja, pose number 7, and the one on the right is the downward facing penguin. So in conclusion, or as I like to call it, what I hope you learned from listening, sitting here watching me talk, penguins are awesome, first of all. Then combining 2 separate things makes something even better. Even if something has always been one way, you can make it a different way and make it even better. And a setback can help you make something even better. Thank you.
That is awesome. Definitely have some questions for you.
Okay.
If you don't mind. So like I mentioned before, I'm really into 3D printing. I teach 3D printing here at a technical college. Let's start there. So when you started designing this game, did you know that you wanted to use 3D printing?
Not really. I had like 20 different options for the penguins. It was like I could make a pegboard and put the gear on that. I could make a magnet sheet. I could find little pictures of penguins. But then I
Okay.
decided on 3D printing.
Okay. And then you said you had to find a 3D printer. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so at first we started at a maker lab at a local community college, but then it turned out they were like never open. So we had to buy our own 3D printer, but it just was terrible. We couldn't figure out how to get the designs from the computer to the printer. So we had to buy another 3D printer, but that one actually worked pretty well.
Interesting. I want to follow up with you about that outside of this call and see what was going on with the first printer. But
Okay.
yeah, that's awesome. So then how did you go about designing the penguins?
So I used a program called Tinkercad and I just made the penguins. And I had the person at the community college help me figure out how to use it. And then I had a book that I used too.
Okay. I love Tinkercad. Anytime I work with kids or adults and I'm like, let's design something really fast, it's a quick software. So for anyone that's watching, you can just go to tinkercad.com and you create a login using an email, and it's all web-based. So you don't actually have to download anything. It's on the web, it saves automatically, and it's like an app. Like I teach kids how to use it in about 2 minutes and then they're running with it. So if anyone's interested in 3D CAD modeling, definitely check out tinkercad.com. That's cool that you use that. Okay, let's talk more about, so you knew that you wanted the ninjas and the penguins, which are, you're right, they're two totally different things. I didn't even think about that when I first saw your video. Did you know that you wanted to make something that made people move? Like get up out of the chair and like do something?
Honestly, not really. I barely even remember where I got the idea, but just that I like penguins and ninjas and that I wanted to do something. And then ninjas, I immediately think of karate chops. So that's what I did, I guess.
Yeah, I like that idea of getting people up and moving. Why do you feel like that's important, especially with what's going on right now with the pandemic?
I mean, with the pandemic, there are barely any games that you can like play but actually move. Like sports are kind of off limits because you're close to each other, you're touching. They're video games, but those you're just sitting there, and board games you're sitting there too. And there's also an interesting game my friends made up called the pterodactyl game, where you screech at each other like pterodactyls until someone starts laughing. Hilarious, but not really the best thing to get moving. But
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
that's really funny, actually. So that you said that's a game that your friends developed?
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, like I said, I think it's awesome that you got people up and moving, and even in your video, like you showed it, like here's me moving and here's me holding these poses, which I thought was really cool. Did you get a chance to play test at all? I know play testing is hard right now, but were you able to play with people at all?
No. First of all, I'm an only child, so I don't have any siblings. And then I really couldn't play test until I wasn't at that stage until the pandemic started, so I really couldn't.
Right. So let's talk about that. You said until the pandemic started. So when did you start designing this game?
Actually, 2 years ago, back in that'd be 2019, I think. It was like right after I had the 2019 Young Adventures Challenge that I literally started working on Ninja Penguins the day after.
Okay.
But,
So
yeah.
did you submit something in the 2019 one?
Yes, it was called Chemist Battle, and it was you had to like combine these different little balls that were supposed to represent elements to make a different compound. It didn't really work, so I just shifted to Ninja Penguins.
Okay. Well, that's cool that you're teaching about chemistry. Were you like in a chemistry class at that time, or what was the inspiration there?
So I had this other game. It was, I think, Science Ninjas Valence, and it was similar, except they didn't have the little balls. So that's where I got the idea.
Okay, cool. Definitely a learning game. I haven't had chemistry in like, I don't know, probably 10 years, but I'm sure it would come back by playing a game like that. Okay, so how did you find out about the Young Inventor Challenge originally?
So my mom told me this would be like 4 years. I think 2016, 2017, I started participating.
Okay, cool. Were you interested in designing games before that, or did you just take that as a challenge then to start designing?
Not really. This was the first time I really started designing games like back then. But now I kind of really like it. I'm possibly considering it for a career option.
Really? Okay, let's talk more about that. So, what grade are you in now?
Eighth.
Eighth
So I'm
grade.
going into high school next year.
Okay, cool. So definitely time. I mean, it's never too early to start thinking about what you want to go into. But yeah, that's awesome. Were you on earlier when Nick Metzler was talking about going to college?
No.
Okay. Well, his presentation will come out, but he is a game designer now as well for Spin Master, and he won the Young Inventor Challenge back when he was 16 and 17, I think he said, 2 years in a row. But yeah, it'd be cool to connect you guys, because if this is something that you're thinking about for a career, that's exactly what he did. So very cool. Any other questions for Catherine before we hop on to the next one?
I do have one. Catherine, excellent job. I think that the fact that you're blending, like all of this physical action in a board game is awesome. It's really fun also. It seems like a great party game to bring out and develop like some real ninja skills. I love the concept. I love that concept. Have you thought of another idea for a game that also includes this moving thing, this moving part? I think that's awesome.
Not really. I do have a few other ideas, like 3-player chess or this game called Revolutionary that's basically the founding fathers getting into a food fight. But yeah, not much else moving wise.
Well, I think you've done a great job.
Yeah, I love that. I love that you're taking these ideas that are just so, like, I don't know if I want to say off the wall, but they're just like, what made you think of that? And like, they're not common things. And that's what makes games so unique. If you think about a lot of the games that are out there now, it's like, this is something I never would have thought of. I love that.
I just want to add that I really love the way that you were inspired by two things that you loved, and you put them together. So two things that you wouldn't normally think of in the same sentence, and then you just threw them together and came up with a game idea. I think it's a really good way to be creative, is to put things together that you wouldn't think would normally go together, and that can kind of inspire you to think of something new. Well done.
When you showed the slide that said, penguins, ninja penguin, did you create that ninja penguin or did you find that?
Yes, that was Flip, the one you saw, the red one.
Yeah.
And I literally do have like a file that's just art with the ninja penguins.
That's cool. And what software are you using to create that type of stuff?
I used Paint on the computer. I have scanned images from drawings and then colored them in with the computer, and I have done the things on Microsoft Word.
Okay. I think it's so interesting asking the kids. I've got to meet some of the winners. I have not met Catherine before today, but I love asking them what tools they use to design their games. And they all have really, really different things. I've learned a lot. I'm like, as I'm working on designing my own games, that's a great way to do it. Like, you drew it by hand, scanned it in, and then painted it on the computer, which is really cool. So, any other last second questions? No? All right, Catherine, thank you. And Catherine's sponsor was Mattel. So I just want to shoot a shout out to Mattel again as a thank you. And I think we're set. Great job. I definitely learned a lot from that one too.
Thank you.
Cool. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Cool. All right. And then next up we have Vivian. So I'm going to go ahead and show Vivian's pitch video first, and then we will hop on to her. So let me share my screen again. All right.
I'm Vivian Galovich, and this is my game, Forest Face Off. The object of the game is to get to the other team's flag before they get to yours. Here's how you set up the game. So we have the blue team is people team, the yellow team is the animal team. Here's how you play. So youngest rolls first. So I'm gonna go 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3. In the red zone, every space is a pick a card space. So I'm gonna roll my dice. I get a 6. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I get to pick a card from the deck. I get a fox. And it says move forward 5 spaces. So I'm gonna move forward 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3. And I won. I take the other flag, land on the square, and I win. Animal team wins, people team loses. Because it's fun, challenging, exciting, and everyone in the family can play together. I hope you liked my game, Forest Face Off, and don't forget to be the first to fetch the flag. Bye!
All right. So that is Vivian's game. Welcome. Good to see you again.
Hi,
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. I'm ready. I'm excited to see what you have for us. So Vivian and I are going to do a little bit of a question and answer session. So I have some questions for her. You're in the hot seat today. So let's jump way back. So how did you find out about the Young Inventor Challenge to begin with?
So fourth graders in our school. So some fourth graders did it for school.
Mm-hmm.
So and my brother did it a few years ago. So I kind of knew what to expect and stuff.
Okay. Cool. So this was a part of your class. So there was other students in your class that participated too?
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, so like I've mentioned a couple times, I love that there's like teachers that are doing this as a part of their curriculum because there's so much that you can learn. Do you feel like you learned a lot by doing this?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Cool. And you said your brother participated a few years ago.
Yeah.
So he created a game, and did you get to go to Navy Pier and watch?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
It was really cool.
Yeah, I got to go last year and it was so much fun seeing, not only the Young Inventor Challenge, but the whole fair of all the companies that were there and all the toys and games that were there as well. I definitely bought some of the toys and games and brought them home. So very cool. All right, so let's talk more about your game. What inspired the theme of your game?
Well, I love nature and I love animals, and sometimes our family goes on hikes. So I think that's kind of the inspiration for my game.
So you go on hikes. Oh, keep going.
And there's this video game called Animal Crossing, and I guess through the whole process, that was like somewhere in my head.
Yeah, that's the one that I have not checked out yet, but I've heard a lot of people say Animal Crossings is a good one. So we have, your animal passion, we have the forest, and that makes sense where Forest Face Off came into play. So before we even had the game or the rules or anything, the first step of the engineering design process is just brainstorming, just getting ideas out. So could you talk more about brainstorming and what that was like for your game?
Yeah. So first we started off with like 8 ideas. So I have all these ideas. And then we narrowed them down to 3. So I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
And so there's this website called Poplet, and it's like where you can make like a web of ideas. So we just narrowed them down to 3, and so we have our 3 ideas here. And so I chose Forest Face Off because it was the strongest idea, like all these webs compared to like these 2. So I chose that for my game.
Cool. So, and you said, what was the name of that site again?
Poplet.
Poplet. And is that a free website that people can use?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like using that for brainstorming?
Yeah, I use it.
Yeah. I love the idea of like branching ideas out. And when I think of like trees, I think of, growing and life and ideas. So that's awesome to use that as a tool. I've not heard of Poplet before, so that's awesome. Okay. So then once you had your idea, it was time to start making the board, right? So how did you make the board and what materials did you use?
So first we bought a board off of Amazon. And then we painted it green. Then and then with Posca paint pens, we added the river and the path. And then we just used tape to like outline the path. And then we added the red zone.
That's awesome. Can you talk more about those paint pens?
Oh yeah, Posca paint pens. They're like markers, but they have like paint in it.
So, and they dry really fast.
That would be helpful because sometimes painting is so hard and it could be messy, but if I could paint but using a marker form, I feel like that'd be so much easier. Can you just get those at like Michael's, or where do you buy those?
We bought them off of Amazon.
Okay.
And also we have our cards, which I drew off of my sketchbook, and then we just printed them and laminated them.
Okay, can you talk more about your sketchbook?
Yeah, my mom bought me a sketchbook, and so I looked up a video on like how to draw like this, and I also found some photos off the internet that I can like take inspiration from. So I kind of just used that to make these.
That's cool. So definitely inspired by art and learning how to draw. That's cool that you looked things up, like looked up videos on how to draw and looked up pictures as inspiration to create your own drawings. Where does your artistic side come from?
My mom's a part-time art teacher. I'm currently in her office, so that's kind of where we get all our art stuff from.
Is that some of your artwork on the wall that we see there?
Yeah, it's me and my brothers.
That's very cool. Awesome. Well, I was talking with one of the other winners earlier, and we're saying how it's nice to have help from others. You know, you can only have so many ideas by yourself, and being able to use your mom, who's an art teacher, and maybe you got some ideas or inspiration from your brother or anyone else, maybe some of your classmates or teachers helped you out. So that's cool to be able to use some other resources from people as well. Cool. Let's go on to our next question here. So you had your board, you have your cards. What about the 3D components on there? So you have like the bridge and the trees and the flag. Where did those come from?
So we bought the trees and the bridges from a craft store. And then I made the flags out of like clay and paper and stuff. And then I got the ponds and the little houses from school. And then we spray painted them yellow and blue. So we have, and then that's about it for the 3D objects.
Okay, and then how come you spray painted the houses? Do you remember what color they were before?
Yeah, the ponds were red and green. And so I wasn't really sure what colors I wanted, so I just got like red and green. And so I decided that it wouldn't really work out with the green. And it wouldn't be like the same texture if I just spray painted one color differently. So I just spray painted them both different colors.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, if you would have left one the way it was and then spray painted the other one. Yeah, cool. I love using spray paint as a tool. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about play testing. I love asking everyone about this. I know it was hard this year with COVID, but how did play testing go for you? And then did you make any changes to your game after that?
Play testing. So first I play tested with my mom, and we found out like how were we gonna like get the pawns to get to the flag. So then we created like the red zone. And so then we created those arrows. So there could be like an actual way to get to it. And then I play tested it with my mom and my brother. It was shorter. Then I played with my dad, and it was a lot longer.
Okay. So interesting, different times that it took to play your game. And actually, when I think of playing other games, sometimes they go really, really fast, and sometimes it takes a lot longer. It kind of depends on what cards you draw. I know you had some cards that said like you get to go again, or you get to move pretty far, so that might speed up the game. But if you don't draw those cards, it might take a little longer. So that makes sense. Cool, and that's awesome that you were able to play test and then maybe make some changes there after playing it. Let's see. So I also love asking, what was it like when your name was called as a winner?
We were just like screaming like, what? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I was just like shaking because I was like so like nervous and happy. And then I just started like texting my friends.
Yeah, and kind of like I mentioned to you the other day, normally we'd be on Navy Pier and we would call out the winners in person. So I would see, get to see the faces of the kids when their names were called and the families, and everyone's so excited. But this year was a little tough because I watched the award show like by myself or with my family, and I didn't get to see anyone's reaction. So it's awesome hearing from you guys what it looked like. You can kind of paint the picture for us of what your house looked like when you got called as a winner. Let's see. So I know you're really artsy, you're creative. Are there any other games that you're working on, or what other types of things do you like to do?
Well, I like drawing a lot. I don't really think that there are going to be any more games in the future.
Okay.
Or I might just take a break for a year. I don't really know yet.
Okay. And then what other types of things do you like to do?
I like playing a lot of video games. I like baking.
Baking. That's cool. Well, maybe we'll see you on a baking competition one day. What do you think?
Maybe.
Will you be on Nailed It or Sugar Rush?
Sugar Rush.
Sugar Rush? That's awesome. Cool. Does anyone else have any other questions for Vivian as we're finishing up?
Yes, you had mentioned that when you played the game with your father, it was longer, and with your mother, it was shorter. But how much time did it take in approximately?
I'm not really sure. Like maybe like 10 minutes, a few minutes.
Okay, just wondering because sometimes games take hours and sometimes they take 10 minutes. Very good. Very good.
Any other questions for her?
Yeah, I have a very quick question. And definitely, Vivian, if you like video games, I think this game is one that could be transformed into a video game really easily. So you should consider that and maybe like find out about how to transform this into a video game. But my question is like, how did you come up with the patterns, for the different positions in the board, or you just like imagine that? And have you thought about like perhaps a different layout for like a second version, more challenging version?
There's a drawing app that I used called Procreate. So I like just mapped out what it was going to look like on that. So I had like a clear image of what I wanted to do.
Yeah, very cool. I love all the different tools that you used to design your game as well.
Very good.
Cool. Any other last second questions?
I think the group is up though, aren't they?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that I love the way the board looks with the trees and the bridges and the colors. So well done. I really love your game.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Vivian's sponsor was Meg Formers. So thank you to Meg Formers for choosing her as most marketable game. So I heard a little rumor that she's now called the most marketable child at home.
Yeah.
Just like to throw that out there. So
yeah,
awesome.
That's what my brother calls me.
That's awesome. All right. Well, thank you, and we will talk to you later. Great job today.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
And then I think we have, let's see. All right, we have our next two. No one called her. So I'm going to go ahead and share their video real quick, and then we'll have you guys hop on in 1 second. All right, let's go ahead and share the video.
Have you ever wanted to wield the power of a magic wand? Of course, who doesn't want to use a wand? Hi, my name is Noel Burke. Let me introduce you to my partner, Calder. Hi, my name is Calder, and I'm from California. So, how do you play Magic Gem Race? Your friend will come over and will hide all 5 gems all around your house. Then you're going to grab your wand and you're going to try to switch as many gems as you can within a set time limit of 1 to 3 minutes, depending on how difficult your friend is gems. Calder will now show you how it works when you point the wand. So, Calder, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you will also receive? Well, if you purchase Magic Gem Race, you will get 5 gems and a wand, and a timer. The timer allows you to control all aspects of the game, such as how many people are playing, how much time you need to finish the round, and when to start.
But how does the wand work? Inside the wand, there is an infrared transmitter. This will then transmit the infrared radiation to the gem, which has an infrared receiver, which will then light the gem up.
An average gem like this one is worth 10 points. When you point your wand at it, then it will add 10 points to your sword. Now, occasionally you can find a golden gem. This gem is worth double that. And once one person points their wand at it, it just turns back to an ordinary gem that gives you 10 points.
The point of Magic Gem Race is to allow you to get together with your friends, family, and just sort of have an all-around fun experience using wands and magic crystals.
All right. There we go. So let me stop sharing there. We can get, hey, Noah. And there's Calder, not in the hot dog costume today. And you guys are both muted right now, or Noah's in. Awesome. How's it going today?
Good.
Good. You
Good
guys
so
look
far.
fancy, look dressed up, look good. Look
you.
good, feel good. That's what I always say. All right. Well, let's jump right into it. So we are also doing a question and answer session. So I have some questions for them, and they will be in the hot seat as we get going here. So let's start with Noah right away. How did you find out about the Young Inventor Challenge, and what made you decide to enter?
Sure. So I originally found out about the Young Inventor competition from a school club that we were able to join, and the school put us directly through. After that, I joined myself, and I've been doing it for 4 years, and I'm a 3-time winner. And the reason we decided to really enter, so me and Calder are cousins, and we'd always been doing things together, whether it's just doing a little light show for the holidays or playing music, and we decided to finally put our skills together. It was actually my mom's idea for something bigger, and that is what led to us actually entering the Chicago Toy Game Fair.
Nice. So yeah, 4 years you've been in it now, and a 3-time winner. I wonder if that's the most times that someone's won. I don't know. I haven't been with it long enough, but very cool. Let's see. Noah, then let's start with you. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, as far as it goes, came up with the idea. We originally, the second we came up with the invention, when we decided to enter, we went straight up to our desk and just wrote down everything we could think of on a Post-it note, the first thing that came to mind, and then Calder reminded me about an idea I had a couple years ago. Of a sort of smart home system that would pair with your wand, with a sort of wand where you point at the curtains, they'd drop down, point at the lights would turn off. And then I realized Harry Potter was getting popular again. And so through a lot of development, we ended up with a wand and some sort of rock, pebble, gem, diamond. Then we finally decided on gem because that just sort of had like a magic sort of sound to it. And who didn't really like magic wands?
Right. Good point. And then let's see, Calder, what about the magic side of it? Where did that come from?
Well, like basically every year we would put on like a showish kind of thing, and I personally I just love magic. I have a bunch of like magic tricks, and occasionally we would also do a magic show for our show every year. So like having good memories from then like really pushed us towards the final goal.
Nice. Yeah, I love this idea, Noah, that you had years ago with the smart home thing, and then Calder really likes magic, and you said Harry Potter was getting popular again, and this game really encompasses all that together into one. So that's really cool. Let's see. So Calder, let's stay with you then. Who is your targeted market for this game? Who do you think would like this game?
Basically all ages. Like you can imagine like a 4-year-old to like the 15-year-old just running around the house with the magic wands and stuff. A family would be fun with it too. It's a pretty active game, so that adds to the experience.
Hmm. Well, I'll say I turned 30 this year, so I'm getting up there, and I would love the wand as well. So you can definitely up that age and say it's available for anyone. I think anyone would enjoy that. Very cool. Let's continue on that. So, what tools did you use to design your game? Oh,
Well,
sorry. What tools did you use like when you guys were working in 2 different states? What did you use to work together?
Well, since we were in 2 different states, we zoomed like every day up to the final date. We went into VR to like kind of sculpt our idea, and then once we had like what we wanted it to look like and kind of what we wanted it to do, I took it and turned it into like a 3D render that you can see right behind Noah inside of his square.
Mm-hmm.
And once we like saw the idea, we knew like how we could like get it to work and the like game aspect of everything, and that's how we could focus.
That's cool. It's, Zoom is really big right now with the pandemic. Obviously, if you didn't know what Zoom was before, you definitely know what Zoom is now. But you guys took it another step, and you said you guys were working in VR and creating 3D renderings, which is incredible. I wish I could do my meetings for work in VR. How cool would that be? Awesome. So let's see. Noah, let's talk more about the wand itself. So how does the wand work? I heard you mention infrared. And then where did the wand come from? And did you have to ask for help from anyone else as well?
Sure. So as far as the wand is, I actually have the wand in front of me, and same with the wand you see right behind me, and the one in Carter's screen. We both had this, and this has the equipment that would be able to pair to the gem built into it. And that's infrared transmitter and receiver, but we needed to know more about that. So the first thing we did was hopped on the internet and looked that up. And then we realized, well, you're not pushing a button, you're waving it. So there had to be some sort of motion detector. So we ended up speaking to a couple of people who were professionals in that field and really knew what they were doing more than us. So first thing I did is I spoke to, science teachers, just any teacher really we knew. And then my dad is a general contractor. So he spoke to some of his electricians and IT people who may have known more about this. And with that information, we sort of built a foundation of what we wanted to build for the wand and for the gem.
That's so cool. And like, a lot of the other games that we see, they're using boards and crayons and paper and stuff. And you guys went the electronics route. And I don't know too much of electronics, but I'm just wondering, did you run into any hiccups while you were designing the wand and the gem? Well, I guess more the gem, but.
Well, yeah. Funny you should ask. We may or may not have almost burnt down our house. Well, during the attempt, we were trying to make the circuit that would receive the infrared, so the gem practically. While that was happening, we hooked up a tiny LED to a battery that was too strong, so it ended up short circuiting and getting pretty practically caught on fire. But we just disconnected the battery, and it all went. And then from that point onward, it was we sort of took a step back.
Yeah. That's funny. I remember, I haven't had electronics for years, but when I did, I remember LED lights need a resistor before it. So maybe that would help, but I guess I don't know the calculations and the numbers on what it needs to be. But that's crazy that you almost started a fire. Trial and error, but please be safe while you're working on these projects.
Yes.
Let's see. So we did the hiccups. Okay, so Calder, let's talk more about future ideas. This is a really cool technology, being able to use something, point it at something else, and then something happens. So in your instance, the wand pointing at the gem, and the gem would change color and give you points. What other ways do you see this technology could be used?
Well, we had lots of ideas, and some were good, some were bad, and we narrowed it down to just a couple. One that was really cool was that basically you could use it for educational purposes, such as taking numbers from 0 to 9, and then with the help from an app, it could ask questions like, was 2 times 2. And then if you point your wand at the 4, then it'll do like it'll like light up and be like, yay, you got it, you know?
Yeah, I love that idea. I know math is a struggle for so many people. So if you could find ways to make math more fun, and what's more fun than using a wand to solve math problems, that's really cool. I'd have way more fun doing my homework if I could do it with a wand. Awesome. So let's stick with you, Calder. I know you're an expert in video editing. You make YouTube videos, but tell me more about how you made this pitch video with YouTube being in different states.
Well, we called a lot. We practiced a lot, and basically, like in every other step in the creative process, we ran into one of many hiccups. Basically, Noah inside of our pitch video would look in one direction, which is supposed to be facing towards me, but on Zoom, if you have your video mirrored, it's only mirrored for you and no one else. So he was looking at me, but he wasn't. He was looking in the other direction. So with the power of editing, I flipped it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Crisis averted.
Yeah, and I hear you're quite the editor, so I'm excited to see what you come out with later, you know, with more pitch videos. Do you think we'll be seeing you guys in the future? Let's start with you, Noah. How about you first?
Well, yes. You know, we'll try again. We'll go for 5 years now, competing, and go for hopefully 4 wins.
Super cool.
And yeah, see how that goes. So I will definitely be back.
Yeah, and you're in Illinois, so it's a lot easier for you to get to Chicago, of course. And then Calder, what about you? I know you're all the way out in California.
I'm in LA, and like one half, basically, with like quarantine and everything, I'm able to do this, but if quarantine is over, I might not be able to unless you make it possible for people all around the world.
Yeah.
So
And
hopefully, yeah.
That brings up a good point. Yes, that is definitely something that I want to do, is make it so you can either be live in person in Chicago, but if you're not able to do that, you can still participate in a virtual space. So I hope we'll be seeing both of you next year. Does anyone else have any questions for them while we're closing out?
I have one very fast comment and question. Guys, this is really interesting. There's a YouTube question that if you have plans like an expansion pack, and you know that idea that you have about blending this into educational purposes is awesome. You need to work on that. And also, let me let you know, our ancestors used to play a game console in which a very popular game with a light gun in which you were like shooting at flying ducks. All right, I'm saying our ancestors because I mean it seems like so many game consoles away. The technology of the wand is not very far away from that. So perhaps you could think about all of this content, maybe interactive video content with video editing, Calder, and that you are very skillful in that. That you could use like the same wand for a bunch of services, and you could make like a big business out of this. All right, so this is like food for the thought, and I'm sure that I will see you here soon in other editions. I hope so.
Yeah, super cool. Awesome. Any other last second questions? I know you guys have the panel coming up here.
I don't have a question. I just want to say that I loved your video. It was brilliant. Well done.
And they made the backgrounds for their videos as well that you see right now and in their video.
Right.
Which is
And
very
that
cool.
you're using the backgrounds now is, yeah, really great. You've done a great presentation, guys. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. And their sponsor was Hasbro. So just a thank you to Hasbro for choosing them for best outdoor and active play. Definitely getting people up and moving, playing their game. So great job, guys. I will talk to you later.
Well done, and well done, Jazz. Thank you so much for the amazing young innovators.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They're so inspiring. Like they definitely inspire me every single time I talk to them. I don't think they realize it, but I do feel highly inspired by them as well.
For sure, and a great dose of creativity for sure. And I'm stoked to actually welcome everybody to our first ever gift teen panel. This was an initiative that was designed. See you soon, Claire and Arturo. Bye. This was an initiative that was designed in response to recognizing that while there was so much innovation and inspiration that we were seeing through GIFT, there might be some space or opportunity to make to help or create spaces for these young, inspiring leaders and change makers to speak to each other. Pardon me, I'm noticing that one of our panelists has gone to the wrong Zoom. So I'd love to nip that. Sherilyn, do you mind telling everybody a bit more about where this idea comes from?
Absolutely. So the thought was, I only attended a GIFT for the first time, the last one. And as you all know, the genesis of the GIFT itself, the Global Innovation Field Trip, was conceived by Julie Shively as a solution to the result that COVID had on celebrating and recognizing and connecting young people in the educational systems. All of a sudden, schools were shut down, so that meant no invention conventions, no celebrations, no recognitions as the world locked down. And so Julie's thought nearly a year ago was, we got to give young people a stage. You know, it's awful to be at home when you've got a project you've put all this energy and time and work into, and you've got nowhere to go and you have no one to show it to, and all of those things, those competitions, those recognitions, those showcases, that collaboration shut down, as we all know. We're nearing a year, and this being the fourth GIFT shows that it's a wonderful platform. But the solution made by Julie, which we're all enjoying right now, has spawned a lot of thoughts about, okay, so we're not in the educational system. We people like Aaron and myself, the young people are, and that's a treasure trove of brilliance and brainstorming. And why not ask the people actually in the system? And across the world, there's a phrase that goes a little bit like, children are our future, young people are our future. Well, the young people are living in the future now. Today, it's for them. There's not a lot of time to fix things, except let's ask them what they need now, because we're coming up on a year. And that was the genesis also of a lot of young people coming to GIFT and saying, boy, I'd really like to meet that young person. They looked really cool. So we built a way for them to talk to each other. And now I'm going to talk back to Aaron, back to you.
Thank you. So it's our absolute honor to welcome to GIFT. We have 6 young, brilliant minds from around the world representing Canada, China, the United States, India, and Chile. And we're going to actually disappear and hand the keys to the GIFT car right over to our fearless young leaders to lead this conversation and share with the world what they're experiencing and the change that they desire to make or for us to support happening in the future. Over to you, Artesh.
Right before you start, Artesh, I want to let everyone listening know that you all met each other the first time, one time a week ago. So that's the faith we have in you. That's the expectation we have in you. But just so everyone's clear, this is a real-time brainstorm session of young people from all over the globe who met the first time, one time a week ago. So we are going to learn from you how to solve problems. Take it away.
Thank you, Erin and Sherilyn, for welcoming us to this panel and setting this whole thing together. So it's awesome that we're all here on an international panel of teenagers from all around the world here in one place to discuss new and interesting topics. I'm really looking forward to the discussion that's following. So before we go into our discussion, we planified that we are going to introduce each other. So I'll welcome our fellow panelists to start the introduction. So I can go ahead with introducing my colleague from United States, Samyak Sharmali. So Samyak Sharmali is from Portland, Oregon, United States. And Sam is interested in the field of biomedical engineering and deep learning. Science and innovation have always been a major part of who he is. Sam loves to innovate to help others and for the betterment of our society. Other than innovation, Sam also plays the violin, piano, and even does some swimming.
I can go ahead and introduce Artesh for next. So Artesh is a ninth grade student from Toronto, Canada. He is interested in space exploration, robotics, and machine learning. He has co-founded Hot Pop Robot, which is a nonprofit directed to bring talk of science, exploration, astronomy, and technology. He has lots of experience with giving presentations and also doing various science projects. And other than this, in his free time, he loves to swim and play the guitar.
I'm very honored to be introducing Emily Louise from Chile. She is 13 years old and a grade 8 student. Emily Louise was born in Belgium and moved to Chile when she was 2 years old and has been living in Chile ever since. She loves to watch movies and bake in her own time, and she has 3 dogs and 3 cats.
Hello, I would love to introduce my colleague, which would be Kathy Dong. She is 14 years old and in 9th grade. She has Chinese parents and lives in Canada, and she spent a few of her school years in China studying abroad. She likes baking, reading, and watching TV shows with her family.
Hi everyone, I would be introducing Natalie. So Natalie Liang is a grade 8 student. She lives in Shanghai, China. She's 14 years old. She's a proprietor of Model UN Club. Her hobbies are reading and playing volleyball. She recently attended 2 webinars, 2 conferences, and in her conferences, they created resolution with a big block of Asian countries.
Yay. Hello, I'm Natalie Liang, and it's such an honor to be here to introduce Rashid, my colleague. Rashid is from India, and he's 40 years old, the same as me. He's a grade 8 student and studying at the public school. He likes skating, and that's all.
Nice. Where is it from? It's called Bon Appetit. Oh, I love it.
All right, thanks for these great introductions. So we're going to move on to our discussion. It's been great to meet all of you. So COVID-19 has really changed our lifestyle. Our doors to physical education may have closed, but each one of us has kept our windows to education wide open. So I'm really interested to know what each one of us think. What was school like for you before COVID-19? And what does school look like you for now? Who is your teacher right now? Is it still your parent? Have you become your own teacher? So I'll pass the floor to Katie.
Thank you, Artesh. So before COVID, I was in middle school, and we had one teacher who taught most of our classes and who was our homeroom teacher. And we went to other classrooms for other classes taught by other teachers, and teachers used Google Classroom to communicate to us by posting announcements, reminders, resources, and students would also turn in their assignments on there. And during lunchtime, we had time to eat in the cafeteria and go outside to play and just hang out with your friends, or we can stay indoors and participate in extracurricular activities. My school also offered quite a variety of extracurricular activities. I was part of the Eco Club, as well as a robotics team, STEAM club, and orchestra. So now during COVID, I just recently started high school, and I'm taking virtual classes right now in a quadmester system. So our school year is split into 4 quadmesters, and I'm taking 2 courses in each quadmester. And just like before for the in-person classes before COVID, we also used a platform to share announcements and reminders, and the students could turn in their assignments on there.
Before COVID, school for me was different because I am in a different education system called Montessori. It's as well as right now, for example, we are in summer, so we don't have classes right now because we're having a long holiday. Before COVID, we would normally get to school at around 8:15 in the morning and then spend until 1 doing normal classes. And then after that, we would do extracurriculars, but they were obligatory, so we had to do them. And then after that, and we would leave at 20 to 4 in the afternoon. And now we do we do classes on Zoom, and we get our assignments sent to us on Classroom.
Yeah, Rishit, why don't you go next? I'm excited to hear your perspective on this.
Thank you, Artash. So pre-COVID, the schools were regularly going on. We were going school, meeting our friends, learning things from our teachers. The most important thing of education pre-COVID was we were learning things practically. Pre-COVID, we were used to develop new type of skills which were developing our personality and which we are not able to do with the new normal. Pre-COVID, the one disadvantage was that we face in India that we were not using technology that much. In the field of education, talking about schools, that was the only place where pre-COVID education was lacking in India. And right now, the school had totally changed. It's a new normal now. But in the starting phase of this new normal, it was very challenging for India to get to know that much of technology and know how to do online classes, get to know Zoom, get to know Microsoft Teams, get to know the digital material. But the best thing that is that the new normal also turned out to be very nice. And yes, we all enjoyed it.
Yeah, now let's jump from India to the other side of the world, to United States with Sam.
Thank you, Artesh. So, yeah, so I think school was definitely really different for me pre-COVID. We had 7 in-person classes that included math, science, and English, and various other elective classes. And all of our classes were interactive and based on a lot of knowledge that we gained from seeing visually what was happening in the classes. And right now, I think my school is doing a great job, but it's fully virtual, and we've moved to classes on Zoom and a lot of asynchronous work. I think the main thing that has really changed for me is the student-to-student interaction and the teacher-to-student interaction section. I think being online, it's very hard to talk to other classmates and talk to other teachers and really just get to have a normal conversation. And most of my classes right now are just filled with teachers doing most of the talking while students are just using the chat feature on Zoom to ask questions.
We're finishing with, all right. So I think these were all really interesting points. And
Excuse me, I didn't have to introduce.
yes, last but not least, we have Natalie from Going Back to the East with China.
Yes, I'm Natalie from Shanghai, China. Well, before COVID, our school was really strict. You know, our school emphasis on studying very much. So we went to school before 7 o'clock, and we have 8 classes, 40 minutes per class, and then we finish school at 4 p.m. We have 1 hour to relax during lunchtime, and we actually have a class of 40 students, and teacher of different subjects come into our classroom and teach us. And our class teacher is our English teacher, and she not only teach us but also just like teach us something more than studying, more than the subject. And during COVID, we actually watched TV to study because there's TV program got Classroom on the Air in China, and we just watch TV, and teachers of different subjects, they have videos of classes, and we just watch that, but it's quite easy. So our school teacher had extra online classes for us. We use Zoom and Classing. And actually, during our study, life is quite relaxing because we don't need to get a search early, but I still miss time to study at school. Thank you.
Wow, yeah, it was really interesting to hear all of your different perspectives. And Natalie, I'm really glad you brought up that part about the TV program. It's really interesting to see how teachers are handling the immediate change from real life school to online school so quickly. Um, and I was wondering, so in fact, I myself also have a quadmester system. Uh, I'm going to just share my own experiences, adding on to my fellow colleagues. Before COVID-19, school for me started as soon as I left my house. As soon as I closed the door of my house and hopped on the transit bus to my school. I really enjoyed the independence I had. On the way to school, I could meet up with my friends and talk about the previous day or what assignments we had due or what assignments we hadn't done for the current day. And in classrooms, one part I really loved is that I was surrounded by fellow students. During classes, it wasn't a teacher-student interaction. I could talk and discuss things with my classmates, even sometimes when the teacher didn't want us to. But school was offline, and in addition, the homework, of course, we had was online when we came back home. But after COVID, so many things changed. The collaboration between students changed from being regular to sporadic and unpredictable, depending on what classes we had. In addition, I couldn't see any of my students' faces or understand what topic would confuse my fellow students so I could ask a question. Also, the teacher's expression was also hard to read. In a school setting, the teacher has access to a blackboard or a smartboard that she can write or he can write and explain things, but here that was clearly missing. So I think that we should quickly move on to the next topic because research and development about the COVID-19 virus is ongoing. Vaccines have already been approved and are on the corner. It really looks like there's light at the end of the tunnel. So things might be going back to normal very soon. So now that all of us have experienced 1 year of online school during the pandemic, when you go back to normal school in classrooms, what are some things you're going to miss from online school? What are some things you taught in online school were actually really interesting and enriched your education? So we'll start again with Katie from Toronto.
Thank you, Artash. I just wanted to say that I noticed that our experiences are very similar in some ways. For example, right now we are all taking, or during COVID, we're all taking virtual classes, and it was really nice to see how the differences between how we take these virtual classes. And so for me, something that I would miss if we went back to in-person school would be I would miss how we could have recordings of virtual classes. So so for us, virtual classes sometimes are recorded, and then, for example, if we're absent for one day, we can come back and go onto the platform and rewatch what we missed, and it's almost like we just went back and didn't miss a day, and it was really nice. And we could also go back to review if, for example, our internet disconnected and we missed a few parts here and there. It was really nice to have that recording there for clarification or review.
That's really interesting. Next, Rishit, you said you had some difficulties in India with transitioning to online school. So I'm excited to hear your perspective on this as well.
Yeah, so like Kathy said, it's the same. We were getting recordings, like the sessions were going live on Zoom and were live for us on Zoom, on Microsoft Teams, and they were being recorded, and we get them. But like it was very nice for us. We are getting recorded lessons because in India, in every place, there's not internet connections that much as compared with the other countries. In India, like people live in village, they live in rural areas. Here the internet is very nice, but in some areas it's not good. So the recording was the best thing of online classes, and that would be very nice for every student because even I many times I got hanged up from my class and I used to see the recording later, which helped me very much. And during the exams too, we need to clear our doubts, and so why to ask teacher and like disturb them it would be late at night because I study at night. So yeah, just see the recording and you get a lot of things from recording also. So yeah.
That's great. Yeah, technology is definitely very beneficial in online school. On to you, Emily.
The thing, I mean, the question was the thing I would miss if we went back to normal school, right? Yeah. So, I would miss the sort of independence that all this online school has created for each individual. We all have had control over when we complete our assignments and if we do it in the morning or if we do it in the afternoon. And our classes weren't as packed together, I don't think, for many people, they weren't as packed together. And so that sort of feeling that you had control over your classes. And also, I think in online Zoom meetings, we had more of a teacher-student interaction, like one of you said, which I think is really interesting because before if someone put up their hand, they weren't always able to talk to the teacher. And with Zoom, I think that made it quite easy for kids. But it's also been quite hard for kids here in Chile because not everyone here has internet, and it has been quite hard for some of my classmates to connect to the Zoom meetings, especially because a lot of them have parents that have jobs that require a computer and they don't have more than one computer in their household, and so they're not able to complete their assignments, which is also hard. But overall, I think it has been a very interesting experience.
I definitely have to agree that independence is a really big part of what we like in terms of school, both online and offline. All teenagers, we value our independence to a very high level. So Natalie, on to you.
So, hello, I'm Natalie from Shanghai, China. And actually, we have already been back to school. School started at May 18th, 2020. And so we had classes that is not online for more than half a year. And the things I missed in during online classes, we have more time to do homework because we can't do so much talk to our friends and chat to teachers. So which means that we can use all those time to study. So I actually finished homework and review my lessons really soon after class. So I have more time to read books, to watch TV, to do things I like, maybe to paint, to sketch. So yeah, I have more the evening off to do what things I like. And another thing which is really interesting is that our teacher likes the way that we're handing our homework during online classes. Because during online classes, we take pictures of homework and then we upload it to our teacher. So our teacher said that it saves a lot of space because we don't need to handing so many books, textbooks, notebooks to her. And also, we can also, how to say that, check our homework really easy. We don't need to find our notebook everywhere. And that's all.
That's really great. It's really amazing to hear that you've already gone back to in real life school for a long time. It's definitely something that's great to hear that already things are starting slowly by slowly to return to normal. But Samyak, in America, I assume you're still in online school. So how about you share experiences?
Yes, Artesh. So we currently are still in online school. We're doing classes on Zoom and we're using Canvas to upload our assignments and receive assignments and notes from the teacher. So I think I definitely had one of the best experiences online. I think it was really good learning like with recordings and having the personal interaction with the teacher. But I'm also looking forward to going back to regular school as I think the personal interaction level with other teachers and with other students in real school, in like in-person school, is much it's at a real high level rather than being online, because online I think you only get to interact with the teacher when you need help or when you have a question. But in class, I think you get to interact with the teacher by asking them how their day was or by just getting to know them even more. So I think more than like what I'll miss being online, I think I'm going to value going back to the classroom and really learning face to face with the teacher.
Absolutely. I myself am also really looking forward to going back to in real life school and enjoying what we had before this. Uh, so to add on to all these amazing points, some things that I think I really valued during this online school, especially in some classes. For example, in music class, I had a one-to-one, it was almost like a one-to-one interaction with the teacher. Because for music in specific, to evaluate us in a general school setting, it was a pretty big kind of cacophony because it was impossible for the teachers to evaluate everyone separately. But here it's different because there's no choice but to evaluate each student separately on Zoom. So, in addition, the use of technology in our online classes has been something that has really improved our efficiency and experience. Because instead of using paper and pencil, we're able to use online tools. So we're not only using less paper, but we're also able to express our ideas in a much more efficient manner. One thing that I'll really miss about online school is that online school hours were pretty different from normal school hours. And it took slightly less time. And this really allowed me to do other things on my own, to learn the things that I wanted to or I was interested in. For example, during this online school period, I've been taking classes from university institutions that are offered for high school students or other kinds of students, and I'm learning a lot of new things, especially in the fields of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And one thing I think that I'm going to be looking forward to when we go back to online school, something that didn't really work out for me in online school, is the rubric. Because assignments that I submit are graded by a rubric. The teacher checks off a list of boxes to see how well I've done. So this doesn't leave any students with room to go out of the box or to come up with a more creative kind of way of assignment, which we could otherwise do in real life school. Because during this time, the world has become our classroom. Gift, in fact, has shown that education goes beyond traditional school boundaries. Every student can also be their own teacher. Every subject is interesting if taught with passion, and the person behind it is interested in it. And if Gift can, schools should be able to do that too. So as we're going on, I wanted to question a little bit further, since we have some time. So these systems, so as we transition to online classes, as Emily mentioned, we do have a lot of independence in what we want to do while these classes are going on. But do any of you think this is also being a rising distraction from your classes because you might be distracted with other things you are able to do online?
I think it has certainly forced us to mature, obviously, the whole situation. But I also think for a lot of people that were learning how to use Zoom this year, it was very distracting learning all the features that Zoom had, or learning that you could still be on Zoom whilst on a different page and different stuff like that. And it was very distracting as well, because kids would watch Zoom on their computer and would be watching a video on their phone, or would have Zoom and then would be watching YouTube or a series or something. And I think that's doing that is it shows the level of maturity or maturity that you have towards classes. So a student that is very interested in their class and is eager to learn will not be watching YouTube or Netflix or something, but a student that doesn't really care will probably be on something else, watching or playing video games.
I totally agree with what Emily just said. I felt that there was definitely a need for us to take more responsibility as well and be more mature, because it's harder for teachers to know how well we're understanding the material when it's in a virtual setting, because many times students don't turn on their cameras or their mics, so teachers don't really know, there's no kind of like facial expression that tells the teacher we're not understanding this, or they should go slower or go faster, that we do know this material. So it's really up to us to ask for help when we need it. And I feel like that's definitely one way that really helps us to mature. And speaking of distractions, because it's in a virtual setting, just like Emily Louis said, there's many distractions. Like, for example, we have this group chat outside of the Zoom chat where students can go on there and talk about things outside of school, as well as get homework help. And students could be chatting on there while classes are going on, and it is definitely a distraction for some.
Yeah, I'd love to hear if any of our other colleagues and panelists have an opinion on this.
Yeah, so as everyone's talking about distractions and like staying aware of the Zoom class, I think what all schools should require is students to turn on their video cameras, because I think that would really help the teachers monitor to the students while they're taking tests or while they're doing assignments or while they're just listening in class, and that would really get the interactive aspect of class back to online classes, and that would make, I think, for thousands of people around the world, life on online classes much easier, as they would be more aware of what's going on in class. And I think the teachers would enjoy class more, as they would get to see our reactions while we're learning. And I think overall, all schools should require like videos being turned on in online class if you have the right level of internet for it.
So, see, however, without the structure of a traditional classroom, online learning can also be challenging and incite distractions. Top distractions which are there in the online classes are social media, of course, Instagram, Facebook, and many more, texting, friends, and many more, television, and family, which can pull one's attention away from the tasks at hand and diminish productivity. Like in India, we have seen the classes going on, some are not turning on their videos, some are not replying when the teacher is asking. So yeah, that's the reason they are not doing so. Could be that they are distracted, they are playing games, or they are having some fun. So that's the whole reason of all the distractions. So yeah, online classes have a lot of distractions too.
Well, in China, when we have Zoom meetings online, we are asked to turn our camera and turn on speakers so our teacher can know how much we learn. But for the most of the time, we just watch TV. So yeah, as what you say, distracts. We have a lot of distracts. We can play video games, watch TV, and chat to other students. And another thing that is challenging is to be honest, because we still have exams and tests during online classes. So our teacher send the paper to us and we print it and we do it, then we upload it. But yeah, we can use the calculator, we can just search the internet for the answer. So we really have to be honest. It's challenging. So tests and exams don't work very well during online classes. And also we have online activities like the competitions to recite Chinese poets, but we can still search the internet while we are testing. So yeah, it's really important to be honest, and it's really challenging.
Yeah, it was great to hear a perspective. Yeah, please go ahead.
I just had like a quick answer that I wanted to say because I thought it would be pertinent to the situation. Was to Sam's point that it should be like necessary for kids to turn on their cameras in school. I think that is really, really like a really good point up to a certain point, because there are some kids which in their situation they can't put the camera on, whether it's their parents fighting in the background or it's that they share a room with their siblings, or that they don't like have a great camera, or in any situation like that. Like if you can put your camera on and you're just switching it off so that you can lay in bed and eat, then switch it on by all means. But if you can't, there is that kind of, it's also with what Natalie said, that it also requires a certain level of honesty, because you have to be honest about this sort of thing and not lie. And that's really hard in online school.
That's definitely a great point. And I think we need to move on to our last topic, because as we're closing on our discussions, we have to keep an eye on the future. So we can all pretend we have one thing we can share with our local policymakers to make a positive difference. We know teachers have also had a hard time during this pandemic. Obviously, they have their own families and are frontline workers as well. But what is one thing all of you think teachers or someone could do to make online classes the most enriching and educational experience you've ever got? And if we could make this a little bit quicker because we only have 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
Katie.
Yeah, I'll begin. Start. So, I think the most important point. I think teachers should be understanding, and I'm really grateful that my teachers have been really understanding throughout the course of online school, because they understand that we are all like struggling in these times, and sometimes, for example, our internet can disconnect during a class, and we have to come back and ask questions that maybe the teachers have already answered before when we were disconnected. So I think teachers, just like understanding overall, and also something that I feel like because it's really hard to do, but I think it's very important, is to keep up discussions in class and just social interactions. It's been really hard to have discussions in class, especially I'm taking a geography course right now, and it's really important. It's a really important part of geography to have these discussions and expand your perspectives. So, but sometimes we're just like chatting on the chat feature in Zoom, and sometimes I feel I kind of feel discouraged from using the chat feature, because sometimes I'm not typing fast enough, and then we're going on to the next topic before I could even type the answer out. So definitely just overall encouraging discussions as well as understanding.
As well as Kathy's point, I think that the teachers, as well as what she just said, is try and make it also a fun experience for the kids. Because I do think that being stuck at home and not being able to see your friends, it takes a toll on your mental health. And I think that having that sort of escape in class, and whether it's a Kahoot game or watching a funny video at the end of the class or something like that, to keep the kids happy, and also if there's something fun to look forward to in class, it keeps you motivated. I mean, I know that a lot of my classmates found it very hard because they were very sad and being in class was not very nice for them. So I think that the teachers as well should realize that it is quite hard, especially when you're a teenager, because those are like the years where you start socializing more, and being stuck at home is not very nice.
So I think I should continue. So the one thing my teachers have done to make a positive difference, talking about India typically, earlier also they were working very hard for us, making their lesson plans and all. But now in the new normal, the teacher who used to sleep at 10 p.m. or 9 p.m. at night is sleeping at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. at night, working hard for us, making digital plans, making all the presentations, checking our exams. Like nowadays in India, exam season is there, so exam is going on. So they are like working till so much, say at working so late in night also. Like my mother is a teacher. I felt that she's working like sometimes she's sitting till 3 a.m. in the morning too for working hard, checking the exams of the students. So yeah, that's the only thing I think the teachers did to make the positive difference.
On to you, Samyak.
Yeah, so I personally think that all of my teachers are doing a great job maintaining everything to Zoom and through online learning. And I think one of the best things that they're doing right now is maintaining the one-on-one student-to-student discussion and teacher-to-student discussion through the breakout room feature in Zoom and through just asking students questions about what this teacher is teaching right now. I think my teachers are keeping students engaged very well through Zoom by using the chat feature and by asking students to turn on their video cameras if possible and if they're in the right state to do that. So I think overall, my teachers are having a great impact through Zoom by just trying to keep us engaged and working hard to do anything that would keep us engaged in class.
Okay, so I'm Natalie. Well, my teacher is also doing a really great job during COVID. So our teacher had a lot of survey to ask us whether the course is too difficult or not, whether you can catch up with it, should I slow down? So that works really well. But one thing I think that needs improving is EP classes because we can't go out to exercise during COVID. So and our P class on TV just showed a video how to do some kind of sports that actually didn't teach very much, but we also need physical education during COVID. So I think that we can have online classes and online classes when our teacher just encourage us to sport and maybe we can make videos to show that we are exercising at home. So that will be much better for us.
All right, great. Uh, so we're almost at an end. Uh, and a quick thing, I just wanted to mention that one thing I really noticed is that so the points that everyone have been really awesome. And I think one thing the teachers are lacking is that instead of trying to use technology to innovate in online classes, a lot of things have been copied. And it would be great if someone could innovate new kind of solutions to harness technology instead of trying to copy what school has been like before COVID. So thanks, and that's a wrap up.
Wow. Thank you, Artesh, for guiding this conversation, and to each of our teen panelists for inaugurating this conversation and for really stepping in and up into the space. And Artesh, I think you gave us a great segue into leaving this space. But before we leave, I'm going to do one more thing. And walking away and really reflecting on what we heard today from each other, what we spoke about ourselves, perhaps, some of the patterns we might have identified, and coming back tomorrow with some innovative solutions or recommendations to help address some of the problems that we are thinking about at this moment. I think just before we step away, it's our last moment. Sherilyn, if it's okay, I'm going to suggest we go around the virtual room and just use one word.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, pardon.
No, my takeaway is probably the same of yours. First, amazingly unleashed gratitude to you six, because this was just an amazing thing to listen to, because it just was. And I think you'll be very pleased and proud of yourself when you actually watch back what just happened. And we're all kind of stunned. Not really. We knew you were brilliant all along. I'm asking each one of you one word, because we only met the first time a week ago, and you only met each other the other people a week ago. And throughout that week, until we got to this moment, many of you had quite, what do we? And I said, nope, it's yours. You drive the car. This is your conversation. And having just gone through the Global Innovation Field Trip's first ever inaugural team panel and led it and participated, I just want one word from each of you of how you feel right now. Starting with our leader, and then you can take the group around.
Yeah, my words would be, I'm really excited for the future based on the conversations we've had.
Kathy?
Oh, I feel very grateful to have participated and listened to all of the perspectives. It was really eye-opening.
Sam?
I feel very blessed to be part of these amazing people and having this great conversation.
Emily Louise.
I'm very happy that people around the world are getting motivated to have these conversations.
Natalie.
It's such an honor to be here and listen to you share ideas with you.
Rashid.
It was a very amazing experience, like meeting all of you and knowing different things which are happening in the world. So it was very amazing for me.
Looking
My
forward
last
to
question for you is, are you ready for tomorrow? We are. We're ready to hear more of you. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Cool.
See you in 12 hours and 15 minutes. Bye for now.
Bye. Team panel.
Cheers. Bravo.
Jazz? Jazz. So that was fantastic what you had done before, the teen panel. You had a great group, and I know you've got some even more exciting inventors and game designers. So it is all yours, Jazz.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me back. That was an awesome panel. I got to eat some dinner real quick while I listened in, and how inspiring to hear from people from around the world. So next we have Victoria. I'm going to jump right in, and I'm going to show her pitch video first, and then she has some things to share with us. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and let's let it play.
My name is Victoria Square, and the name of my game is PE Catastrophe. Will you make it or will you fake it? The object of my game is to be the first player to make it all the way around the game board and back to start with the most PE bucks. After everybody receives 10 PE bucks, have a player roll a dice and move that many spaces. Do whatever the tile you landed on says. Do the exercise, and then you would get the amount of PE bucks. But if you couldn't do the number of exercises, you will have to pay a $5 fine. You could also land on an exercise. If you don't do the exercise within the time limit, you would also have to pay a fine of $5. PE Catastrophe. Will you make it or will you fake it?
All right. Awesome. I'm gonna stop sharing. That's awesome, Victoria. I'm tired just watching your video because I feel like I would be working out a lot playing your game. So welcome, and what do you have for us today?
So what I have for you guys today is I'm going to be showing where it all like took off and stuff. So, the name of my game is PE Catastrophe. And so I'm going to be showing you guys where it all started. So it all started with this program called ELPS. And in ELPS, you learn a lot of new things. And one of the units were inventors. So as you see, it says my invention log, and this was where like we started building our game. So it is first the brainstorming ideas. This is my brainstorm ideas. So I brainstormed some ideas. Like the first we did like all the ideas that we had, and next we did the 5 best ones, and then we did the best one, and the best one was a game with a lot of movement. And then
so can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
Why did you want movement in your game? Why was that important?
Well, because during this pandemic, I feel like people are just feeling like they can't do much, like they can't go out and stuff. So if they don't want to go out on a run, like this is the game is like for you to like exercise in a fun way. Some people don't like to exercise. This is an exercise in a fun way with PE bucks and in like how many seconds and minutes you have to do it in.
Nice, I like that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so next we had to sketch out our ideas about how our game was gonna look, and then we did the view. This was from above, and then the back, and then the side. And then after we did that, we had to research about our game, like not about our game, but like other games that were kind of similar to our games, and we did that, and then we looked, then we did the game instructions, as you can see here, all the game instructions and stuff. So we did like, it was kind of like a practice before we actually did it. And then they included some games in the back of like how like we could, like how we can like do it and how we could incorporate it and stuff.
So was that the instructions for Candyland?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, cool. So you could look at other instruction sheets to see what do you need on there. So can we pause? What are some things that are needed on your instructions?
So like how many players and like a description of my game and like how to win and like the gameplay and like the setup and like how the age and the object and yeah.
Yeah, so there's so much more to rule writing than just what are the rules. You have to talk about, I think you hit it all. Those are the ones I was thinking of. How do you set up the game? How many players can play? What is the objective? What are you trying to do? How do you win? So very cool. And I like the fact that you were looking at other games instructions to see examples on how it's done.
Yeah.
Cool.
So then like we went to then like after we sketched and stuff, then you would go out and buy your own materials. So I got this board from the dollar store. I got most of my items from the dollar store, but like these papers that I made out, I got them at home, and these like things, the little squares, I got them also from the dollar store. So I got pretty much basically everything from the dollar store. And then because I felt like almost every game has cards, so I decided to include some cards, and this is what they look like on the back. It says PE Catastrophe.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is what it like says. So it basically is like this. So here's the exercise, and then here's how much you get paid for the exercise if you do it. And for the cards, there is no time limit. There was all a bunch of different cards here.
Mm-hmm. Can you read a couple of those off?
Yeah, sure. So it looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, do 10 star jumps and earn $15. I mean,
See,
$5.
I'm already tired. I'm already tired.
Yeah.
What are some of the other ones?
It says, one of them says, hold a 20-second plank and then you get $25.
Okay.
And then this one says, this one's pretty hard, do 25 squats, get $15.
I want real money for this.
Because like whatever, maybe you do PE and like you get rewards of like something else, like so like you like get kind of rewards. This is what they look like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Play money. So where did the play money come from?
I got those from Party City.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I didn't print them out or anything. I didn't do that. So yeah.
Very cool.
Here's what the game pieces look like.
Yep.
Yeah, they're the game pieces from Sorry.
Okay.
There's 4 of them, and I felt like, so I just want to explain these little star spaces a little more.
Okay.
So the first one says start, and there's an arrow pointing this way, and you go like all around there. And then the next one says switch places with the player. So once you land on this, you pick another player that's already out there. And you can't like switch with a player that's already on the start. You have to switch with the player that is already on the board. So let's just say a player is right here. Let's just say he's over here. And then green's all the way over here. So then blue could probably say, oh, I want to switch places with green. And then they would swap. And then the yellow one here says jail. And that means you have to stay there until somebody else passes you. So let's just say green is here in jail, and then red comes and passes him, then he's free. So he basically loses a turn. He can't move out of there.
Okay.
And then this one says go back to start. So once you kind of feel like you're closer to the end, you have to go all the way back to start.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So the game's a little bit like about skill and a little bit of luck because you don't really want to land on the space.
Yeah.
So these presents right here, I got them from the dollar store as well. And once you land on it, it says, once you land on a present, you say you got a present with 40 PE bucks. So you don't really have to do any exercise. You just land there and you automatically get 40 PE bucks. And then there's some like take a set of cards and that I showed you. This is basically what they look like.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you would take and they would be right here in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So they would be in the middle, and like as I said, I explained a little bit in my pitch video that each player starts off with 10 bucks, just because if they don't do the exercise right away, if like don't do the exercise and they want maybe are saving up their energy, they would give that 10 and they would receive a 5 back. So yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and there's like all different ones, lose a turn, and it's basically, let me just read one off. It says do five side to side jumps in 9 seconds. So one of your teammates would be counting, and then you would have to do 5 side to side jumps in 9 seconds. If you wouldn't have completed it, you would have to give a $5 fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So it's a little tricky.
Yeah.
It's a lot of energy you're getting into this game. So yeah, that's why I included like 5 players, not just 2. And that's why I included 4 players, not just 2 or like 1, because you really wouldn't play the game by yourself. And if there's 2, your partner would maybe like go on lose a turn, and then it would be back to your turn, and you just had a turn, and you had like to do like 10 push-ups, and like you would be exhausted. So better to play with more players, because like the more the merrier. And because like so you can get breaks here and there.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. So I know we're wrapping up here. We got about a minute left or so. I like to ask everyone, how did it feel when your name was called as a winner?
Oh my goodness, it was amazing. My whole mouth dropped because I was hearing that it was from like Texas and New York, and I was like, I thought it was just.
Oh, you're okay.
So I was like, and then I heard my name and I started jumping all over the couches because I was that excited. I was like, oh my goodness, because we have like this program, and like I was the only one that got chosen from that program. So I was like, my mouth just dropped.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
So I think we're right at 8 o'clock. Let's see here. Your sponsor was Hasbro. So I just want to say thank you to Hasbro again for choosing you for best outdoor and active play. Definitely active, maybe a little bit more active than I want to be right this second, but I love the idea of getting people up and moving, and like I also love fitness and working out and playing sports, and it's been really hard not being able to do those things during the pandemic. So I love that you went that route of getting people up and moving.
Yeah, because like I wanted to create a game that I liked personally. Like, let's just say I didn't like math, and I wouldn't create a game about math because like let's just say I didn't know much and like I didn't really like it. So like why would I do that? Like I don't like it, and it's like my game, not anybody else's. So
exactly. Cool. Any other questions? I think we're set. All right. Well, good job. Thanks for coming on today and sharing more about the design of your game. Kind of like I mentioned to you before, I love that you have that packet that walks you through the design process. I'm sure that helped guide you in the direction to go. But great job. Congratulations. And we'll talk again soon.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Okay. So next up we have Antonio. And I'm going to go ahead and share your pitch video really fast, and then we'll come back on and it'll be your time to present. So I'm going to share my screen quickly. There we go. And let's check out Antonio's video.
Hi, my name is Antonio Benuelos, and none of my friends want to play chess with me. So that's why I invented King of the Board. You need one game board, 3 dice, a cheat sheet, and game pieces. The objective of the game is to put all your pieces on the board before your opponent to become king of the board. There are 3 ways to play: battle mode, 3 for all, and chess mode, the ultimate 1v1. Each player takes turn placing one piece on the board. The first player to place all their pieces on the board wins. In this game, green just surrounded orange. With the help of the edges, green won the game and became king of the board. I hope you like my game.
All right. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna stop sharing, and then Antonio, you can share your video if you want to. There we go. Oh, looking fancy.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So just starting off saying congratulations. Thanks for being on today. And then it's up to you what you would like to share.
So I would actually like to share my screen. So can I share my screen? Or may I?
Yep. Yep, you should be able to share.
Okay. Miss Jasmine, can you see my screen?
Yep, and I see myself on your screen right now.
Okay.
There you go.
So, thank you, Miss Jasmine, and I'm gonna get started. So, I'm Antonio Cruz Manuelas. I'm 7th grade. I'm 12 years old. I go to Prince of Peace Catholic School, and I love creating music. I love listening to music. I love playing sports, and I really, really love chess. And I'm also the inventor of King of the Board. King of the Board is a game created because none of my friends will play chess with me. It's a game with game pieces, cards, and dice. It uses the same skill sets as chess, and it is basically chess for non-chess players. And it is also really, really fun, and people love to play the game. So, people aren't intimidated by chess. There's a lot of rules, complications, a lot of pieces, and pieces move in different ways. So, and also, as I said, my friends won't play. So you can also memorize moves and openings, and you could be also very good. And experienced players have an advantage over unexperienced players. For that reason, I wanted to create a game that was fun and that you can't have advantages over other people. So I made my own game, which is King of the Board. It just started as paper and markers, and we just kept playing it. Each person took turns, and it just grew from there. We took my grandpa's favorite game, which was the little triangle game at Cracker Barrel and Yahtzee. So we applied those concepts to King of the Board, and that's what it is now. So we took it to different people and we played it for hours and hours with kids, adults, engineers, educators, and teachers. And we adjusted the rules and problems that we ran into during those playing. We, as a family, as the Banuelas family, we love playing games. We have hundreds of games in our closet that we have. They're stacked up, and we play them all the time. We were shopping at Target, and we saw Bet You Can't. So we read the cover and we read the back, and it read 2018 Young Inventor Challenge winners. We went home, we looked up what the Young Inventor Challenge was, and we saw that you had to go to Chicago to enter, and we planned a trip to Chicago. So we were all excited to get to go to Chicago, and then the pandemic hit, and we were all sad. But the great thing was that the Young Inventor Challenge, you could enter online. So we entered online, and we waited and waited until the award ceremony, and the award ceremony came, and we hold on, sorry. We did our research, or whenever we were doing our research about the Young Inventor Challenge, we saw that there was only 2 winners in the previous Young Inventor Challenge. So we watched and we saw Ninja Penguins win, and we were all upset because we wanted to win, and everyone wants to win something. So we were all down, and 2 days later we realized we won by watching the video again. And we got a lot of press from winning the challenge. This is what I really want is King of the Board to be in stores. What we're going to do next is find a game maker, start a Kickstarter, and if we need to, we could self-publish our game. Or maybe we can win the lottery and not even worry about anything. We got feedback from the Young Inventors Challenge, and the judges recommended having cards instead of memorizing a bunch of combinations. So we took that and we added it to King of the Board. So now, because of the judges, everything is now very simple, and it allows us to have expansion packs with cards and game pieces, and hopefully we can have a series of King of the Board. We can have King of the Hill, King of the Jungle, King of the World, King of the Universe, and even sponsored tournaments and custom boards. And we can have Master's Edition of King of the Board, which is wooden board and metal game pieces. The combinations of this are endless. This is an example of what we can do with King of the Board pieces. You can have football players versus beach balls, and butterflies versus Dalmatians, and you could do whatever you want. This is an example of what an expansion pack may look like. So you could just keep adding cards to your collection. This is King of the Hill, which will be our second game. If King of the Board goes big, this will be our second game. So it's a 3D version of King of the Board, and hopefully this is what it could look like. Hopefully, if King of the Board gets in stores, we can have a QR code on every box. And this box allows you to download King of the Board so you can play anywhere, anytime with anyone. And if you can somehow teach your dogs how to use your phone, you can play with your dogs too. So this is what hopefully it could develop into all of this, and you don't have to be at home to play King of the Board. So I would like to thank People of Play for sponsoring my category for Young Inventors Challenge, and I would like to thank Miss Jasmine for all the great things she has done for us with the Young Inventors Challenge, and she did a great job, and without her, we would not be able to have this competition. And I would also like to thank the judges for our feedback on our game, and to the audience for listening to my presentation. So now I would like to show a very small demonstration of how King of the Board works. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So as you can see, we already started a game, and I'm going to surround whites. So the edges, which you can't really see, I'm trying to get it. The edges helps block white from going anywhere. So this one slot is the only thing allowing whites to not be surrounded. So I'm going to put that there, and now I have surrounded whites. So now I'm going to take all of white's pieces, and I'm going to replace them with my 5 pieces that I just surrounded. So I'm just going to place those there. And now I have made 5 in a row. So now I'm going to take my stack of cards that's right here, and I'm going to draw. It reads, roll the dice. The player to the left receives the number you roll. So I'm going to roll the dice. No, I rolled a 5. So now my partner, or the person to my left, takes any 5 pieces they want. This is sad, watching my pieces go away. So now we will just continue playing, and if I could get my piece, I'll play there, play there. Oh, 5 in a row. Now the person to my right has to draw. It reads, swap any one of your unused pieces with any piece on the board. So once you get all your pieces on the board, that is how you win King of the Board. So thank you everyone for listening to my presentation, and I'll give it back to Miss Jasmine.
Sweet. Yeah, you could stay on for a second if there's any questions here. I appreciate that. You showed your game very well. And then also, I'm working with Antonio to 3D print his game for him. I was having some serious printing issues this week with one of my big printers that I just got. So we're actually going to work with another company to get a prototype made, 3D printed with those like little ponds that you saw there that he designed. It's cool because when he sent me the file or asked me to 3D print it, he actually had everything already designed in Tinkercad. So that was really cool as well. Nice work.
Antonio, I'm sorry. When you were showing those little models, so instead of having the golf tees, you might have a little butterfly and a penguin or something, and they would be competing, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think people would really get excited about that. I can just see a lot of real, you could have butterflies fighting, a tank or something. It would be fun.
We could bring back the ninjas and the penguins, the ninjas against the penguins. That's funny.
Very nice.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, very well done. All right, well, that puts us pretty much right at time here. Any other questions for him? Any questions come through the chat?
Well, yeah, actually, real quickly, those extra pieces are going to cost more money. Well, how much do you think this game would end up costing with all those extra parts?
So with everything, with the game board and the pieces and expansion packs, I think everything will be around $15 to $17 for everything. So
great, very good.
Probably similar to like chessboards. There's different chessboards that you can have in his pitch video. So the pitch videos that we're showing are edited; they're shorter. But in his original pitch video, he showed all of his different chessboards that he had. And I'm sure maybe that's what inspired having different pieces for his game as well. I love that idea too.
Very good.
Yes,
cool. All right. Well, great job.
Yeah, get it on the market by Christmas so we can buy it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future. And let's make that trip to Chicago happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I will talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, Antonio. And we have Ellie on. Hi, Ellie.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show her pitch video first, and then we'll come back and see her presentation. I'm going to share my screen quick.
Hi, I'm Ellie Lawrence, and this is Be the Best. Beat the Best is a game where everyone is designing and selling handmade custom jewelry. What makes Beat the Best so much fun and interesting is that you have pattern cards that challenge and inspire you to make certain kinds of necklaces and bracelets. When your creations are complete, you put them in the display case and see what sells. The trickier the patterns are, the more points you'll get. I have been wanting to design a jewelry game for 10 years or so, and having a game design contest made me motivated to finally make it happen in a way my 6-year-old self would have never imagined. Just beat it. Beat it.
All right. Cool. I still love the ending to your pitch video. I know you had mentioned capturing people at the beginning and capturing people at the end, and I would definitely say that you did that.
Thank you.
All right. Would you like to share your screen with your presentation?
Yes. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, we can see it.
Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about the game design behind the games that I invented.
Awesome. Oh, is it working to click to the next one?
No. I think that I'm going to have to try again.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. Is this working?
I can see it. And then are you able to switch to the next one? I can't see your mouse. Can you move your mouse around on the screen, and then down at the bottom there, you see the arrow?
Okay.
There you go. Yep. So let's hear a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm 16 years old. I'm an artist, chess coach, hobbyist gamer, and a bookworm.
Nice. Can you tell us more about your artwork?
Yeah, so I started off with sketching in a sketchbook, and then this past year I've been trying out digital art. So
Nice.
these two are my drawings.
And Antonio, right before you, is also a big chess player. And like I told you before, I just got a chessboard for Christmas. So I think between you and Antonio, you're gonna get me all ready to start playing. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then tell us a little bit more about you with the checkup there in the corner. What was that?
That was me in the hotel in Chicago from 2018, the Chicago Toy and Game Challenge. So that was me really excited in the hotel.
Nice. Cool. All right. Next slide.
So in addition to my game Be the Best, I entered Firehawk, and that is a aerial firefighting game. And I did make a mistake before saying that it was in 2018, but that was 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my game Firehawk. It's a cooperative aerial firefighting game.
Nice. And then what about your other games?
I also invented Bogosity, which is a silly party game where players have to tell crazy headlines and tell which one is real and which one is made up. So this one is kind of funny. There was a poacher who was punished with watching Bambi monthly in his jail cell. So that was his punishment.
And was that a true one?
Yeah, it's true.
That's a true. Oh my gosh. Do you have any other cards? They're kind of funny.
Yeah. In Florida, there was a family vacationing, and when they went outside to their pool, they found a real alligator on an alligator float.
In the pool?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And that was real?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. These are great. There's a radio station that I listen to here, and they tell funny stories like that as well. That's just like really crazy that it's true. So this is awesome. So there's other games that you've also invented in the past, and Firehawk was the winning one from 2019, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, let's hear more about Beat the Best.
Yeah. So this past year, I entered Beat the Best, and so yeah. When I was brainstorming what kind of game I could invent, I remember that when I was 6, I had come up with the idea of making a jewelry designing game. So when I was coming up with how the game would work, I was looking back on other games that were simple yet really fun to play. And one of those games was Snow White Gemstone Mining Game. And something that I took from that game, not really like took, but modified for my own game, was having a bag that you can scoop beads from. So yeah. And the other game, Azul, I really liked that after you did what you needed to do, then you would use the leftover pieces and put them in the middle, and then later you can get those beads later.
Nice. I love that. The idea of using inspirations or game mechanics from other games.
Thank you.
Cool. So you did brainstorming and then what?
And then I made a Google Doc where I wrote down and entered different questions so that I could have them in my head when I was inventing the actual game.
So what would some examples be?
What are the main mechanics I will be using? And I talked about that a little bit on the last slide.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote that down in the Google Doc. And so is this affordable? If not, how can I make it more affordable? So I thought about what materials would be really good for this game. And in my case, I was thinking maybe plastic or wood for the beads and paper for the cards.
Nice. So would you say anyone who's designing a game, would they use these same questions? Do you think this is a good starting point?
Yeah, definitely. It's very helpful. And I think that these games can, the questions can be used for pretty much all other games to be answered.
Mm-hmm. I love this idea, and it really helps you focus in on what direction you're going to go when you're designing your game.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So then what?
So then another really helpful thing for me is drawing out what the pieces will look like. So like a visual idea. And so I drew what the inside of the box would look like so that I could really imagine what it would be. And then I worked on card design and bead design so that I could really have a good grasp on what I was doing.
And a little bit more about this. What software were you using to design this?
Oh, I was using Adobe Draw.
Okay, very cool. And so we have your cards there in the bottom left. We see the bag that would have the beads in it, right? And the scooper. We have our dice. And then what about the white square? What's in the white square there?
So I have some designs for beads in there. And so these were the different shapes and colors that I was thinking of. I didn't end up getting to use that because I had to use what I had at home so that maybe if it becomes a real game, then we could look back on that. But currently I'm just using what I have for a prototype.
Yeah, I like that. Cool. I'm visual like you are too. So to be able to take those ideas that were in your head and put them out, on the screen or print this out and see it, I think is extremely helpful. Cool. All right. So we have our initial drawings and then what?
And then we have to actually make it. So I drew out what I was actually going to need to use, and I printed some out. I found some pieces from some other games, and I painted some beads and made sure what would work for this game.
Mm-hmm.
I also
Can you talk? Go ahead.
And that was me painting and setting out the like board. And then I also have me clipping wires so that my firehawks could be suspended in air.
Mm. Can you talk about the scoop a little bit for your game?
Yeah, so because it was scooping a little bit too much, I had to keep adding poker chips over and over again to get just the right amount of beads so that I could use it for poker.
That's cool. And then you said you extended the stick as well.
Yeah, it helped so that you wouldn't have like your whole hand inside the game, the bag. So, yeah.
Very cool. All right, so you designed your game, you prototyped, and then what was the next step?
And then I had to play test with a lot of people. And because of the pandemic, I didn't get to play test with a lot of people. So I really only got to play test with my family. So most of my playtesting experience was from Firehawk. So in Firehawk, I went to a school board game club and I tested out with the kids there. And I also went to a board game playing cafe and played with some adults. And the most exciting part was playtesting with firemen at the fire station. So that was really fun.
Cool. And how did you get to go to the fire station?
We kind of just went up and were like, hey, do you guys want to and have time to play this game with us? And they were like really happy to. So we played the game together and they really enjoyed it. And they really loved that it was like very realistic to them. And they really liked that it was cooperative because that's actually how they work together.
Yeah. I never thought about that before, that, yeah, firemen work together. So to have a cooperative fireman game makes more sense than having them compete against each other.
Yeah.
Very cool. Awesome. So then what do we have after this?
So then I had to make the pitch video so I could get the game out there. So yeah, I filmed the videos on a phone and sent them out to the challenge.
Mm-hmm. So a way to share your ideas with other people.
Yeah.
Very cool. And so you created your pitch videos and then
we had to present, and I have a lot of pictures from being in Chicago. So here's me with my board and my presentation board. So that was really fun to go to the Chicago Toy and Game Fair.
yeah, super cool. And I was there last year too, but I don't think we ran into each other. We didn't get a chance to meet each other last year, but I'm hoping maybe in the future, maybe next year we'll be back in person and maybe we'll see each other in Chicago.
Yeah.
Very cool. So do you have any other ideas that you're working on?
Yeah, so while I don't plan on being a game inventor as a career, I do want to keep working on inventing toys and games. So I have 5 toy ideas and 2 game ideas that I hope to bring to light sometime.
Nice. I'm really excited to see what you have. I mean, if you're a 2-time winner with the Young Inventor Challenge, you're coming up with these great ideas. They're so well thought out and planned. I'm excited to see what you have in the future.
Thank you.
So cool. Does anyone have any questions for Ellie?
I don't actually have a question. I just want to make a comment. Ellie, your whole presentation was really excellent. I mean, the way you had the pictures and the things you showed in the picture, you could see the whole story of what you had done and how you did it. You may just think that you just slapped some things together, but trust me, there's a real art to it, and you have that talent. So
Thank you.
it was really well presented. Very good.
Yeah. So easy to follow too, and to
Yes.
see like exactly how everything happened.
Very good. Excellent.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we're set for the next one. Oh, wait, let me say real quick. Ellie's sponsor was Mag Formers. So just sending out a thank you to Mag Formers for choosing her as most marketable game. And yeah, I think we're all set. Great job. I will talk to you later, Ellie.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Okay, so now we have Anna, Luna, and the whole Bagel Club team. Welcome. Hi. I'm gonna go ahead and share your pitch video really fast, and then we'll hop into you guys. All right, let me share my screen quick. And let's play the video.
It's April 2nd of 1825, and no one expected that the next 12 hours would be remembered for centuries. Suitcases got mixed up, coin scattered. Who would reach their goal, and who would get last place? As the day went on, we discovered everyone had a different goal, unique strength, and special hatred towards a passenger aboard. Throughout the day, we would make alliances with the blink of an eye, decline them in a split second, and break a few even faster. Apart from a few villagers, the people aboard included Thief. She could take anything and everything you had in a split second. Her goal? To get the two halves of the precious diamond. The richest member of the club was Diamond Owner. She could convince any one person to show her their identity. Her goal? Get back her diamonds. Next up was Possessor. She would put a spell on you with just a look. Her goal? To get the gun in the suitcase and kill the assassin. After her, the farm boy was on. He could look at you, and now he had all your powers, no matter what. His goal? To make it out of the train alive, or about 8 turns. Last but not least, Assassin. Her goal? To get the gun and kill the possessor. Her power? She had immunity from any of the thief's wicked schemes. To get the gun or the diamond, you have to open up a suitcase. Suitcases cost 3 coins, except for your first turn, where they cost 1. So, open up the box, grab some friends, and submerge into the amusing world of Diamond Heist.
Awesome. Welcome. Well, I have to say, I was blown away by your pitch video, and I could definitely use some video editing skills from you guys because that was incredible. What do you have for us today? What would you like to share?
We have our PowerPoint. Yeah.
You have a PowerPoint. Okay, sure. So you can share your
We'll start
screen.
introducing ourselves. Hello, I'm Emma, and I'm 14.
I'm Luna, and I'm 13. I'm Valeria, I'm 11. I'm Anna, I'm 13. I'm Leo, I am 9 years old.
And we are the Bagel
Club. So us 3 are siblings.
And we are siblings too.
Yeah.
And we're all living in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah. And and our game is called Diamond Heist.
As you saw in the
Yeah.
video.
And it is basically like a role-playing game that is like everybody has a different power and enemy, and everybody kind of has a different role.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you saw the video, so we're gonna talk a little bit about like how we know each other, and then we'll go more into the video.
Yeah. So we know each other because we have some mutual friends.
We have some friends in common, and it happened about like 6 years ago.
Yeah. We've known each other for a long time.
I was 3 years old, I think, at that
Yeah.
time. Yeah. And so it happened because we're all Spanish.
We're all from Spain,
And
so we speak Spanish with each other.
And we love card games. In Spain, we always play card games. Yeah. And I think we've especially during the coronavirus, since we don't have any family here, we kind of resulted to kind of only meeting up with like each other and stuff. So we've been hanging out a lot more, especially since our parents are also good friends, since both of them are from Spain.
And it first started in a program in Spin Master, and it taught us how to do
How to make games.
Yeah.
It's like a mix of Coop and Clue and Werewolf, which are like
Midnight
our
Werewolf.
favorite games. And basically the system, the Spin Master thing itself, it brought us through basically just making
All the
summer
steps.
and
We have mentors and
with a lot of people, especially from Spin Master.
They
and I think
gave us feedback.
that helped us a lot.
And we got our name the Bagel Club because
We all just like eating bagels.
No.
That's not the story.
In a beach
we once said that I was
A baby bagel, and that I was mama bagel.
And we were donuts.
And then they were
rival
donut-
family donuts.
Yeah, but then they changed to bagel because bagel.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's why
just
we're
like
called the
before.
Bagel Club, and our game is.
We'll give you a little like backstory.
Yeah,
so
go
it's
ahead.
set in like the late 1800s, early 1900s on a train.
Yeah.
And so the diamond owner lost her her two diamonds and two halves of a diamond, and the thief and the diamond owner are trying to get it.
Rivals, and
Yeah.
the thief wants the diamonds because, well,
He's
they're
a
a
thief.
thief,
Yeah.
and everybody has a motive, such as the assassin.
Yeah.
It's trying to kill the possessor, and the possessor's trying to kill the assassin by getting the gun and the bullets.
Yeah.
both need
And
that.
everything, our whole kind of theme all revolves again around the 1800s.
Yeah, so basically it's the first person to their specific objective wins. That's how you get to the end of the game.
Yeah.
And there's-
everyone. Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's coins and suitcases. Suitcases are mixed up, and you have to with three coins. You have to get a diamond, but in the first one it's only
diamond,
one
a suitcase.
a suitcase with one coin.
Yeah.
You get one diamond.
So basically, as you can see in the middle, basically you buy, so we have these in the middle, and each person is kind of suited so that their task is harder to get.
Let's move.
Let's move on.
Our last slide is about how we created it / improving.
First, we started doing this in July 2020.
So a long time.
We practiced playing for months, and we adjusted it, so we had to create a foolproof system, such as rock, paper, scissors, where there's always going to be an outcome, and it was difficult, but we tweaked a bunch of rules.
Yeah, we spent hours.
And in the beginning, it was like hard to find like changes, but we stopped for a while when school started, and then when we entered,
We picked it up again.
Yeah, we picked it up and we changed a bunch of things.
Basically, when we started the Chicago Fair, we changed everything, and now I think that we're pretty close to the final product.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
And
Yeah,
we
that's
are
it.
the Bagel Club.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Any questions?
That was incredible. So when you mentioned you started it in July, were you planning on submitting it to the Young Inventor Challenge then? Did you know about the Young Inventor Challenge?
I think
Not at all, no.
No, yeah, my mom kind of works in the business, so I think she knew about the game, but I think we kind of wanted to wait to see if it was actually
good.
like a
At least
contender.
for us, we had no idea what it even was, so it took us so long to even make the idea. We didn't know what we were gonna do with it.
Yeah. It's definitely challenging to create a game where each player has a different role. So when you said you play tested and tried and made changes over and over in the hours, I can only imagine how long it took. And like when I saw your pitch video, that's the first thing I thought. It was like, wow, they have different characters, and like you said, like Clue, different characters, but they don't have a different story in the game of Clue. You can move wherever you want, no matter who you are or what happened. But for you guys to have different people that have different motives and different powers, I think that's so cool that you figured out a way to make that work.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as far as the future goes, do you think we'll be seeing you again with new game ideas, with this one more developed? What are your thoughts?
We're gonna keep trying to
develop this one and then probably make a new one.
I think
we always love a new challenge.
Yeah, I think hopefully, since we have one this year, hopefully we'll try to make a new game next year, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Do you think all 5 of you will work together again?
Yes,
definitely.
Yeah.
We've had so much fun, and it's so good because we're all like so different ages that the game has elements from like so many different things.
From like Leo, who's like 9, to Emma, who's 14.
Right. Yeah. How was it working with 5 of you? Did you ever have issues running, you know?
A lot of some problems. Sometimes, like we didn't decide on things, and sometimes we had to vote.
There was
Like,
so
it was
so
a
many
lot.
compromises.
There was a
though.
lot of 3 and 2.
We had to vote and
Most of the time.
I think, but all of us kind of contributed to the game. Like all of us kind of like added a new layer, and all of us made the characters more like have more depth.
It has
especially.
a touch of everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. If you lived back in the 1800s, do you think you would play, like you would be who your role was in the game?
Yeah.
Hopefully not. I don't want to.
Show of hands, who would be your role?
I don't have a
No,
problem
but
with
it was good because like we did get like that. It's kind of sometimes boring to play for hours, but the creative part of like each person is their own character, and you created that, and it goes.
We
like,
all
with your
chose
story.
which character we wanted to be. We were like, so there are these characters, and everybody was like, well, I want to be Possessor.
Well,
and
we didn't choose who was who in the beginning. We started making the game, and then
like based on each other's personality.
Yeah.
Okay. And what inspired the 1800s?
We just searched
Mostly, I think it was just
trains and guns.
I think it was also kind of inspired. I think, especially, I remember watching the Orient Express, like the movie before.
Yeah.
So I think I kind of, and I think like all the assassin and like diamond owner and that kind of stuff. I think that was just the right, because I don't think that happens in 2020.
We wanted to make like a murder mystery, but then we were like, what if there's security cameras? So we went back to a time where no one could like catch you.
Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, that you thought about the technology differences between now and way back then. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That is so cool. Okay, so we only have a few minutes left, but I'd love to ask every group, what did it feel like when your name was called as a winner?
Okay. So basically, when me, Leo, and Blair, we were watching the video on like my iPad in the bed. It was like 10 o'clock and we were still in bed. And then so we were watching it, and then when you guys said the thing that was like, and this won't come to surprise to anyone, we were so confused.
Diamonds, we were like,
We were confused when you said basically like, oh, this won't come as a surprise, because we didn't like talk to that many people, so we didn't know. So we thought it was like somebody that must have like had a relative or something that was part of the judge or something.
And we kind of figured out that it was us when they said, and this game includes diamonds, and we were like, oh my god, we might have won.
Yeah.
And Luna and I were sleeping.
They
I was like texting her frantically.
And then I got up. I was the only one up, and then I shouted, "We won!"
Yeah, and then we were sending a bunch of videos on Instagram of us like partying.
We got all the filters, and we were like, "Yeah, we won!"
That's awesome. Yeah, and I like to share too. So I mean, I didn't get the job until October, so I'm pretty new at this, but I was in Chicago last year and I did see the award show. And what was so cool about it is seeing the looks on everyone's faces when they got called as a winner. And so I didn't get that chance to see that this year. You know, I was like watching it by myself and they would call the name and I'd be like, I know they're partying at home right now, but I don't get to see it. So I love asking that question and seeing the expressions on your faces. And I know how much it meant to you guys, but congratulations again. Their sponsor is Goliath, and I know they're excited to maybe see if there's a future for the game, but congrats. And I'm excited to see what the future holds for you guys and what new games you guys come up with. And keep eating bagels. Keep eating bagels.
Yes, team bagel.
Team bagels.
Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. Bye. Good job.
Jazz, before you leave, I just want to thank you for, first of all, bringing some incredible young inventors and students here. They were amazing, but also, frankly, for yourself. You were a wonderful host, a wonderful interviewer. You may think it's easy, but you have a real talent for it. And
Thank you.
You did a fantastic job. Really
Thank
good.
you.
It's
Thank
wonderful.
you. I mean, I couldn't do it without the kids. They worked hard on this. There's some of them that I met with in advance to help work on the questions. Some of them, like this group, we didn't. They just said, we got this. We know what we're doing. And so I'm proud of each and every one of them and how this turned out and how their games turned out, and definitely excited for the future. Thank you for having, you know, the 10 slots for them to all be on. So.
Well, we've got more things coming, so I'm so
Yes.
excited about what you're doing with these students. And
Awesome. Thank you.
bye. Goodbye. There you go, Claude.
Bye. Good job.
And one of them is an assassin, huh? Okay.
Yeah, that was me, but we were all kind of had the rule, and then I think I had assassin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of you be careful about her, okay? Okay.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye now.
Okay, this next is going to be very interesting. Ah, there you are. Mohammed, where is your partner? Where is Alexander?
Yeah, Mr. Alexander, he has an emergency, so he can't join us tonight. Sorry for that.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll carry on. I know you'll do a great job. Okay. I had a little bit of a conversation with Mohammed earlier this week, and this is an invention that has a real need in this country and in California specifically. So, Mohammed, it's all yours.
Thank you. First of all, I will introduce myself. My first name is Mohammed Najib. My last name is Nazan. I'm originally from Afghanistan, and I just moved to United States on February 2nd, 2016. Before I focus on how I come to United States, how I start my inventions, I would like to talk about my background a little bit. I'm civil engineer. I graduated from Kabul University as a civil engineer on 2010, and I did job as a construction engineer with United Nations IOM, and also I work with U.S. Army from 2010 to 2016. I did a lot of construction project together with U.S. Army and with design team of IOM. So I learned and I got the experience from the other engineers, and I'm familiar with the code of constructions. By the time, day by day, I was trying to help design team, and my engineers and my bosses, they encouraged me that I should be a part with the design team. And after a long time ago, I just heard from my supervisor that I'm a good designer. I can bring good stuff to the design team, and I can give them good analysis and ideas about having a better design. So I have a lot of recommended, and a lot of engineers, they told me that you can bring new stuff to the world. So after that, when I moved to United States on 2017, I seen on news that Napa fire all turned on, and a lot of people lost their life, and we lost our environment, also our properties, and Cal Fire staff, they are try their best, but still a lot of citizens are lost their homes and also their friends. From that time, I took my decision and I start reviewing research on California fire. When I start my research, I was in university in here and Fresno State University, and I had some friends, so I share with them that I'm going to start a research and I will submit my idea to California Fire Department if they can help, if I can help them and they can use my idea. So step by step, I start my idea. First, I sketch my idea, and I just share my idea with a lot of expert people on online. There's a habit called Fiverr, and I hire a lot of people from Fiverr, and they work for me. There was electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and a mentor, and different group of staff. And on the meantime, I just went to SBDC, a small business development center which is on Sacramento downtown. I went there and I spoke with them and I shared my idea. I told them I need your help on technical parts of my idea. So they just given me a time, which was on Thursday from 4 to 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. I guess it was for 2 hours or 1.5 hours. But the main part of that class was they just heard from me what was my invention and what was my design. So I shared my design and my idea, all my documents with Mr. Daniel. He was my supervisor and he was my helper. So he listened everything. Then we prepared a presentation. We prepared a presentation. I would like to share that presentation with viewers right now. And I start uh, um, think about the video animation, drawing, pattern, stage by stage. I just taught by Mr. Daniel, and I went and I start filing the pattern. Before I start filing the pattern, I just went complete my design drawing. I would like to share my screen and see if possible I show the drawing that I complete on the program. So here is my drawing. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is a track. The main objective of this track is shooting fire extinguisher ball on top of fire area. Whenever we have the fire in the forest, it is difficult for firefighters and for other people to go near and turn off the fire because there is no road, there is no way that they go near to that. So I designed a track that it is shooting fire extinguisher ball from this area, like in 5 minutes they can shoot 2,000 fire extinguisher ball on the target area, and as per geographic location, it will shoot up to 2 miles. It depends on the slope of the area or the location of the area. If it is horizontal or a little bit vertical, it is changing the destination. So the fire extinguisher ball, the backside of the track, as you guys are seen on here, I hope that you guys see the backside of this track is a storage area for the fire extinguisher ball. And we have on the same track, there is a kind of, if you guys can see, there is a kind of window. There is, we have on the same track, we have fire extinguisher liquid. That is a chemical liquid. We can spray that liquid nearby 100 feet or 200 feet. That is helping, like one machine is working 2 jobs, liquid fire extinguisher and also fire extinguisher balls. On the same time, we can use that track to go everywhere that we want, and any place like this track is going near to the forest, this track is going near to the residential area, commercial area, and this track has 2 kind of shooting like guns, we can tell them. So this shooting machine is going vertical and horizontal according to the area it controlled by remote control system. This is the tank which is storing a liquid fire extinguisher whenever we need to save the track and also the firefighters during the turning off the fires or shooting the fire extinguisher ball. And these are the system that it's engineering, our engineering team or design team, they draw and they bring the design data, and according to that they design. And whenever we are shooting the fire extinguisher ball, they already count how the fire extinguisher ball should go and how we should adjust the fire area distance between the track. So all the things, all the systems are going to the control panel, and from control panel coming to main engine, and they they are adjusting themselves for the distance and for the area of fire. So this was the track, and I have here the here we have designed for the air. Most of the time in California there is a problem that all the time we cannot control the fire. So in forest it is difficult to turn off fire quickly as possible. So there is air, there is night is coming, no transportation way to go and fight fire. So these plates are hanging in a helicopter. Uh, the size of these fire extinguisher ball is 4 kg. It can cover more than 20 square feet. And we can explode this fire extinguisher ball in different location of the fire. Most of the time, the California Fire Department, they are putting powders from airplane and from helicopters on the top of fire. But it doesn't work because we have fire at the down and all energies not letting the powder to sit on the top of fire. So we designed that fire extinguisher ball. Whenever we put fire extinguisher ball on the fire area, we should explode that on 3 elevation. One on the top of fire, next on the top, on the middle. The third one should be on the ground. The main purpose of this fire extinguisher ball to turn off fire as quickly as possible in forest area and just being control the fire that should be not increase and damage the residential area or other places. So according to our engineering research and our design team, they have different drones on the four corner of that. Whenever we have wind is the most important part of this plate, that if the engineers already count that and they test on the computers. But we have planned to make a sample of that, and we will going for the testing part maybe in the future if God will. So in here we mentioned the size, the location of each part. These plates have cameras that that's controlling from the helicopters to see the locations where is the fire, and on these plates we have the sensors that showing the fire temperature, and also the camera and sensors with battery system, and also a fire alarm. And on the meantime we have most update technology we used on here, flashlight, emergency flashlight, to see and go safely on the location. All the parts are fire resident, so there will be not a big issue. The purpose of that machinery, how to use that machinery, we just make a fire extinguisher storage area. I would like to play a video after this drawing. May our viewer can get the meaning of my project most easier and better after these drawings. So on these drawings, at the last page, we mentioned about sensor temperature, chargeable battery we have cameras, we have flashlights, we have fan we call drone, that they are this fan is fighting with air, that it should not fall down our plate and should be controlled on the air probably and on the same level. And we have a electrical panel box, camera, flashlight, temperature sensor, as I mentioned before, and it is on the different location of these plate. So this was the complete drawing of my plate or hair project. They have their own names. Every project have their own names, and we can go by the name of this project, and may it will be on the video. My video have sound? Can you listen to the sound?
Yes, we hear it.
Before I turn on again the video, just this video is for 5 minutes. I will say thanks that our viewers see this video, and if they have any question, they can ask me in the end. Thank you.
Okay.
Imagine we are living in a world full of rejoicing, sunshine, blessings, pleasure, and happiness. Without any destruction, annihilation, eradication, extermination, and disaster. But that's not the reality.
Today, weather conditions could make a tough job even harder for firefighters.
Mother Nature can be healing, loving, and powerful. At the same time, it can be the most dangerous and destructive than any man-made creature. With each coming day, it is claiming the lives of hundreds and thousands of people across the world mercilessly. Every year, people are battling with fires around the world. In 2018, California fires burned 800,000 hectares, 97 civilians, and 6 firefighters killed during that time. It destroyed more than 18,000 structures, becoming both California's deadliest and most destructive wildfire on record. In 2019, the Amazon fires burned an estimated 900,000 hectares. In Brazil, 80,000 fires have been recorded in 2019. It's been the highest number of fires since 2013. More than 20% of the world's oxygen is produced in the Amazon rainforest. 1/5 of the world's fresh water is in the Amazon basin. Since July 1st, 2019, 4 million hectares have burned in New South Wales, Australia, destroyed over 5,900 buildings, including 2,779 homes, and killed at least 34 people. An estimated 1 billion animals have been killed, and some endangered species may be driven to extinction. 2nd January 2020, NASA estimated that 306 million tons of carbon dioxide had been emitted, brought a devastating human cost, and devastating environment costs too. InventSphere. InventSphere is a team of professionals who have come together to make a better world. A world without fear, calamity, disaster, and catastrophe. The long-lasting impact of fire cost for California, Amazon, Australia, and its community cannot be ignored. We at the InventSphere understand and know disaster these fires are capable of. We are proud to be serving our community with our technology to prevent the risk of future catastrophes. We designed 3 different technologies: friendship with fire, battle with fire, and the green flag. Therefore, we are proud to be serving our community with machinery designed to prevent the risk of future fires and rapid-fired forest fires. Friendship with Fire technology can drop fire extinguisher pairs by with wireless control system from the helicopter and covering 1 acre of the fired area before reloading. Battle with Fire technology can trough up to 2,000 fire extinguisher pairs to the fire area before reloading and covering 3.5 acres of the fired area before reloading. Our fireproof fire extinguisher plate contains 4 cameras to look for the perfect position to drop the fire extinguisher pairs, 2 chargeable battery and 4 temperature sensors to get the acute temperature of the affected area, and other required safety systems. We believe new facilities and renovation projects need to be designed to implement a much more efficient, cost-effective, and automated system for protection against fires. Thus, our engineers have developed system useful in detecting content. Even the chemical liquid fire extinguish the fires, and control the fire is not to increase the fire. These inventions are technologically advanced and state-of-the-art, completely different from any machines used previously in the past by any fire prevention bodies in the world. We also promote actions by citizens of California to share any critical information to others, and our people of InventSphere find this matters to be extremely beneficial, as we could know in the difference between life and death. And finally, the green flag. The green flag is a secure transportation technology that can save the lives and rescue humans and animals during the fire, which is surrounded in the fire with quicker of loading time. Our goal is to save lives, save communities, save the environment, and control the spread of the fire. We share information as far as possible to ensure citizens have the ability to prevent fires and protect their families. And in the case of life, we care for each and every single soul. And each smile we make it will be the difference. Be with us. Invent Sphere.
Thank you.
What a very compelling video.
Thank you.
Very good. So I missed the very beginning because the hosts were switching places at the time. So I wondered, is this already in production now?
This is not in production still because I just, the money that I have with myself, and I just used all the money that I have in my pocket, and also I got loan from my cousins and some people. They sponsored me for a small steps, but I spent my money to bring this idea up to here. But the next phase, which will be phase two. Phase two is an important phase that I have planned to build a sample of that, a prototype, a physical prototype of that, and go for the testing period. And I submit my idea to California governor, the previous governor, Mr. Jerry Brown. I submitted to him, and he just encouraged me. He sent a letter to me, and he introduced me for the California Economic Development Department of California. They introduced me, but I went there. They don't have grant on that time, and they just told me it's taking a long time. So I just stayed with myself that let's go and do your best and find out if I can do these things by myself. I try my best by the help of my team, and also I use the online possibility and facility. Most animations are done in Australia and Canada, and I just create that company by the name of InventSphere because a lot of people, they give me ideas that your idea should be not steal or stolen by some company. So rather, it is better that you make a company. So I just made InventSphere, and I went for a license, and I got my license. Then I went for the process of the patenting. I have utility patent for all ideas for these three machines. The important machine that I have between these three is Green Flag. Green Flag is a machine that is going inside of the fire, saving life of people and animal, human and animal. At the same time, they can fight with the fire and control the fire. So for the next step, right now, I'm completely finished. The budget that I have is completely finished. My friend that they helped me, they completely, that's also finished. And I'm looking for a support from our government, from California government, also from federal government, that if they go and see my idea, I would like to give them for gift, because our citizen life is important. If my idea will be 5% of important for them, they can work 90% by themselves, and at least we should save our community, our California, that we see from past 3 or 4 years that we lost our families, we lost our lives, we lost our environment, and we lost our budgets. I seen last time on the news that every year the California Fire Department is using a lot of grants, and also they are requesting for the next grants, and that is a little bit that difficult for the California.
So there has been some talk on YouTube as you were presenting, and I wondered if I could ask you a couple questions. One that's on YouTube that says, have you considered including some crowdfunding? I think the general public is interested and concerned about this.
I never start to collect any crowdfunding, because I was alone, and I was trying to find out a community or a team to give me the instruction and idea, because I'm not that much familiar with the community, with government legally system, our process. Because if I go something wrong, then it will create a lot of problem for me. So it is better that if I introduce to a community, like, and a little bit expert people, that they should give me advice, and I will be near to them, and we will see what will happen. But I need support of people and an idea.
And what do you think, how do you compare the cost of this to the cost of the current fire prevention and firefighting methods?
The cost of the fire technology that it is right now in California Fire Department, they are too much costly. They are spending a lot of money. On my idea, I have a warehouse buildings, like if we have a lot of fire in Los Angeles area, so I will make 4 warehouse or a storage system on the top of the mountains, like a little bit far from each other, and I will store all plates on all of them, maybe 20 pallets with the solar system on the top, that we should not need an electrical system. We will load or store our fire extinguisher ball on these stores. Whenever fire happen, so our helicopter is coming, there's just one person we need there. They are using the control system, remote control system. There's a wheelbarrow, as you saw in the video. They are going inside of the warehouse system and bringing the plate outside, and helicopter is picking up that and going and drop on the top of fire. So the main important point of this machinery or technology is that already California Fire, they have a system that they are putting powder on the top of fire to turn off the fire, but due to wind and also fire energy, it is not turning off the fire as quicker as possible. But the fire extinguisher ball is going on the top of fire. If fire is here, it's coming here and exploding by the system, by remote control system on the top of fire, near to the fire. So all the powder is going inside of the fire. And we will exclude that in 3 elevations. And as you ask about the money or about the cost, that how much it costs, it is not costing too much grants. It is easier, and all the materials are cheaper. I just during design, we or my design team, they come together and bring the cheaper system, and it will be a little bit easier that if I go for next phase and make a sample of that and bring that sample in a big area for testing. My testing is less than $1 million. It will be 10,000 or 20,000 just at testing of the system. If the California governor firefighter department helped me and gave me a helicopter, I will make a sample of that, and I will put fire extinguisher ball. We will make a place like a desert or somewhere a little bit fire, and we will put this fire extinguisher ball on a huge place, and that will be technically showing for everyone that this idea is good or not. They will compare this idea with the existing system that the California Fire Department they have.
So how do you think the training would compare for this type of system compared to the training now?
The training was I just went to the existing tools and equipments that the California Fire Department they have. They have the tools and equipments, but still they need for an update or new technology. The technology that they have, it is from 5 or 10 years ago. They are trying to bring that update, but it needs a little bit cost. That's why they are not doing that. They ask from a lot of inventors and designers and companies that they can submit their ideas to them. I know they are a technical team. They are always trying to bring the new stuff to protect our citizens. But the new systems, like they are fighting with fire and they have their own job. Their mind is set up on their job. But we need a team that they should not responsible for ongoing fires or anything. They should think about the new technology to submit or introduce for California Fire Department. And the training and all the manuals are so easily. It is so easy system. If I build, inshallah, in the future, this system, in 1 week, I can train as much as people they are like required for this system, for the sample for the first time or testing time. It will take 1 week for professional training, but just for 1 day or 2 days, they can possibly doing everything. It is very easy.
Oh. Well, with this last year's fire season, I really, really hope that you can make some strides in this area, because this is something that we really, really do need. And I know we do. So I hope that you will return again and give us an update on where it stands. And I hope that somebody saw you tonight that can reach out and wants to help. But please come back again and let us know how it's going, and if there's anything that we can do to help get the word out for you, please.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I hope our citizens give us the right direction, and I need their supports and our government support to save the life of our citizens in the future. So thanks for the gift that they prepared this world field trip for inventors and innovations. And I've seen a lot of people from all over the world. Thank you, appreciate that, and we will see the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Harsh.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good.
I'm fine.
Is it morning there?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Well,
It's
good
morning.
morning. It's getting late here, so thankfully Pratik is here and he'll do more talking than me probably, but thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your patience as we finished up with our last presenter. Hello, Pratik.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Wonderfully, thank you. Very excited to hear some
I
of your
hope the sessions are going well. Yes, definitely, definitely. Even I was watching GIFT like when it started at 10:30 p.m. as per Indian timing. So I'm again excited for being a part of GIFT's January session.
Okay. Harsh, what are you here to talk about today?
I'm gonna talk about generative art using coding, and I'm also gonna show some coding, some gaming also. So, may I share my screen?
Please.
So Harsh is going to present a wonderful software that would be used to do a lot of things on a single platform.
So let's start with our presentation. Yeah, so as I have told, like today's topic is generative art using coding. So the software we are going to use for making all of these art and the gaming, everything would be Kojo, and it runs on Scala for some general information. It's a programming language, and it helps us to make generative art, gaming, and more. It's a powerful tool. So heading ahead, we will see the applications of generative art. So applications of generative art there are many applications. Like we can print generative art on t-shirts, and the Kojix Foundation, like that had launched the Kojo, that they had made the Kojo, that also printed some t-shirts and had distributed them in rural areas. And we can also print Kojo for other purposes, like maybe on cups, and we can even make logos using Kojo, and I will also show you an example of a logo using Kojo. And also we can make pictures for our own projects for this. So I'm gonna tell you next in this. So why I learned Kojo? So I learned Kojo because I love coding, and Kojo helps me learn various concepts really, really easily. Like really tough concepts can be understood easily in Kojo. And also at the first, Kojo also helped me in many of my apps. Like I also make some apps using MIT, and I need some pictures for them. If I am sending it to Play Store, I need some copyright free images. But how can I get copyright images? I can make them on my own using Kojo. So maybe it's for icon or maybe for background to enhance the quality of app. I can use Kojo to make my own images for my own projects. So that helps me. And now I will show you some of my designs. So like first one is this, and this, like I have coded this. I'm going to show you also the code, but you can see here this guitar, like some people like music and such shirts, so we can print this on some shirt and maybe someone will buy it and like it. So I will just show you quickly. So this was the code written. I have already put it here, and I would like to just run it. So you can see like slowly up now the turtle is making the guitar. First it made the clips, now the handle. It's starting from the back. Now it's the place where we keep our fingers for the notes. It's making where the strings are attached, now the main body. So it makes like that. Yeah, so you can see here our design is completely made, and this could be easily printed in a t-shirt, and even we can export it from here, export. So we can do all of this using Kojo, and also we can create logos. So for example, here the example of a Kojo logo, like I made a logo for Kojo itself. So in this, I have depicted all the things that contribute to Kojo. For example, maybe computer science, coding, physics, and math. So I have included all these things, and I can make logo for anything, right? Maybe it be a company ask me for I need a logo, so I can create a logo for them too. So it's helpful in that way, and I'm gonna show you the logos code too. So let me just open the code of the logo. Yeah, so this is the code of logo, and I'm gonna run this. So yes, you can see here the thing is made. There it was small cause it was resized in the presentation, but you can see the real size of the thing, and it looks something like this. So we can make logos and all using generative art. That's why what generative art can help us in. And also we have more stuff. Like now I'm gonna show you a couple of other simple things like I made. For example, anything like this really simple that and this better. So if we take this figure and we try drawing it by hand, so it's gonna take hours because it have 50 sides there inside each, like 50 sides. So how much time will it take actually to draw it? But I just wrote a 20-line code for making this whole figure. So that's what generative art helps us in. Also we have some other figures. So this is, I have named them inclined presses. Then I have this and hexagonal flower. Like its better version is this one. So it's completely made of octagon, and this one was made of hexagons. Like I have rotated hexagons around 360-degree, so they are 12 here, I think. And we have got octagonal flower, so we have got 12 octagons here. So it's making a figure like this. And also we have got this. So this figure is type of made from U's. Like they were double lined U's and they had been rotated around. So this figures comes up. And like see the from how simple things, I just define a thing and I make a U, and I can just make this figure from U. So now the next part is the gaming with Kojo. So we can also do gaming here, and I'm gonna show you a couple of games. So the first one is plane versus asteroid. Yeah, so I made this game and I'm gonna show you here. So what I will do is I'm gonna copy the code for this and I will show you, because I can't show the game in picture. So I will play it here by running it. Control A. Yeah. So you can see here plane has appeared and I have to duck from these asteroids that are coming. And if I keep ducking for 20 seconds, you can see here 20 seconds. Okay, so we touched the thing. That's why let me run this again. Maybe I can survive. And even if we touch the border of this thing, we would be out. And I have to survive 20 seconds for this, and we would win then. So it would show a you win then if we win. OMG, I crashed it again. So, okay, I am not able to complete the game. I'm bad at it. So, the next game I'm gonna show you is Hunted game. So Hunted is a game. I'm gonna show you. Let me just copy the code here. Hunted, Control A, Control C. Okay. Let us run this. You can see here a boy is running like it's animated and some sounds coming. We have to duck from these things. And if we go near the border, so you can see some discs are coming. Uh, some drum beats are coming from behind. So it's telling us like a warning. It's giving type of a warning ki you are near the stage border. It's like that. So okay, I'm not able to pass this also. So yeah, but there's no time limit, but I can add some time limit in this one too. So there's a lots of things we can do. Now back to the presentation we have. So now I have just did this other computer related stuff I do. So I also make apps using MIT App Inventor. I like to do electronics and I do C, Python, and okay, so I know a couple of languages then. And now I'm gonna show you like a glimpse just in the text because we have time limit, so I can't show you the app, but I'm gonna show you the feature of one of my best apps. So the app was Gyan E Kaksha. So actually in Hindi, Gyan means knowledge, E means like electronic, and Kaksha means class. So in this app, what I've made is students and teachers can communicate easily. If you have heard about maybe Google Google Classroom, so it's type of that, and it helps if a teacher creates a room, so then all the students and the teacher can chat. Teachers can assign assignment to the students, and they can even make a to-do list for the day. So it's like that, and they have to log in first, but I can't show you the app right now because like we have time limits. But that was a good app. And the next thing we have is okay, so that was my presentation. I am open for questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Harsh. I can look at what you put on the screen, and I have no idea what that code says whatsoever. But I do see that your games work. I'm sorry you can't master your games, that you died so many times in them, but that's okay. You do great. We were having a little chat conversation because I was telling Pratik that it always amazes me. I don't realize how many things are powered by coding. And it always amazes me when I find something new that is a result of coding. And he had brought up that you've mastered geometry and angles because of coding. And I just wonder what other skills out there that are highly developed because of people coding.
And like even Harsh is planning to print T-shirts and other garments where like he can print his designs. So using the Kojo software, the designs can be imported in high definition images. It could be JPG or PNG format, and you can easily print these designs on cushions, your T-shirts, or your mugs, or any kind of surface. So he even has that plan where using Kojo in the geometry and all, he would create random generative arts and he would print it on the different surfaces, and he could put it on sale for normal users or for normal buyers.
Pretty amazing. You guys do good work. Very good, Harsh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moise. Have I pronounced your
Hello,
name correctly? Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 9.5 years old.
9.5 years old. What grade does that make you?
Fourth.
Fourth grade. Good. What do you want to show us today?
I want to show you my project which I have made.
Okay. I'm excited to see.
I'll start, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am. Namaste, sir. I have made a project. For that, I'll take the opportunity to share my screen
and show you my presentation.
Yes, please do.
Hello everyone, I'm Moise Karimi and I have made a project RoboCar Parking based on IoT. I have made the next generation of car parking solution. My project also includes robotics technology in car parking. The problems, look at the problem. Wherever people will get space, they park their cars or vehicles. Even on roads, look at the traffic, all because of the parking cars. The traffic problems are traffic congestion, non-availability of parking space, time spent on finding parking space, additional time spent on distant parking lots, no easy system of advance booking of parking lots. Parking solutions, parking area. Now comes the solutions for the parking. Vertical parking, bigger parking areas, and advanced parking infrastructure, intelligent solution for parking, and technology enhancement. Everything include everything is included in my RoboCar parking. The technology which I have used. What other technologies? Technology MQTT, IoT, Wi-Fi, audio programming, and mobile application. The technology IoT. I, IoT. IoT means Internet of Things. IoT is used everywhere. Example, agriculture, smart homes and cities, and everyday things. I'll give you an example. I want to go to my house. Now I want to turn the lamp. I want to turn the lights. I'll press the switch. Now, but why do I always need to press the switch? Why can't I just speak and my lamp will turn on? So then we can do like this. Turn on lights. The alternate light will turn on. Technology MQTT. MQTT publisher publishes the topic into the MQTT broker, and the MQTT client subscriber subscribes the topic from the MQTT broker, same with the other MQTT client subscriber, and the whole MQTT broker goes to the database. This is the same. Now the software which I have used, Arduino IDLC, mobile applications, MQTT Dash, and MQTT web application. Devices and components which I have used: ESP32, ultrasonic sensors, jumper cables, breadboard, and LED. A disadvantage of my project: internet is required and static object can be sensed. Now about me. My name is Moise Karimi. Standard is 4D. My school is Uda International School, CBSE Nehru. I love electronic circuits. I am a robotics enthusiast. Thank you. Questions? But before that, I would like to show you my prototype on a video. Okay. Now this is the video. Now I'll just play it and tell me if you can hear it. Okay. Now I'm going to show you my demo prototype of the project. This is my RoboCar parking lot. This is a parking lot 1, parking lot 2, and parking lot 3. In parking lot 2 and 3 is vacant. Now let's look at it. Parking lot 2 and 3 is vacant. Now I'm going to take this car and put it in parking lot number 2. Now this is going to be ticked. Look, it has ticked. And now if I remove the car, then it is unticked. That's how my RoboCar parking works. Thank you.
So I wasn't clear when I watched the video.
Any questions, ma'am?
Exactly what. I'm sorry.
That's why I have idea understand. Are there any questions?
Yes, I was trying to find out on your video, was the app helping you find a spot or it was helping you find the spot you parked in?
No, ma'am. Both the ways. It is helping us to find a spot and also helping us to where we have parked our car.
Okay.
Imagine, now I'm over here. Now I want to park my car in Vashi depot. Okay, Vashi. So now I'm going to go there and just park my car. But it's full. And how can I see? So the app helps us to find out which parking lot is vacant. And if we have gone to the mall around it, then we have to find our car. We can check it, or we can remember or something. On our app, we can check it out.
I could have used that many times. I'm very, very serious about that, where I have lost my car in a parking garage. And when I push the panic button, hoping to hear my car, I can't tell what level I'm hearing it on. So very, very good. You know, I noticed something, Pratik. I think that coding, while coding helps the students learn to organize things, that spills over into everything they do. I looked at as I was looking at his presentation and the way he's diagrammed it, it's so orderly. And I'm assuming that's all the same thought process as when you're learning to code. You're learning to do something in an orderly sequence.
Thank
Yeah,
you, ma'am.
basically, like coding has coding has a power to think. The students start thinking how to make the things more efficient and more effective for the users. And since they have to arrange everything in a systematic order in a coding, the same way they used to implement the things in their real life.
Very good. Very good, Moise. What are you going to do next?
Thank you, ma'am.
What are you going to work on next?
Oh, ma'am, if you know that, I am actually working on a new project for Jarvis of Iron Man.
For what?
Iron Man had a assistant called Jarvis.
Iron Man?
Yeah, from Avengers.
Yes.
I'm trying to make that
So like
assistant
Iron Man has
for
a
us.
virtual assistant called Jarvis, which almost used to do the things as Iron Man want. So he's planning to create a system like Jarvis.
Yeah.
Very
It's a virtual assistant.
But I had to create lots of machines to make it.
I bet. Very
And,
good.
Even Moez was there in the previous gift session. That was in October. So he's like coming here for the second time with a new project.
Yes, I recognize. Wasn't sure if I recognized him from the other gift or because of the competition that I was an observer at. Maybe both. Maybe both. Do you have a sister that was already also in the
Yes, ma'am.
program? I remember.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, she's going to come next.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for spending time with us, and do come back again and show us what you do next. I want to see what happens with Iron Man.
And
Okay.
I'll always come to gift.
Okay.
And you can use my app for your parking.
I will use it. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Moez.
Welcome, sir.
So like next we have Amatullah Kayumi. She was also there at the previous October's gift session, and she was the winner of the Android app development that you were one of the part.
Namaste ma'am, namaste sir. I'm Amatula Kayumi and today I'm here with my project. So taking the opportunity, I would like to share my screen and showcase it. My project is about an innovative IoT seat, which is for a social cause because and it uses robotics technology. Now, whenever we all travel on roads, especially Indian roads, there are some basic problems we always face. So some of them are the traffic problem. Traffic here, traffic there, people park their cars in any way. So the problem there is there's traffic congestion, no proper roads, this no discipline, there's ignorance of traffic rules, and there's the faulty signal system. Another problem we all face is the parking problem. Now the problem in parking is that there's traffic congestion, there's no availability of parking space, there is a lot of time spent on finding parking space, and there's no easy system for advanced booking of the lot. Now, one of the major problems we all face is rushing. We are late for office, we are late for work, we are late for school, and which is why we always rush, we hurry. And all these problems, they lead to accidents. Now, why do accidents occur? It is because of lack of driving skill, overspeeding, lack of awareness, not wearing seatbelt, and ignorance while driving. Now, here are some statistics which I have found, and there are approximately 1.35 million people die each year as a result of road traffic crashes. And these crashes, they account of most countries 3% gross domestic product. 93% of the world's fatalities occur on developing and underdeveloped countries. And all of these, they lead to injuries of children and young adults from age 5 to 29, which is a very serious problem. Majorly, it is because people ignore wearing traffic seatbelts. We can say that this person is not bothered about wearing, the other one is texting while driving. Some other statistics which I have found are that more than 5,000 people in India die every year only for not wearing seatbelts. And the number of road crashes that occur is currently stands for 55 at an hour. And in 2016, as many as 5,638 people died in India because seatbelts were not worn. And this data is factual and it's according to the MOD. Now, the solutions are for parking, it is vertical parking, complete buildings for parking, automatic parking, and for traffic, it is better infrastructure, better roads, following the discipline, the traffic rules. Now, what is the importance of seatbelt? So, seatbelt have not come up just like this. They have been tested and proven scientifically. So here we can say this person has worn the seatbelt and he's safe, whereas these two people have been critically injured. Dummies have been used to do it. Now, another major statistic which I would like to focus on, that the most people who die is because they think that wearing seatbelts is not mandated, and it accounts for 37.8%. That's a very big number, don't you think? Now, the solutions are there are campaigns and initiatives that have been taken up. There's this existing way of fine. But right now, everything is digital and we have to become modern. So I have come up with the innovative IoT seatbelt solution. The technology which I have used is the MQTT, Internet of Things, Wi-Fi, mobile application, and Arduino program. Now, IoT is the billions of devices that are connected on the internet, physically connected. And they are the electronics and software embedded into chips, and which make something as small as a pill to something as big as an aeroplane into IoT. IoT is used in various places like agriculture, security, healthcare, surveillance, etc. My project will be from the car to the cloud. So let me explain the technology of MQTT to you. So the MQTT publisher will publish some data onto the MQTT broker, and other devices have subscribed to the MQTT broker. So whenever the publisher publishes some data, the subscribers receive that data. Same as with my project. So this is the car and the publisher. So the car will send some message or data saying that the person has worn the seatbelt or not. And the subscriber, which is my mobile application, will receive data showing the police officers that what will happen. The software which I have used is Arduino, ID, MQTT web application, and the MQTT mobile application. Components I have used are ESP32, ultrasonic sensors, jumper cables, breadboard, LED, and RFID. The main. A little about me. I have taken a session on Maker for Change platform. I love electronics. I've also taken part in the hackathon. And before you all may ask the questions, I would like to show my prototype to you via a video. This is how my prototype works. So just look at it. The prototype, I hope it is audible, of the innovative IoT seatbelt. When the ultrasonic, is it audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Sensor senses someone in front of it, it will then check if the driver has put the seatbelt or not. Here my hand acts as the driver, and we can see that even though someone is sitting, there is no tick because the driver has not put the seatbelt. Now we put on the seatbelt, and then we sense. We can see that there is a tick, meaning that the police officers will know that the driver of this car has put on the seatbelt. Now when we remove it, it goes off. We can see the tick of the car 1 has gone off, which means that the driver of this car has not put the seatbelt. Let me show you another video for a better understanding. This is the seatbelt monitoring system placed in This is the seatbelt monitoring system placed in all police stations. This will help the police officers to know whether this car driver has worn the seatbelt or not. When he wears a seatbelt, a tick will appear, and when he removes it, the tick will disappear. Wearing seatbelts is important because it will help to save lives and reduce injuries while accidents occur. That was my project. I am open for all kinds of questions.
All kinds of questions. I can ask anything I want?
Related to the topic.
I am just kidding you. I do have a question. So I see that in your app, the police can tell if somebody had their seatbelt on or off. Is that something that is pushed to the police somewhere, or that's if a policeman comes up and then he checks his app against that car or that person's electronics in the car? How do you see that happening?
So the police monitoring system is placed in the police station, and all of the cars are listed. So if the car has not, the driver has not worn the seatbelt, the tick won't be there, showing that this person has not worn the seatbelt. And if the tick will be there, which means that this driver has worn the seat.
And so what do you think would happen then? What would the police do as a result?
As a result, I haven't implemented it yet, but I have it in my mind. So while buying the car, or the RFID system will be given to the car drivers, which will be put in the car. Now, if they have not worn the seatbelt, which means a tick will not come, so a direct message will be sent to the car driver, which will be cutting down, like fining them for not wearing the seat. So in India, basically, people started wearing seatbelts when they were fined. So this will be an automatic system of fine.
Okay. So in India today, seatbelts are required, yes?
Yes, ma'am, very.
Okay. And do police write tickets today if they catch somebody not wearing it? Is it a ticketable offense today?
They fine, like there's a specific fine for not wearing the seatbelt, and the driver is fined if he is caught or not wearing the seat.
Okay, but it's not automatic today. I mean, they have to pull them over for some other reason today to see that they're not wearing a seatbelt. So this would eliminate the need to do that, and they could automatically fine people.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like a really good idea. So when you were creating the app, did you run into any I guess what was the hardest part of creating this app, or what trouble did you run into that was a challenge for you?
The app was like already there, but the problem was you had to connect your device to the app so that both of them are linked, and that was a problem which I had faced.
Okay. You know, I wonder if something like this would work to also make sure that someday maybe you could do it to make sure that students or kids were in the right kind of car seats too. You know, maybe based on their weight or something like that, that they're buckled in their car seats too.
I'll try doing that soon, maybe before the next year.
What do you want? If you could do one more thing to make it even better, what would you do?
I would first of all implement that fining system, like automatic fining. It will send an email or directly cut down the fine amount from the bank. I would like to do that, and then implement it in the society so that everyone, the lives are saved, because this is for a social cause, and to reduce the injuries.
It seems like there might be some pushback from the people. They might not like it so much, but I can see that it would probably be, it would be favored by the police for sure.
Very true, because people don't want them to be fined.
Sometimes people just don't know what's best for them, right?
Yes.
Thank you
But
very
people
much.
do it. Thank you.
Pratik, did you have questions for her?
No, it's like say Amatula is one of the amazing kid that I have, and she is almost skilled in every field. It could be coding, it could be practical work, it could be electronics, it could be any kind of project making. So Amatullah has created some of the best projects so far. And surprisingly, like 9 months before, like the lockdown and all happened, she was a shy kid, and like she didn't used to come up for such online sessions and like for the this kind of webinars. But so far, after like now 9 months down the line, she's one of the talented kid that we have now, and she participated in almost every competition.
Did I hear you say she was shy?
Yes. She was. And this was the feedback that I got from her parents.
I said I've seen her now 2 or 3 times, and she is wonderful and very, very well spoken and does a wonderful job. There is a question on YouTube that I would like to ask from one of the people watching. It says, "Great problem to solve. Do you believe self-driving cars will be better for safety?"
First of all, I'd like to thank Pratik and Julie ma'am. And like self-driving cars, like in India, they haven't come up yet. But it is a very good thing because self-driving cars, they won't make mistakes. They are based on artificial intelligence. But this project is for people who drive the cars. And of course, the self-driving cars will be more appropriate and safer than the people who are driving the cars. Thank you very much, Pratik and Julie,
That's okay, Amatullah.
for the appreciation.
So we have a new guest host.
I'll be taking your leave. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And
Thank
I
you.
hope you like this project.
Thank you.
Shall we?
So before we get started on the next presentation, I just wanted to let you know, Pratik, I am going to be leaving.
Sure, ma'am.
My hosting time is up, and I want to make sure your new host is ready to go as well. And I don't know if you pronounced your name Rujon. Could you unmute and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Ray Jing.
Regine?
Yeah.
It's very nice to meet you. You'll be working with Pratik. Do you guys know each other?
No, we have like I just met him for the first time.
Okay.
No.
Okay, wonderful. Any questions before I go, Pratik?
No questions from my side.
Okay. And then if you have the Kid Inventor Day list, if you have an opportunity to see that.
I do have the entire schedule of the kids, right?
Yes. If you guys have time at some point through the top of the hour, at any point to be able to announce any of those, that's great. If you don't worry about it. We'll get to it next time. Hello, Ting.
Hi, Judy. Suddenly I feel like that I'm panelist, making me so surprised, but it's really nice to see all of you here.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see you too. I am going to take a break now, and I'm Pratik, when you are finished, you'll leave somebody else. You will make the host later. Yes.
Yes, that would be fine. I'll do it.
Before you go. Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a nice rest, Judy.
Okay, so like next we have two amazing teachers, two amazing mentors, Kamini Pundir and Akashdi Khapa. So they would show you their work and how they are working with underserved or underprivileged students and how they are training them to come up with new innovations. So over to you, Kamini ma'am and Akashdeep sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Greetings to everyone present here. I am Akashdeep Thapa.
And I'm Kamini Pundi.
Both of us has been working at a NGO which is basically known as PYDS, Purkal Youth Development Society. We serve for the underprivileged at Uttarakhand, which is a state in a small state basically, and our NGO is in outskirt of Uttarakhand, Dehradun, and it is in India. So PYDS, which is a school, which is an NGO, works as a ray of hope for all those who thought knowledge and education would always remain a luxury for them. Our founder, Mr. G.K. Swami, believes that children in Purkal deserve all the privilege like every other child in India.
So I would like to share my screen. I would like to share the presentation with you all. All right. So I hope you are able to see it. So I would like to share the story behind PYDS. Swami sir, who is the former economist, who is now above 80, laid the basis of this school after he shifted in Uttarakhand, post his retirement from Mumbai almost 23 years ago. So GK Swami noticed that underprivileged children in his rural community stood no chance in gaining employment to weather wealthier peers. So he decided to do something about it. He began an after school tutoring program to supplement the education of four local children. And sheds and garages were uh, gilded halls of learning in the beginning.
And this movement grew wings when the admirable support of many friends and society in 2018. The society established a full equipped school. Today, we provide mentorship, healthcare, nutrition, and education of highest order to children who would otherwise never have gotten it. To start with, many local got a job and started working with school itself. So it is basically providing not only education, not only to the students or children of a family, they are also providing jobs to the nearby villagers and their parents.
So all of our students at PYDS are first generation learners. They are the first of the respective families to go to the school. So STEM education, as we all know, is the key to careers in some of the nation's most rapidly growing and highest paying fields. And it is the STEM that we believe that will be the catalyst for fulfilling PYDS vision and mission. So, inviting these first generation learners to school and igniting the passion to learn was a challenge that we faced. So, we at PYDS always believe that there is a lot more to the subject beyond the school syllabus. Introduction of experiential and inquiry based learning was the solution. So, from playing pizza slicer games for experiencing fractions to making soap powered boards to learn surface tension, this really made our students wait eagerly for the STEM sessions.
To expose our students to fast changing technology so that they can get a hands on Arduino, 3D printing and Raspberry Pi, we started a small makerspace at our school in late 2018. As most of our students do not have computer and laptop at their home, and some do not even have a smartphone, we didn't really dive into the programming and designing, as the world required a problem solver, not a programmer or a coder. Paper tower, popsicle catapult, and Rube Goldberg machine were perfect to indulge them into the building. This, along with design thinking approach, ensure the student is brimming with ideas and are ready to solve some real life problem. I would like to give you an example here. For instance, while we are working on a problem statement that how might we make our school campus visually impaired friendly, we actually blindfolded our students so that they empathize and connect with the problem faced by the visual impaired person. After a series of prototyping and reiteration, the on the design, students were able to make a tactile map as a solution. So we would like to show you the video of the tactile map. So here's the video.
My name is Chaitanya Kumar. I am from class 8. My name is Isha Patula and I am from class 9. We both are from Purple Youth Development Society. I hear that the exhibition is going on very well. I I hope that I can see all of them, but I can't. Somebody gave me this map, but this map is useless for me. What to do with this map? So that's why I come up with art design that is the interactive tactile map. Wow, I can feel the buildings. But how to go there and how I will know about the buildings? Can you feel the buttons on the top of the building? Yeah, I can feel the buttons. Please press it. More useful if I have an idea about the way? Yeah, it's very important to have a rough idea. See, when I press the lever, a spike-like structure will come up and you can easily feel the path. Yeah, I can feel the path. Yeah. I want to go in main building. How I will reach there? Take this earpiece and wear it. If you will double if you will double press the button of the main building, the instruction for the whole way will get loaded into your earpiece. Wow. Now what happened to you? If I forgot my way? Don't worry. If you are lost in the way, just click the reorient button. It will take you to your nearest map. And see how they connect to each other. The whole campus will be made up of such blocks. So in case there are some modifications in the buildings, for example, the admin staff is shifted to the hostel building and the hostel students are shifted to the admin block. So instead of making another 3D map, we can just exchange the blocks to each other. Thank you.
So you must have seen how students have come up with this map after so much of empathizing the problem and then finding out the solution. So, in this short span of time of 2 years, our students have made us proud in many competitions at national level. We are winner of Make Tomorrow for Innovation Generation by Niti Aayog and Intel India, Impact 2019 Challenge by IIT Delhi, Ideate for India by Niti Aayog and Intel India, and ATL Students App Innovation Challenge. We were also recognized as School of the Month in our state on more than 5 occasions in the past 1 year. We would also like to share all the innovations and creativity by our kids in a short video. Here it is. talking.
Hello, so the project name is Smart Testing. In this, I have used Arduino, which is a microcontroller and a servo motor and ultrasonic sensor. So ultrasonic sensor will sense the presence of a person and then they will give the command to servo motor and servo motor will move at 180-degree angle and the flap of the dustbin will open and after 2 seconds the flap of the dustbin will automatically close. Who am I to let you? Who am I to let Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down,
So that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Since I have been connected with you personally, and I do admire your work, and I'm pretty much sure that kids belonging to that area will be definitely benefited from your or from the support and the work that you are doing. And surely, like India would create more creators in the future instead of creating consumers.
Exactly,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
All right. That was very well presented, Akashji sir and Kamini ma'am. And I'm so grateful that you made up to this event and you showcase your work, what you're doing for the underserved students.
We are also happy that we are touching lives of underprivileged students through education.
Exactly. That is the key to success.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Uh,
Thank you,
any
both of you.
questions? Okay, sir.
Meanwhile, Rajan, if you have any question, you can ask. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Rajan, can you hear me?
Oh, hi.
Hello.
他是不是
Hello, sir.
他是让我来主持吗？
Your song is that.
No, 行。
Yeah, hi, Pratik. Just now, Regine is promoting next speaker to presenter to attend to the panelists. So stretch a little bit from this, from the
Yeah,
question.
definitely. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Shaurya, you may start with your work. And thank you, Kamini ma'am and Akashdeep sir, once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Shaurya.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Shaurya.
So, can you share my screen?
Yes, you can definitely share your screen.
So now, yes, sharing screen. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Namaste ji. My name is Shaurashu. I am from India, a maker. Today, here I am going to present a concept project on electricity saver by using sensors. It is to be used at indoor entrances like government offices and other public places where electricity cost does not impact directly person's pocket, lead to carelessness in people's behavior towards electricity wastage. So with the help of my automation device, we can save electricity to some extent, which work by sensing, counting number of person enter, exit at an entrance point of public hall, government offices, etc. Let us show how it works and what component I have used in it. First, I have used an IR sensor which work on infrared. Second, a servo motor. Third, ultrasonic sensor which work on ultrasonic sound waves. Third sensor, which is LDR sensor, which detect the light intensity, and a button. An Arduino Nano, which is a popular microcontroller, a 10K resistor, and an LED. Let me show you my project. So can you see my page? As you can see, I have used all the components. This is the sonar sensor. This is the IR sensor. This is the button. This is Arduino Nano. This is LDR sensor. And this is a servo motor which is connected to our house switches. I am taking this LED as in our house LED or a bulb. Let me start my presentation. Now it gets on. Let me refresh this. Now everything is started. Now
As it enters the room, the servo motor goes up and we can use a switch. And as you can see, the sunlight is coming from the window, so the light is not glown. As the sunlight goes, the light glows as we on switch, and we are and the second person enters the room. Then now there are two person in room. As first person leave, then the second person leaves. Now the switch is off and the LED is also going off. And there is a button in it which is used if we want to take something inside the room, or we have to take something large which can take more than 3 seconds. So we have to just press this button, then it will create a delay and we can enter the room. Now it will automatically count that there are one person enter. Now as this person leaves, the servo motor goes down again. And so this is my project. Thank you, sir. Hello.
All right. So thank you, Shaurya. So I do have a question. What inspired you to come up with this project?
So because in many places I have went there, the electricity is wasted all time. If there is no person in the room also, then the switches are on also. So I have like inspired from them. I created this.
Okay, that was great. So, like, did you face any problem in creating this project, or like, what was your experience
Yes,
about
sir.
when you were trying to create the model?
Yes, sir. Sir, like I face like at the same time that two sensors are there which will detect at same time. So I have added a delay when the in sensor will like detect the person, that the out center will be off for a certain time. When the out sensor will detect the person, then the in sensor will off for a certain time.
Okay, okay, that that's great. That's great. And I also noticed that there was a button in the PPT. So, what
Yes, sir.
would be the purpose of the using a button?
So using that button we can like take something inside the room. So taking something inside the room can take more than 3 seconds, but this whole thing will off for 3 seconds, so that in 3 seconds one person can enter a room. But if it goes more than 3 seconds, then the sensor will count more than 3 seconds. Then the person increase to 2. There is an person counting inside it. So like that, if it can misbehave, so I have added this button to take if we have to take something large inside it, so we can use that same.
All right, that was wonderful, Shaurya. Meanwhile, Rajan, if you have questions, you can ask. Your mic is on mute.
Oh, very good job. I'm so
Thank you,
impressed.
sir.
Well done. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Shaurya, that was really wonderful.
Okay, sir.
Okay, do you want to share anything else, like any kind of experience?
No, sir.
I'm pretty sure you like were you able to make this project in the very first attempt?
Yes, sir.
And I can also see the PCB board. Like, did you try to solder the components in the PCB
Yes,
board?
sir. Yes, sir. I
Okay.
soldered all the components on a PCB board.
Can you show the
Because in
backside? Like,
breadboard there. Yes, sir, I am showing it. Just a second, sir.
yeah, sure, sure. Like I also love creating circuits and all, so I'm pretty fascinated how you soldered everything. Oh, that's great. So I'm pretty sure it requires a lot of precision because even I also used to make such circuits, and that definitely takes a lot of patience and a lot of time. Okay. That was wonderful, Shaurya. We are glad to see your work, and I hope your energy saver device could be used in almost all the buildings and all. And that would definitely help us in not only saving the electricity, but even to save the environment as well. Because generating
Hi,
electricity
Pratik.
also.
Hi,
Yes,
Pratik. May I ask a question to this
yeah,
great
definitely,
inventor?
definitely.
Yeah, I find that is a really, really very impressed invention. I just wonder how you think of this idea. How you think of that?
Ma'am, I
So,
saw that the electricity is wasting in many houses and in many public areas. So I think about this.
oh,
Ma'am, light in
wonderful.
cities alone count for 19% of the world total electricity consumption.
I see. That is really wonderful. Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Shaurya. That was a wonderful project. So, like next in the schedule, we have Vedantika Mishra from India, and she is going to
Sir,
show
can you
some
leave?
of her. Yes, sure, you may leave. And like
Thank you,
Vedantika
ma'am.
would
Thank
be,
you, sir.
thank you. And Vedantika would be showcasing some of her applications that she has created. Vedantika, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir. May I share my screen?
Yes, you may.
Yes. Hello and namaste everybody present over here. My name is Vedantika Mishra and I'm from Mumbai, India. I am 9 years old and I study in grade 4. I am learning an Indian classical dance named Kathak since the age of 3. During this pandemic, I found my new interest and enrolled in app development course. I was quite new to this app world, but all thanks to Pratik sir and Makers Dunya that I have made few interesting applications during my learning journey of 3 months. Let me share you few of my applications. So here's one of them. This is the Get My Food game. In the Get My Food game, the snake needs to eat this ball. And you need to instruct him with these arrows. This is a tic-tac-toe game. This is a normal tic-tac-toe game, but then you can hear some music and the background color keeps on changing again and again. This is the Medicare app. In the Medicare app, you can set an alarm for your medicine and also know few medicines for few diseases. For example, the medicine for fever is Calpol, Crocin, etc. This is the Kiddie app. In the this Kiddie app is an educational app for the toddlers. Here is another educational app for children and its name is Roughbook the Digital Notebook. I am going to present this application to you. So here's the first screen of my application. Let me share you my achievement from this application. In 2020, I enrolled in the National Design Championship competition and I was the first runner-up in the whole western region of India. Let me share you the purpose of this application now. Why waste so many pages in a physical rough book when we can do all our work digitally? When this pandemic had started, our schools came up with online classes. This app has been designed to make online classes more easier. Let me share you the features of this application. I have made 6 features of this app. The first one is Doodle. In Doodle, you can draw, write, scribble, or sketch anything and then save your doodle as an image. The second option is My ePad. In My ePad, you can type your text and then save it for later. Third option is Instant Google Search. In Instant Google Search, you can web search or research anything. The fourth option is Book List. In Book List, you can view a list of books of few authors and genres. The fifth option is Recorder. In Recorder, you can record your audio and then save it for later. Sixth option is Translator. In Translator, you can translate a word or sentence in 8 different languages. To understand more, I am going to show you a video of my application. Please tell me if this is audible.
Let me take you through my application. So here's the first screen. In the first screen you have 4 options. The first one is Contact Me. In Contact Me you can see where I am from and how you can reach me. In About app you can see what this app is about. When you click on Click Me you have further more options. First is Doodle. In Doodle we can draw, write or scribble anything. For example, your teacher asks you what is 10 plus 10 and you don't know the answer, so you can doodle it over here. First you need to choose the color, which I have already chosen. To increase your pen size, you can click on size plus. To decrease your pen size, you can click on size minus. Here. When you click on erase and start touching your screen, your doodling will get erased. When you click on save, it gives you this message. You need to write the name of your image. So let's write 7890. Save. My doodle is saved. When you click on image, you can put an image over here. When you click on clear, everything goes away. Let's go back. In My ePad, you can save your notes. For example, your teacher gives you a few sums to do at home and you do not remember. So you can just save it over here. First, you need to write the title. I'm just writing the title as test. Now I will write my notes. I'm just writing 2 into 3. Okay, 2 into 2 and 2 into 3. Let's save it. When I click on test, I can see my text over here. For now, I'm deleting it. Let's go back. In Instant Google Search, you can web search or research anything. For example, your teacher asks you what is the meaning of bewildered in middle of the class. So you can ask Google it over here. So let's write bewildered. So here's the meaning. When I scroll down, I can zoom in or zoom out also. Let's go back. Book list is a section for bookworms. For example, I want to read a story of David Williams, but I don't know few stories of him. So I can see over here. So let's click on David Williams and I can see the different books he has written. Let's go back. In Recorder, you can record your voice. For example, your teacher is giving you few sums to do at home. You can record her voice here. First, you need to write the sound title. I'm writing the sound title as test. When you click on start recording, it will start recording. Hello. Here, I can see test over here. When I click on play sound, I can hear my sound. So here, hello.
When I click on loop and I do play sound, my sound keeps on repeating.
Hello.
Let's stop the sound and delete it. Let's go back.
Choose your option.
In Translator, you can translate a word or sentence in 8 different languages. So let's select a language here. French. I need to write I am a girl here. Translate. I can see my translated sentence over here. When I click on reset, my text goes away. Let's go back. In the second screen, when I scroll down, I have 2 options. First is back and second is exit. Let's go back. Hope you like my application. Let me
Thank you for watching my presentation. I am open for questions.
That was a wonderful application, Vedanta. So I just also want to know what inspired you to create this application for the students, this educational app.
Yes, sir. I came up with this idea because I myself have seen that people are cutting trees to make pages and make notebooks. But if people have already created phones and laptops, then why do we still need to cut trees? We can also do our work digitally, right? By this idea, I created this app with few of these features that may help the children.
That is great. I'm pretty amazed that your thought is very novel, and surely it would help us to stop deforestation and it would help us to save the environment. And obviously, we know trees are a must for a human life, for the sustainability of a human life.
Yes, sir.
That was great, Rantika. I'm impressed. And can you please also tell us your age? How old you are?
Sir, I'm 9 years old.
Wow, that is wonderful. Just imagine a 9-year-old creating such wonderful application.
Thank you so
That's
much,
great.
sir.
And I just wonder, do you want to add some Chinese translation into that so that we can also use that in China? That's very useful, right?
I can also add many. I can add more languages in this translator section also.
Well, after you have finished that, please send that to us so that we can use that in China. It's really wonderful. We're looking forward to use your app.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Maybe Vedantika, you can modify your app. You can add the Chinese translator in this application with some Chinese text as well. And I would love to share this link with Ting, so I can forward your app application to her.
Yeah, I will surely add Chinese in it.
That is wonderful.
Yes, that was really wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vedantika. So, moving ahead, the next we have is Jia Nakwal. She is a wonderful inventor and a maker, and she has created a lot of application and board games along with some 3D designs. So I asked Jia to share her video and her screen.
Yes, sir. May I leave?
Yes, Vedantika, you can leave.
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'll just share my screen.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll begin. The world is changing and the education must change with it. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. Very well said by Steve Jobs. Namaste. Good morning. With these lines, I introduce myself. I am Jian Hakpal, a grade 4 student, 9-year-old inventor from 17Global School, Gurugram. I am a proud Indian. I am in love with colors. Firstly, I would like to thank the Global Innovation Field Trip team for creating such a platform where young innovators can showcase their innovation to the globe. Acknowledgements. Now I would like to thank the Makers Dunya team and especially Prateek sir for being a wonderful mentor.
I would also like to thank all the teachers of Amity Global School, Gurugram, India, for putting in so much of efforts in nurturing me even in this pandemic time. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my dad for helping me whenever I got stuck. Highlights. This pandemic time has its own pros and cons. During this time, I explored a lot of new opportunities that I couldn't explore in my regular school times. I have done 3 courses: the game development course on Scratch, Android app development course on MIT App Inventor, and the robotics and 3D designing course on Tinkercad. I have also created a mathematical board game on fractions, Crack the Whole. This is my game development course certificate, Android app development course, and robotics and 3D designing course. My apps on Google Play Store. I have developed many apps. These are the apps that are published on Google Play Store: Tiny Pops Learning Tree, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 2, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 3, and Tiny Pops Learning Tree Quiz Time. Apart from Tiny Pops Learning Tree, I have also developed Rotten Veggies Classifier, Tic-Tac-Toe, Taste Celebrations, and the Human Body. Motivation behind the Tiny Pops series. Actually, the first Tiny Pops Learning Tree app was specifically for Makers Dunya App Innovation Challenge 2020. Palavsa, Jakesa, and Askasa were the judges. I secured second position, and because of time constraint, I couldn't add all the topics I wanted to in the first app. So I made Tiny Pops Learning Tree 2 and 3. And during the judgment, Jakes also advised me to make a quiz that would help the parents evaluate the performance of their child. So I made Tiny Pops Learning Tree Quiz Time. This is my Tiny Pops Learning Tree. This is the first screen and this is the video.
Welcome to Tiny Pops Learning Tree. Let's learn with Tiny Pops Learning Tree. Alphabets. A is for apple. Counting. 1. Ichi. Shapes. Circle, oval. Colors. Black, white. Fruits. Apple. Ringo. Vegetables. Bitter gourd, boya. Days of the week. Sunday, Monday. Months of the year. January, February. Occupations. Teacher, I work in school. Astronaut, I go in space. Seasons. Fall, in fall leaves change color and start to fall of tree. Transport. Airplane, this is a air transport. Emotions. Happy, sad. Flowers. Daffodil, daisy.
As you saw in the video, these are the contents: alphabets, counting, shapes, colors, fruits, vegetables. These are the week, months, occupation, seasons, emotions, and flowers. This is my Tiny Pops Learning Tree 2. This is the first screen and this is the video.
Welcome to Tiny Pops Learning Tree. Animal, birds, bugs, dinosaurs. Let's learn. Animal and their young ones. Bear, cub. Animal and their homes. Ant hill. Pet animals are animals they people keep for enjoyment. Pets animals need a lot of attention and care. Snake. Farm animals are animals that are kept for agricultural purposes. Turkey. Wild animals. An animal is considered to be a wild animal if it lives in nature. Sea animals are animals that lives in a body of salt water like a sea or ocean. Whale. Animal sounds. Animal features. Beak, claws. Birds. Dove, duck. Bugs. Ant. Dinosaurs. Brachiosaurus. Velociraptor.
As you saw in the video, these are the contents: animal and their young ones, animal and homes, Pet animals, farm animals, wild animals, sea animals, animal sounds, animal features, birds, bugs, and dinosaurs. This is my Tiny Pops Learning Tree 3. This is the first screen and this is the video.
Welcome to Tiny Pop's Learning Tree 3 clothes, accessories, action words, and many more. Let's learn. Clothes. Boots, cardigan. Accessories, belt, bracelet, glasses. Actions, blow, catch. Yawn. Classroom objects, bag, calculator.
As you saw in the video, these are the contents: clothes, accessories, action words, classroom objects, household chores, cooking, daily routines, directions, and opposites. And this app Doodle is included in all of the Tiny Pops Learning Tree apps. In here, the kids can write, draw, doodle, use multicolored pens, erase, and increase and decrease the size of the pen. Features of the Tiny Pop series. My apps are very interactive as the toddler can learn just by clicking on the image. There are colorful and eye-catchy pictures. The toddler would love to use the app. There is a speech assistant so that the toddler can use the app independently. And my apps cover the maximum syllabus of nursery class. My apps give flexibility to the kids to choose any lesson and learn. Proper explanation is given through the speech assistants whenever needed. There is a continuous soft background music playing in the whole app, but there's an option to on and off the music. New lessons can be added easily. These apps can be launched and updated easily. And these apps are also available on Google Play Store free of cost. This is my Tiny Pops Learning Tree quiz time, and Jakesa motivated me to make this. This is the first screen of my app, and this is the video.
Welcome to Tiny Pop's Learning Tree quiz time. Let's practice. Practice 1 is for correct. Touch 7 lollipops. Try